Chapter 1 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Chapter 1 Early Recollections. Extraction. H.B. 4 remarkable brothers. My mother's family tree, an unrecognized genius, my first knockout, Thackeray, the Fenians, early reading, my first story. I was born on May the 22nd, 1859, at Picardy Place, Edinburgh, so named because in old days a colony of French Huguenots had settled there. At the time of their coming, it was a village outside the city walls, but now it is at the end of Queen Street, abutting upon Leith Walk. When last I visited it, it seemed to have degenerated, but at that time the flats were of good repute. My father was the youngest son of John Doyle, who under the nom de crayon of H.B. made a great reputation in London from about 1825 to 1850. He came from Dublin about the year 1815, and may be said to be the father of polite caricature, for in the old days satire took the brutal shape of making the object grotesque in features and figure. Gilray and Rowlandson had no other idea. My grandfather was a gentleman, drawing gentleman for gentleman, and the satire lay in the wit of the picture, and not in the misdrawing of faces. This was a new idea, but it has been followed by most caricaturists since, and so has become familiar. There were no comic papers in those days, and the weekly cartoon of H.B. was lithographed and distributed. He exerted, I am told, quite an influence upon politics, and was on terms of intimacy with many of the leading men of the day. I can remember him in his old age, a very handsome and dignified man, with features of the strong Anglo-Irish Duke of Wellington stamp. He died in 1868. My grandfather was left a widower with a numerous family, of which 4 boys and 1 girl survived. Each of the boys made a name for himself, for all inherited the artistic powers of their father. The elder, James Doyle, wrote the Chronicles of England, illustrated with coloured pictures by himself, examples of colour printing which beat any subsequent work that I have ever seen. He also spent 13 years in doing the official baronage of England, a wonderful monument of industry and learning. Another brother was Henry Doyle, a great judge of old paintings, and in later years the manager of the National Gallery in Dublin, where he earned his C.B. Third son was Richard Doyle, whose whimsical humour made him famous in Punch, the cover of which, with its dancing elves, is still so familiar an object. Finally came Charles Doyle, my father. Doyle family seemed to have been fairly well-to-do, thanks to my grandfather's talents. They lived in London in Cambridge Terrace. A sketch of their family life is given in Dickie Doyle's diary. They lived up to their income, however, and it became necessary to find places for the boys. When my father was only 19, a seat was offered him in the Government Office of Works in Edinburgh, whither he went. There he spent his working life, and thus it came about that I, an Irishman by extraction, was born in the Scottish capital. The Doyles, Anglo-Norman in origin, were strong Roman Catholics. The original Doyle, or Doyle, was a cadet branch of the Staffordshire Doyles, which has produced Sir Francis Hastings Doyle and many other distinguished men. This cadet shared in the invasion of Ireland and was granted estates in County Wexford, where a great clan rose of dependents, illegitimate children, and others, all taking the feudal lord's name, just as the de Burghs founded the clan of Burke. We can only claim to be the main stem by virtue of community of character and appearance with the English Doyles, and the unbroken use of the same crest and coat of arms. My forebears, like most old Irish families in the south, kept to the old faith at the Reformation and fell victims to the penal laws in consequence. These became so crushing upon landed gentry that my great-grandfather was driven from his estate and became a silk mercer in Dublin, where H.B. was born. This family record was curiously confirmed by Monsignor Barry Doyle, destined, I think, for the highest honours of the Roman Church, who traces back to the younger brother of my great-grandfather. I trust the reader will indulge me in my excursion into these family matters, which are of vital interest to the family, but must be tedious to the outsider. As I am on the subject, I wish to say a word upon my mother's family, the more so as she was great on archaeology, and had, with the help of Sir Arthur Vickers, Ulster King of Arms, and himself a relative, worked out her descent for more than 500 years, and so composed a family tree which lies before me as I write, and on which many of the great ones of the earth have roosted. Her father was a young doctor of Trinity College, William Foley, who died young and left his family in comparative poverty. He had married one Catherine Pack, whose deathbed, or rather the white waxen thing which lay upon that bed, is the very earliest recollection of my life. Her near relative, uncle I think, was Sir Dennis Pack, who led the Scottish Brigade at Waterloo. The Packs were a fighting family, as was but right, since they were descended in a straight line from a major in Cromwell's army, settled in Ireland. One of them, Anthony Pack, had part of his head carried off at the same battle, so I fear it is part of our family tradition that we lose our heads in action. His brain was covered over by a silver plate, and he lived for many years, subject only to very bad fits of temper, which some of us have had with less excuse. But the real romance of the family lies in the fact that about the middle of the 17th century, the Reverend Richard Pack, who was head of Kilkenny College, married Mary Percy, who was heir to the Irish branch of the Percys of Northumberland. By this alliance we all connect up, and I have every generation by name, as marked out by my dear mother, with that illustrious line-up to 3 separate marriages with the Plantagenets. One has therefore some strange strains in one's blood, which are noble in origin, and one can but hope are noble in tendency. But all this romance of ancestry did not interfere with the fact that when Catherine Pack, the Irish gentlewoman, came in her widowhood to Edinburgh, she was very poor. I have never been clear why it was Edinburgh for which she made. Having taken a flat, she let it be known that a paying guest would be welcome. Just at this time, 1850 or thereabouts, Charles Doyle was sent from London with a recommendation to the priests that they should guard his young morals and budding faith. How could they do this better than by finding him quarters with a well-born and orthodox widow? Thus it came about that 2 separate lines of Irish wanderers came together under one roof. I have a little bundle of my father's letters written in those days, full of appreciation of the kindness which he met with, and full also of interesting observations on that Scottish society, rough, hard-drinking and kindly, into which he had been precipitated at a dangerously early age, especially for one with his artistic temperament. He had some fine religious instincts, but his environment was a difficult one. In the household was a bright-eyed, very intelligent young daughter, Mary, who presently went off to France and returned as a very cultivated young woman. The romance is easily understood, and so Charles Doyle in the year 1855 married Mary Foley, my mother, the young couple still residing with my grandmother. Their means were limited, for his salary as a civil servant was not more than about £240. This he supplemented by his drawings. Thus matters remained for practically all his life, for he was quite unambitious, and no great promotion ever came his way. His painting was done spasmodically, and the family did not always reap the benefit, for Edinburgh is full of watercolours which he had given away. It is one of my unfulfilled schemes to collect as many as possible, and to have a Charles Doyle exhibition in London, for the critics would be surprised to find what a great and original artist he was, far the greatest, in my opinion, of the family. His brush was concerned not only with fairies and delicate themes of the kind, but with wild and fearsome subjects, so that his work had a very peculiar style of its own, mitigated by great natural humour. He was more terrible than Blake and less morbid than Wiertz. His originality is best shown by the fact that one hardly knows with whom to compare him. In prosaic Scotland, however, He excited wonder rather than admiration, and he was only known in the larger world of London by pen and ink book illustrations, which were not his best mode of expression. The prosaic outcome was that, including all his earnings, my mother could never have averaged more than £300 a year on which to educate a large family. We lived in the hardy, embracing atmosphere of poverty, and we each in turn did our best to help those who were younger than ourselves. My noble sister Annette, who died just as the sunshine of better days came into our lives, went out at a very early age as a governess to Portugal, and sent all her salary home. My younger sisters Lottie and Connie both did the same thing, and I helped as I could, but it was still my dear mother who bore the long sordid strain. Often I said to her, "When you are old, Mammy, you shall have a velvet dress and gold glasses, and sit in comfort by the fire." Thank God it so came to pass. My father, I fear, was of little help to her, for his thoughts were always in the clouds, and he had no appreciation of the realities of life. The world, not the family, gets the fruits of genius. Of my boyhood I need say little, save that it was Spartan at home and more Spartan at the Edinburgh school, where a Tours brandishing schoolmaster of the old type made our young lives miserable. From the age of 7 to 9 I suffered under this pock-marked, one-eyed rascal who might have stepped from the pages of Dickens. In the evenings, home and books were my sole consolation, save for weekend holidays. My comrades were rough boys, and I became a rough boy too. If there is any truth in the idea of reincarnation, a point on which my mind is still open, I think some earlier experience of mine must have been as a stark fighter, for it came out strongly in youth, when I rejoiced in battle. We lived for some time in a cul-de-sac street with a very vivid life of its own, and a fierce feud between the small boys who dwelt on either side of it. Finally it was fought out between two champions, I representing the poorer boys who lived in flats, and my opponent the richer boys who lived in the opposite villas. We fought in the garden of one of the said villas, and had an excellent contest of many rounds, not being strong enough to weaken each other. When I got home after the battle, my mother cried, "Oh, Arthur, what a dreadful eye you have got!" To which I replied, "You just go across and look at Eddie Tulloch's eye." I met a well-deserved setback on one occasion, when I stood forward to fight a bootmaker's boy who had come into our preserve upon an errand. He had a green baize bag in his hand which contained a heavy boot, and this he swung against my skull with a force which knocked me pretty well senseless. It was a useful lesson. I will say for myself, however, that though I was pugnacious, I was never so to those weaker than myself, and that some of my escapades were in the defence of such. As I will show in my chapter on sport, I carried on my tastes into a later period of my life. One or two little pictures stand out which may be worth recording. When my grandfather's grand London friends passed through Edinburgh, they used, to our occasional embarrassment, to call at the little flat, to see how Charles is getting on. In my earliest childhood, such a one came, tall, white-haired and affable. I was so young that it seems like a faint dream, and yet it pleases me to think that I have sat on Thackeray's knee. He greatly admired my dear little mother with her grey Irish eyes and her vivacious Celtic ways. Indeed, no one met her without being captivated by her. Once, too, I got a glimpse of history. It was in 1866, if my dates are right, that some well-to-do Irish relatives asked us over for a few weeks, and we passed that time in a great house in King's County. I spent much of it with the horses and dogs and became friendly with the young groom. The stables opened onto a country road by an arched gate with a loft over it. One morning, being in the yard, I saw the young groom rush into the yard with every sign of fear and hastily shut and bar the doors. He then climbed into the loft, beckoning for me to come with him. From the loft window we saw a gang of rough men, 20 or so, slouching along the road. When they came opposite to the gate, they stopped and, looking up, shook their fists and cursed at us. The groom answered back most volubly. Afterwards I understood that these men were a party of Fenians, and that I had had a glimpse of one of the periodical troubles which poor old Ireland has endured. Perhaps now, at last, they may be drawing to an end. During these first 10 years, I was a rapid reader, so rapid that some small library with which we dealt gave my mother notice that books would not be changed more than twice a day. My tastes were boylike enough, but Mayne Reid was my favourite author, and his Scalp Hunters my favourite book. I wrote a little book and illustrated it myself in early days. There was a man in it, and there was a tiger who amalgamated shortly after they met. I remarked to my mother with precocious wisdom that it was easy to get people into scrapes, but not so easy to get them out again, which is surely the experience of every writer of adventures. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Under the Jesuits. Preparatory School, The Mistakes of Education, Spartan Schooling, Corporal Punishment, Well-Known School Fellows, Gloomy Forecasts, Poetry, London Matriculation, German School, A Happy Year, The Jesuits, Strange Arrival in Paris. I was in my 10th year when I was sent to Hodder, which is the preparatory school for Stonyhurst, the big Roman Catholic public school in Lancashire. It was a long journey for a little boy who had never been away from home before, and I felt very lonesome and wept bitterly upon the way. But in due time I arrived safely at Preston, which was then the nearest station, and with many other small boys and our black-robed Jesuit guardians, we drove some 12 miles to the school. Hodder is about a mile from Stonyhurst, and as all the boys there are youngsters under 12, it forms a very useful institution, breaking a lad into schoolways before he mixes with the big fellows. I had 2 years at Hodder. The year was not broken up by the frequent holidays which illuminate the present educational period. Save for 6 weeks each summer, one never left the school. On the whole, those first 2 years were happy years. I could hold my own both in brain and in strength with my comrades. I was fortunate enough to get under the care of a kinder principal, one Father Casti, who was more human than Jesuits usually are. I have always kept a warm remembrance of this man and of his gentle ways to the little boys, young rascals many of us, who were committed to his care. I remember the Franco-German War breaking out at this period, and how it made a ripple even in our secluded backwater. From Hodder I passed on to Stonyhurst, that grand medieval dwelling-house, which was left some 150 years ago to the Jesuits, who brought over their whole teaching staff from some college in Holland in order to carry it on as a public school. The general curriculum, like the building, was medieval but sound. I understand it has been modernized since. There were 7 classes: elements, figures, rudiments, grammar, syntax, poetry, and rhetoric, and you were allotted a year for each, or 7 in all. A course with which I faithfully complied, 2 having already been completed at Hodder. It was the usual public school routine of Euclid, algebra, and the classics taught in the usual way, which is calculated to leave a lasting abhorrence of these subjects. To give boys a little slab of Virgil or Homer with no general idea as to what it is all about, or what the classical age was like, is surely an absurd way of treating the subject. I am sure that an intelligent boy could learn more by reading a good translation of Homer for a week than by a year's study of the original, as it is usually carried out. It was no worse at Stonyhurst than at any other school, and it can only be excused on the plea that any exercise, however stupid in itself, forms a sort of mental dumbbell by which one can improve one's mind. It is, I think, a thoroughly false theory. I can say with truth that my Latin and Greek, which cost me so many weary hours, have been little use to me in life, and that my mathematics have been no use at all. On the other hand, some things which I picked up almost by accident, the art of reading aloud, learned when my mother was knitting, or the reading of French books, learned by spelling out the captions of the Jules Verne illustrations, have been of the greatest possible service. My classical education left me with a horror of the classics, and I was astonished to find how fascinating they were when I read them in a reasonable manner in later years. Year by year, then, I see myself climbing those 7 weary steps and passing through as many stages of my boyhood. I do not know if the Jesuit system of education is good or not. I would need to have tried another system as well before I could answer that. On the whole, it was justified by results, for I think it turned out as decent a set of young fellows as any other school would do. In spite of a large infusion of foreigners and some disaffected Irish, we were a patriotic crowd, and our little pulse beat time with the heart of the nation. I am told that the average of VCs and DSOs now held by old Stonyhurst boys is very high as compared with other schools. Jesuit teachers have no trust in human nature, and perhaps they are justified. We were never allowed for an instant to be alone with each other, and I think that the immorality which is rife in public schools was at a minimum in consequence. In our games and our walks the priests always took part, and the master perambulated the dormitories at night. Such a system may weaken self-respect and self-help, but it at least minimizes temptation and scandal. The life was Spartan, and yet we had all that was needed. Dry bread and hot, well-watered milk were our frugal breakfast. There was a joint, and twice a week a pudding for dinner. Then there was an odd snack called bread and beer in the afternoon, a bit of dry bread and the most extraordinary drink, which was brown but had no other characteristic of beer. Finally there was hot milk again, bread, butter, and often potatoes for supper. We were all very healthy on this regime, on Fridays. Everything in every way was plain to the verge of austerity, save that we dwelt in a beautiful building, dined in a marble-floored hall with minstrel's gallery, prayed in a lovely church, and generally lived in very choice surroundings, so far as vision and not comfort was concerned. Corporal punishment was severe, and I can speak with feeling as I think few, if any, boys of my time endured more of it. It was of a peculiar nature, imported also, I fancy, from Holland. The instrument was a piece of India rubber of the size and shape of a thick boot sole. This was called a tolly. Why? No one has explained, unless it is a Latin pun on what we had to bear. One blow of this instrument, delivered with intent, would cause the palm of the hand to swell up and change colour. When I say that the usual punishment of the larger boys was 9 on each hand, and that 9 on one hand was the absolute minimum, it will be understood that it was a severe ordeal, and that the sufferer could not, as a rule, turn the handle of the door to get out of the room in which he had suffered. To take twice 9 upon a cold day was about the extremity of human endurance. I think, however, that it was good for us in the end, for it was a point of honour with many of us not to show that we were hurt, and that is one of the best trainings for a hard life. If I was more beaten than others, it was not that I was in any way vicious, but it was that I had a nature which responded eagerly to affectionate kindness, which I never received, but which rebelled against threats and took a perverted pride in showing that it would not be cowed by violence. I went out of my way to do really mischievous and outrageous things, simply to show that my spirit was unbroken. An appeal to my better nature and not to my fears would have found an answer at once. I deserved all I got for what I did, but I did it because I was mishandled. I do not remember anyone who attained particular distinction among my schoolfellows, save Bernard Partridge of Punch, whom I recollect as a very quiet, gentle boy. Father Thurston, who was destined to be one of my opponents in psychic matters so many years later, was in the class above me. There was a young novice, too, with whom I hardly came in contact, but whose handsome and spiritual appearance I well remember. He was Bernard Vaughan, afterwards the famous preacher. Save for one schoolfellow, James Ryan, a remarkable boy who grew into a remarkable man, I carried away no lasting friendship from Stonyhurst. It was only in the latest stage of my Stonyhurst development that I realised that I had some literary streak in me, which was not common to all. It came to me as quite a surprise, and even more perhaps to my masters, who had taken a rather hopeless view of my future prospects. One master, when I told him that I thought of being a civil engineer, remarked, "Well, Doyle, you may be an engineer, but I don't think you will ever be a civil one." Another assured me that I would never do any good in the world. and perhaps from his point of view his prophecy has been justified. The particular incident, however, which brought my latent powers to the surface depended upon the fact that in the second highest class, which I reached in 1874, it was incumbent to write poetry, so called, on any theme given. This was done as a dreary, unnatural task by most boys. Very comical their wooings of the muses used to be. For one saturated, as I really was, with affection for verse, it was a labour of love, and I produced verses which were poor enough in themselves, but seemed miracles to those who had no urge in that direction. The particular theme was the crossing of the Red Sea by the Israelites, and my effort from "like pallid daisies in a grassy wood, so round the sward the tents of Israel stood," through "there was no time for thought and none for fear, for Egypt's horse already pressed their rear," down to the climax, "one horrid cry, the tragedy was o'er, and Pharaoh with his army seen no more," was workmanlike, though wooden and conventional. Anyhow, it marked what Mr. Stead used to call a signpost, and I realised myself a little. In the last year I edited the college magazine and wrote a good deal of indifferent verse. I also went up for a matriculation examination of London University, a good all-round test which winds up the Stonyhurst curriculum, and I surprised everyone by taking honours. So after all, I emerged from Stonyhurst at the age of 16 with more credit than seemed probable from my rather questionable record. Earlier in my career there, an offer had been made to my mother that my school fees would be remitted if I were dedicated to the church. She refused this, so both the church and I had an escape. When I think, however, of her small income and great struggle to keep up appearances and make both ends meet, it was a fine example of her independence of character, for it meant paying out some £50 a year, which might have been avoided by a word of assent. I had yet another year with the Jesuits, for it was determined that I was still too young to begin any professional studies, and that I should go to Germany and learn German. I was dispatched, therefore, to Feldkirch, which is a Jesuit school in the Vorarlberg province of Austria, to which many better-class German boys are sent. Here the conditions were much more humane, and I met with far more human kindness than at Stonyhurst, with the immediate result that I ceased to be a resentful young rebel and became a pillar of law and order. I began badly, however, for on the first night of my arrival I was kept awake by a boy snoring loudly in the dormitory. I stood it as long as I could, but at last I was driven to action. Curious wooden compasses called bet shear or bed scissors were stuck into each side of the narrow beds. One of these I plucked out, walked down the dormitory, and having spotted the offender, proceeded to poke him with my stick. He awoke and was considerably amazed to see in the dim light a large youth whom he had never seen before. I arrived after hours, assaulting him with a club. I was still engaged in stirring him up, when I felt a touch on my shoulder, was confronted by the master, who ordered me back to bed. Next morning I got a lecture on free and easy English ways, and taking the law into my own hands. But this start was really my worst lapse, and I did well in the future. It was a happy year on the whole. I made less progress with German than I should, for there were about 20 English and Irish boys who naturally balked the wishes of their parents by herding together. There was no cricket, but there were tobogganing and fair football and a weird game, football on stilts. Then there were the lovely mountains round us, with an occasional walk among them. The food was better than at Stonyhurst, and we had the pleasant German light beer instead of the horrible swipes of Stonyhurst. One unlooked-for accomplishment I acquired, for the boy who played the big brass bass instrument in the fine school band had not returned, and as a well-grown lad was needed, I was at once enlisted in the service. I played in public, good music too, Lohengrin and Tannhauser, within a week or two of my first lesson, but they pressed me on for the occasion, and the bombardon, as it was called, only comes in on a measured rhythm with an occasional run, which sounds like a hippopotamus doing a step dance. So big was the instrument that I remember the other bandsmen putting my sheets and blankets inside it, and my surprise when I could not get out a note. It was in the summer of 1876 that I left Feldkirch. I have always had a pleasant memory of the Austrian Jesuits and of the old schools. Indeed, I have a kindly feeling towards all Jesuits. Far as I have strayed from their paths, I see now both their limitations and their virtues. They have been slandered in some things, for during 8 years of constant contact, I cannot remember that they were less truthful than their fellows, or more casuistical than their neighbours. They were keen, clean-minded, earnest men, so far as I knew them, with a few black sheep among them, but not many, for the process of selection was careful and long. In all ways, save in their theology, they were admirable, though this same theology made them hard and inhuman upon the surface, which is indeed the general effect of Catholicism in its more extreme forms. The convert is lost to the family. Their hard, narrow outlook gives the Jesuits driving power, as is noticeable in the Puritans, and all hard, narrow creeds. They are devoted and fearless, and have again and again, both in Canada, in South America, and in China, been the vanguard of civilization to their own grievous hurt. They are the old guard of the Roman Church. But the tragedy is that they, who would gladly give their lives for the old faith, have in effect helped to ruin it, for it is they, according to Father Tyrrell and the modernists, who have been at the back of all those extreme doctrines of papal infallibility and immaculate conception, with a general all-round tightening of dogma, which have made it so difficult for the man with scientific desire for truth, or with intellectual self-respect, to keep within the Church. For some years, Sir Charles Mivart, the last of Catholic scientists, tried to do the impossible, and then he also had to leave go his hold, so that there is not, so far as I know, one single man of outstanding fame, in science or in general thought, who is a practising Catholic. This is the work of the extremists, and is deplored by many of the moderates, fiercely condemned by the modernists. It depends also upon the inner Italian directorate, who give the orders. Nothing can exceed the uncompromising bigotry of the Jesuit theology, or their apparent ignorance of how it shocks the modern conscience. I remember that when as a grown lad I heard Father Murphy, a great fierce Irish priest, declare that there was sure damnation for everyone outside the Church, I looked upon him with horror, and to that moment I traced the first rift which has grown into such a chasm between me and those who were my guides. On my way back to England, I stopped at Paris. Through all my life up to this point there had been an unseen granduncle named Michael Conan, to whom I must now devote a paragraph. He came into the family from the fact that my father's father, H.B., had married a Miss Conan. Michael Conan, her brother, had been editor of the Art Journal, was a man of distinction, an intellectual Irishman of the type which originally founded the Sinn Féin movement. He was as keen on heraldry and genealogy as my mother, and he traced his descent in some circuitous way from the Dukes of Brittany, who were all Conans. Indeed, Arthur Conan was the ill-fated young duke whose eyes were put out, according to Shakespeare, by King John. This uncle was my godfather, and hence my name, Arthur Conan. He lived in Paris and had expressed a wish that his grandnephew and godson, with whom he had corresponded, should call en passant. I ran my money affairs so closely, after a rather lively supper at Strasbourg, that when I reached Paris I had just twopence in my pocket. As I could not well drive up and ask my uncle to pay the cab, I left my trunk at the station and set forth on foot. I reached the river, walked along it, came to the foot of the Champs-Élysées, saw the Arc de Triomphe in the distance, and then, knowing that the Avenue Wagram, where my uncle lived, was near there, I tramped it on a hot August day, and finally found him. I remember that I was exhausted with the heat and the walking, and that when at the last gasp I saw a man buy a drink of what seemed to be porter by handing a penny to a man who had a long tin on his back, I therefore halted the man and spent one of my pennies on a duplicate drink. It proved to be licorice and water, but it revived me when I badly needed it, and it could not be said that I arrived penniless at my uncle's, for I actually had a penny. So for some penurious weeks I was in Paris with this dear old volcanic Irishman, who spent the summer day in his shirt sleeves, with a little dicky-bird of a wife waiting upon him. I am built rather on his lines of body and mind than on any of the Doyles. We made a true friendship, and then I returned to my home, conscious that real life was about to begin. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by a fine voice. Chapter 3 Recollections of a Student. Edinburgh University. A Sad Disappointment. Original of Professor Challenger. Of Sherlock Holmes. Deductions. Sheffield. Brighton. Birmingham. Literary aspirations. First accepted story. My father's death. Mental position. Spiritual yearnings. An awkward business. When I returned to Edinburgh with little to show, either mental or spiritual, for my pleasant school year in Germany, I found that the family affairs were still as straitened as ever. No promotion had come to my father, and two younger children, Innes, my only brother, and Ida, had arrived to add to the calls upon my mother. Another sister, Julia, followed shortly afterwards. But Annette, the eldest sister, had already gone out to Portugal to earn and send home a fair salary, while Lottie and Connie were about to do the same. My mother had adopted the device of sharing a large house, which may have eased her in some ways, but was disastrous in others. Perhaps it was good for me that the times were hard, for I was wild, full-blooded, and a trifle reckless. But the situation called for energy and application, so that one was bound to try to meet it. My mother had been so splendid that we could not fail her. It had been determined that I should be a doctor, chiefly, I think, because Edinburgh was so famous a centre for medical learning. It meant another long effort for my mother, but she was very brave and ambitious where children were concerned, and I was not only to have a medical education, but to take the university degree, which was a larger matter than a mere licence to practice. When I returned from Germany, I found that there was a long list of bursaries and scholarships open for competition. I had a month in which to brush up my classics, and then I went in for these, and was informed a week later that I had won the Grierson bursary of £40 for 2 years. Great were the rejoicings, and all shadows seemed to be lifting. But on calling to get the money, I was informed that there had been a clerical error, and that this particular bursary was only open to art students. As there was a long list of prizes, I naturally supposed that I would get the next highest, which was available for medicals. The official pulled a long face and said, "Unfortunately, the candidate to whom it was allotted has already drawn the money." It was manifest robbery, and yet I, who had won the prize and needed it so badly, never received it, and was eventually put off with a solatium of £7, which had accumulated from some fund. It was a bitter disappointment, and of course I had a legal case, but what can a penniless student do, and what sort of college career would he have if he began it by suing his university for money? I was advised to accept the situation, and there seemed no prospect of accepting anything else. So now behold me, a tall, strongly framed, but half-formed young man, fairly entered upon my 5 years' course of medical study. It can be done with diligence in 4 years, but there came, as I shall show, a glorious interruption which held me back for 1 year. I entered as a student in October 1876, and I emerged as a Bachelor of Medicine in August 1881. Between these 2 points lies one long weary grind at botany, chemistry, anatomy, physiology, and a whole list of compulsory subjects, many of which have a very indirect bearing upon the art of curing. The whole system of teaching, as I look back upon it, seems far too oblique, and not nearly practical enough for the purpose in view. And yet Edinburgh is, I believe, more practical than most other colleges. It is practical, too, in its preparation for life, since there is none of the atmosphere in a large public school, as is the case in English universities, but the student lives a free man in his own rooms, with no restrictions of any sort. It ruins some and makes strong men of many. In my own case, of course, this did not apply, since my family lived in the town, and I worked from my own home. There was no attempt at friendship or even acquaintance between professors and students at Edinburgh. It was a strictly business arrangement by which you paid, for example, 4 guineas for anatomy lectures and received the winter course in exchange, never seeing your professor save behind his desk and never under any circumstances exchanging a word with him. They were remarkable men, however, some of these professors, and we managed to know them pretty well without any personal acquaintance. There was kindly Crum Brown, the chemist, who sheltered himself carefully before exploding some mixture, which usually failed to ignite, so that the loud boom uttered by the class was the only resulting sound. Brown would emerge from his retreat with a "really, gentlemen" of remonstrance, and go on without allusion to the abortive experiment. There was Wyville Thomson, the zoologist, fresh from his Challenger expedition, and Balfour, with the face and manner of John Knox, a hard, rugged old man who harried the students in their exams, and was in consequence harried by them for the rest of the year. There was Turner, a fine anatomist, but a self-educated man, as was betrayed when he used to take and put this structure on the handle of this scalpel. The most human trait that I can recall of Turner was that upon one occasion the sacred quadrangle was invaded by snowballing roughs. His class, of whom I was one, heard the sounds of battle and fidgeted in their seats, on which the professor said, "I think, gentlemen, your presence may be more useful outside than here," which we flogged out with a whoop, and soon had the quadrangle clear. Most vivid of all, however, there stands out in my memory the squat figure of Professor Rutherford, with his Assyrian beard, his prodigious voice, his enormous chest, and his singular manner. He fascinated and awed us. I have endeavoured to reproduce some of his peculiarities in the fictitious character of Professor Challenger. He would sometimes start his lecture before he reached the classroom, so that we would hear a booming voice saying, "There are valves in the veins," or some other information, when the desk was still empty. He was, I fear, a rather ruthless vivisector, and though I have always recognised that a minimum of painless vivisection is necessary, and far more justifiable than the eating of meat as a food, I am glad that the law was made more stringent, so as to restrain such men as he. "Ach, these Jarman frags," he would exclaim, in his curious accent, as he tore some poor amphibian to pieces. I wrote a student song which is still sung, I understand, in which a curious article is picked up on the Portobello beach, and each professor in turn claims it for his department. Rutherford's verse ran, "Said Rutherford with a smile, 'It's a mass of solid bile, and I myself obtained it, what is more, by a stringent cholagogue from a vivisected dog, and I lost it on the Portobello shore." If the song is indeed still sung, it may be of interest to the present generation to know that I was the author. But the most notable of the characters whom I met was one Joseph Bell, surgeon at the Edinburgh Infirmary. Bell was a very remarkable man in body and mind. He was thin, wiry, dark, with a high-nosed acute face, penetrating grey eyes, angular shoulders, and a jerky way of walking. His voice was high and discordant. He was a very skilful surgeon, but his strong point was diagnosis, not only of disease, but of occupation and character. For some reason which I have never understood, he singled me out from the drove of students who frequented his wards, and made me his outpatient clerk, which meant that I had to array his outpatients, make simple notes of their cases, and then show them in, one by one, to the large room in which Bell sat in state, surrounded by his dressers and students. Then I had ample chance of studying his methods and of noticing that he often learned more of the patient by a few quick glances than I had done by my questions. Occasionally the results were very dramatic, though there were times when he blundered. In one of his best cases, he said to a civilian patient, "Well, my man, you've served in the army." "Aye, sir." "Not long discharged?" "No, sir." "A Highland regiment?" "Aye, sir." "A non-com officer?" "Aye, sir." "Stationed at Barbados?" "Aye, sir." "You see, gentlemen," he would explain, "the man was a respectful man, but did not remove his hat. They do not in the army, but he would have learned civilian ways had he been long discharged." He has an air of authority, and he is obviously Scottish. As to Barbados, his complaint is elephantiasis, which is West Indian and not British. To his audience of Watsons it all seemed very miraculous until it was explained, and then it became simple enough. It is no wonder that after the study of such a character I used and amplified his methods, when in later life I tried to build up a scientific detective who solved cases on his own merits, and not through the folly of the criminal. Bell took a keen interest in these detective tales, and even made suggestions which were not, I am bound to say, very practical. I kept in touch with him for many years, and he used to come upon my platform to support me when I contested Edinburgh in 1901. When I took over his outpatient work, he warned me that a knowledge of Scottish idioms was necessary, and I, with the confidence of youth, declared that I had got it. The sequel was amusing. On one of the first days, an old man came who, in response to my question, declared that he had a beelin in his oxter. This fairly beat me, much to Bell's amusement. It seems that the words really mean an abscess in the armpit. Speaking generally of my university career, I may say that though I took my fences in my stride, and balked at none of them, still I won no distinction in the race. I was always one of the ruck, neither lingering nor gaining, a 60% man at examinations. There were, however, some reasons for this which I will now state. It was clearly very needful that I should help financially as quickly as possible, even if my help only took the humble form of providing for my own keep. Therefore I endeavoured almost from the first to compress the classes for a year into half a year, and so to have some months in which to earn a little money as a medical assistant who would dispense and do odd jobs for a doctor. When I first set forth to do this, my services were so obviously worth nothing that I had to put that valuation upon them. Even then it might have been a hard bargain for the doctor, for I might have proved like the youth in Pickwick who had a rooted idea that oxalic acid was Epsom salts. However, I had horse sense enough to save myself and my employer from any absolute catastrophe. My first venture in the early summer of '78 was with a Dr. Richardson running a low-class practice, the poorer quarters of Sheffield. I did my best, and I dare say he was patient, but at the end of 3 weeks we parted by mutual consent. I went on to London, where I renewed my advertisements in the medical papers, and found a refuge for some weeks with my Doyle relatives, then living at Clifton Gardens, Maida Vale. I fear that I was too bohemian for them, and they too conventional for me. However, they were kind to me, and I roamed about London for some time, with pockets so empty that there was little chance of idleness breeding its usual mischief. I remember that there were signs of trouble in the East, and that the recruiting sergeants, who were very busy in Trafalgar Square, took my measure in a moment, and were very insistent that I should take the shilling. There was a time when I was quite disposed to do so, but my mother's plans held me back. I may say that late in the same year I did volunteer as a dresser for the English ambulances sent to Turkey for the Russian war, and was on the Red Cross list, but the collapse of the Turks prevented my going out. Soon, however, there came an answer to my advertisement. Third-year student, desiring experience. Rather than remuneration, offers his services, etc., etc. It was from a Dr. Elliot living in a townlet in Shropshire, which rejoiced in the extraordinary name of Brighton of the 11 Towns. It was not big enough to make one town, far less 11. There, for 4 months, I helped in a country practice. It was a very quiet existence, and I had a good deal of time to myself, under very pleasant circumstances, so that I really traced some little mental progress to that period, for I read and thought without interruption. My medical duties were of a routine nature, save on a few occasions. One of them still stands out in my memory, for it was the first time in my life that I ever had to test my own nerve in a great sudden emergency. The doctor was out when there came a half-crazed messenger to say that in some rejoicings at a neighbouring great house had exploded an old cannon which had promptly burst and grievously injured one of the bystanders. No doctor was available, so I was the last resource. On arriving there, I found a man in bed with a lump of iron sticking out of the side of his head. I tried not to show the alarm which I felt, and I did the obvious thing by pulling out the iron. I could see the clean white bone, so I could assure them that the brain had not been injured. I then pulled the gash together, staunched the bleeding, and finally bound it up, so that when the doctor did at last arrive, he had little to add. This incident gave me confidence, and what is more important still, gave others confidence. On the whole, I had a happy time at Brighton, and have a pleasing memory of Dr. Elliot and his wife. After a winter's work at the university, my next assistantship was a real money-making proposition to the extent of some £2 a month. This was with Dr. Hoare, a well-known Birmingham doctor who had a 5-horse city practice, and every working doctor, before the days of motors, would realise that this meant going from morning to night. He earned some £3,000 a year, which takes some doing when it is collected from 3 and 6 visits, 1 and 6 bottles of medicine, among the very poorest classes of Aston. Hoare was a fine fellow, stout, square, red-faced, bushy-whiskered, and dark-eyed. His wife was also a very kindly and gifted woman, and my position in the house was soon rather that of a son than of an assistant. The work, however, was hard and incessant, the pay very small. I had long lists of prescriptions to make up every day, for we dispensed our own medicine, and 100 bottles of an evening were not unknown. On the whole, I made few mistakes, though I have been known to send out ointment and pill boxes with elaborate directions on the lid and nothing inside. I had my own visiting list, also the poorest or the most convalescent, and I saw a great deal, for better or worse, of very low life. Twice I returned to this Birmingham practice, and always my relations with the family became closer. At my second visit, my knowledge had greatly extended, and I did midwifery cases, and the more severe cases in general practice, as well as all the dispensing. I had no time to spend any money, and it was as well, for every shilling was needed at home. It was in this year that I first learned that shillings might be earned in other ways than by filling files. Some friend remarked to me that my letters were very vivid, and surely I could write some things to sell. I may say that the general aspiration towards literature was tremendously strong upon me, and that my mind was reaching out in what seemed an aimless way in all sorts of directions. I used to be allowed 2d for my lunch, that being the price of a mutton pie, but near the pie shop was a second-hand bookshop, with a barrel full of old books, and the legend, "Your choice for 2d," stuck above it. Often the price of my luncheon used to be spent on some sample out of this barrel, and I have within reach of my arm, as I write these lines, copies of Gordon's Tacitus, Temple's Works, Pope's Homer, Addison's Spectator, and Swift's Works, which all came out of the twopenny box. Anyone observing my actions and tastes would have said that so strong a spring would certainly overflow. But for my own part, I never dreamed I could myself produce decent prose, and the remark of my friend, who was by no means given to flattery, took me greatly by surprise. I sat down, however, and wrote a little adventure story which I called The Mystery of the Southsea Valley. To my great joy and surprise, it was accepted by Chambers' Journal. I received 3 guineas. It mattered not that other attempts failed. I had done it once, and I cheered myself by the thought that I could do it again. It was years before I touched Chambers again, but in 1879 I had a story, The American's Tale, in London Society, for which also I got a small cheque. But the idea of real success was still far from my mind. During all this time our family affairs had taken no turn for the better, and had it not been for my excursions and for the work of my sisters, we could hardly have carried on. My father's health had utterly broken. He had to retire to that convalescent home in which the last years of his life were spent, and I, aged 20, found myself practically the head of a large and struggling family. My father's life was full of the tragedy of unfulfilled powers and of undeveloped gifts. He had his weaknesses, as all of us have ours, but he had also some very remarkable and outstanding virtues. A tall man, long-bearded and elegant, he had a charm of manner and a courtesy of bearing which I have seldom seen equalled. His wit was quick and playful. He possessed also a remarkable delicacy of mind, which would give him moral courage enough to rise and leave any company which talked in a manner which was coarse. When he passed away a few years later, I am sure that Charles Doyle had no enemy in the world, and that those who knew him best sympathized most with the hard fate which had thrown him, a man of sensitive genius, into an environment which neither his age nor his nature was fitted to face. He was unworldly and unpractical, and his family suffered for it, but even his faults were in some ways the result of his developed spirituality. He lived and died a fervent son of the Roman Catholic faith. My mother, however, who had never been a very devoted daughter of that great institution, became less so as life progressed, and finally found her chief consolation in the Anglican fold. This brings me to my own spiritual unfolding, if such it may be called, during those years of constant struggle. I have already, in my account of the Jesuits, shown how, even as a boy, all that was sanest and most generous in my nature rose up against a narrow theology and an uncharitable outlook upon the other great religions of the world. In the Catholic Church, to doubt anything is to doubt everything, for since it is a vital axiom that doubt is a mortal sin, when once it has, unbidden and unappeasable, come upon you, everything is loosened, and you look upon the whole wonderful interdependent scheme with other and more critical eyes. Thus viewed, there was much to attract: its traditions, its unbroken and solemn ritual, the beauty and truth of many of its observances, its poetical appeal to the emotions, the sensual charm of music, light, and incense, its power as an instrument of law and order. For the guidance of an unthinking and uneducated world, it could in many ways hardly be surpassed, as has been shown in Paraguay and in the former island where, outside agrarian trouble, crime was hardly known. All this I could clearly see, but if I may claim any outstanding characteristic in my life, it is that I have never paltered or compromised with religious matters, that I have always weighed them very seriously, and that there was something in me which made it absolutely impossible, even when my most immediate interests were concerned, to say anything about them save that which I, in the depth of my being, really believed to be true. Judging it thus by all the new knowledge which came to me, both from my reading and from my studies, I found that the foundations not only of Roman Catholicism, but of the whole Christian faith, as presented to me in 19th century theology, were so weak that my mind could not build upon them. It is to be remembered that these were the years when Huxley, Tyndall, Darwin, Herbert Spencer, and John Stuart Mill were our chief philosophers, and that even the man in the street felt the strong, sweeping current of their thought, while to the young student, eager and impressionable, it was overwhelming. I know now that their negative attitude was even more mistaken, and very much more dangerous than the positive positions which they attacked with such destructive criticism. The gap had opened between our fathers and ourselves so suddenly and completely that when a Gladstone wrote to uphold the Gadarene swine, the 6 days of creation, the younger student rightly tittered over his arguments, and it did not need a Huxley to demolish them. I can see now very clearly how deplorable it is that manifest absurdities should be allowed to continue without even a footnote to soften them in sacred text, because it has the effect that what is indeed sacred becomes overlaid, and one can easily be persuaded that what is false in parts can have no solid binding force. There are no worse enemies of true religion than those who clamour against all revisions or modification of that strange mass of superbly good and questionable matter, which we all lump together into a single volume as if there were the same value to all of it. It is not solid gold, but gold in clay. And if this be understood, the earnest seeker will not cast it aside when he comes upon the clay, but will value the gold the more in that he has himself separated it. It was then all Christianity and not Roman Catholicism alone which had alienated my mind and driven me to an agnosticism which never for an instant degenerated into atheism, for I had a very keen perception of the wonderful poise of the universe and the tremendous power of conception and sustenance which it implied. I was reverent in all my doubts, and never ceased to think upon the matter, but the more I thought, the more confirmed became my nonconformity. In a broad sense, I was a Unitarian, save that I regarded the Bible with more criticism than Unitarians usually show. This negative position was so firm that it seemed to me to be a terminus, whereas it proved only a junction on the road of life where I was destined to change from the old well-worn line onto a new one. Every materialist, as I can now clearly see, is a case of arrested development. He has cleared his ruins, but has not begun to build that which would shelter him. As to psychic knowledge, I knew it only by the account of exposures in the police courts and the usual wild and malicious statements in the public press. Years were to pass before I understood that in that direction might be found the positive proofs which I constantly asserted were the only conditions upon which I could resume any sort of allegiance to the unseen. I must have definite demonstration, for if it were to be a matter of faith, then I might as well go back to the faith of my fathers. Never will I accept anything which cannot be proved to me. The evils of religion have all come from accepting things which cannot be proved. So I said at the time, and I have been true to my resolve. I would not give the impression that my life was gloomy or morbidly thoughtful because it chanced that I had some extra cares and some worrying thoughts. I had an eager nature which missed nothing in the way of fun, which could be gathered, and I had a great capacity for enjoyment. I read much. I played games all I could. I danced, and I sampled the drama whenever I had a sixpence to carry me to the gallery. On one occasion I got into a row which might have been serious. I was waiting on the gallery steps with a great line of people, the shut door still facing us. There were half a dozen soldiers in the crowd, and one of these squeezed a girl up against a wall in such a way that she began to scream. As I was near them I asked the man to be more gentle, on which he dug his elbow with all his force into my ribs. He turned on me as he did so, and I hit him with both hands in the face. He bored into me and pushed me up into the angle of the door, but I had a grip of him and he could not hit me, though he tried to kick me in cowardly fashion with his knee. Several of his comrades threatened me, and one hit me on the head with his cane, cracking my hat. At this moment, luckily, the door opened, and the rush of the crowd carried the soldiers on, one sympathetic corporal saying, "Take your breath, sir, take your breath." I threw my man through the open door and came home, for it was clearly asking for trouble if I remained. It was good escape from an awkward business. And now I come to the first real outstanding adventure in my life, which is worthy of a fresh chapter and of a more elaborate treatment. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by a fine voice. Chapter 4. Whaling in the Arctic Ocean. The Hope. John Gray. Boxing. The Terrible Mate. Our Criminal. First Sight of a Woman. A Hurricane. Dangers of the Fishing. 3 Dips in the Arctic. The Idler's Boat. Whale Taking. Glamour of the Arctic. Effect of Voyage. It was in the Hope, under the command of the well-known whaler John Gray, that I paid a 7-months visit to the Arctic seas in the year 1880. I went in the capacity of a surgeon, but as I was only 20 years of age when I started, and as my knowledge of medicine was that of an average third-year's student, I have often thought that it was as well that there was no very serious call upon my services. It came about in this way. One raw afternoon in Edinburgh, whilst I was sitting reading hard for one of those examinations which blight the life of a medical student, there entered to me one Curry, a fellow student with whom I had some slight acquaintance. The monstrous question which he asked drove all thought of my studies out of my head. "Would you care," said he, "to start next week for a whaling cruise? You'll be surgeon, £2.10 a month, and 3 shillings a ton oil money." "How do you know I'll get the berth?" was my natural question. "Because I have it myself. I find at this last moment that I can't go, and I want to get a man to take my place." "How about an Arctic kit?" "You can have mine." In an instant the thing was settled, and within a few minutes the current of my life had been deflected into a new channel. In little more than a week I was in Peterhead, busily engaged, with the help of the steward, in packing away my scanty belongings in the locker beneath my bunk on the good ship Hope. I speedily found that the chief duty of the surgeon was to be the companion of the captain, who was cut off by the etiquette of the trade from anything but very brief and technical talks with his other officers. I should have found it intolerable if the captain had been a bad fellow, but John Gray of the Hope was a really splendid man, a grand seaman and a serious-minded Scot, so that he and I formed a comradeship which was never marred during our long tete-a-tete. I see him now, his ruddy face, his grizzled hair and beard, his very light blue eyes, always looking into far spaces, and his erect muscular figure. Taciturn, sardonic, stern on occasion, but always a good just man at bottom. There was one curious thing about the manning of the Hope. The man who signed on as first mate was a little decrepit broken fellow, absolutely incapable of performing the duties. The cook's assistant, on the other hand, was a giant of a man, red-bearded, bronzed, with huge limbs, and a voice of thunder. But the moment that the ship cleared the harbour, the little decrepit mate disappeared into the cook's galley and acted as scullery boy for the voyage, while the mighty scullery boy walked aft and became chief mate. The fact was that the one had the certificate but was past sailoring, while the other could neither read nor write, but was as fine a seaman as ever lived. So by an agreement to which everybody concerned was party, they swapped their berths when they were at sea. Colin Maclean, with his 6 foot of stature, his erect stalwart figure, and his fierce red beard pouring out from between the flaps of his sealing cap, was an officer by natural selection, which is a higher title than that of a Board of Trade certificate. His only fault was that he was a very hot-blooded man, and that a little would excite him to a frenzy. I have a vivid recollection of an evening which I spent in dragging him off the steward, who had imprudently made some criticism upon his way of attacking a whale which had escaped. Both men had some rum, which had made the one argumentative and the other violent, and as we were all three seated in a space of about 7 by 4, it took some hard work to prevent bloodshed. Every now and then, just as I thought all danger was past, the steward would begin again with his fatuous, "No offence, Colin, but all I says is that if you'd been a bit quicker on the fush—" I don't know how often this sentence was begun, but never once was it ended, for at the word fush, Colin always seized him by the throat, and I Colin round the waist, and we struggled until we were all panting and exhausted. Then, when the steward had recovered a little breath, he would start that miserable sentence once more, and the fush would be the signal for another encounter. I really believe that if I had not been there, the mate would have hurt him, for he was quite the angriest man that I have ever seen. There were 50 men upon our whaler, of whom half were Scotchmen and half Shetlanders, whom we picked up at Lerwick as we passed. The Shetlanders were the steady and more tractable, quiet, decent and soft-spoken, while the Scotch seamen were more likely to give trouble, but also more virile and of stronger character. The officers and harpooners were all Scotch, but as ordinary seamen, and especially as boatmen, the Shetlanders were as good as could be wished. There was only one man on board who belonged neither to Scotland nor to Shetland, and he was the mystery of the ship. He was a tall, swarthy, dark-eyed man with blue-black hair and beard, singularly handsome features, and a curious reckless sling of his shoulders when he walked. It was rumoured that he came from the south of England, and that he had fled thence to avoid the law. He made friends with no one, and spoke very seldom, but he was one of the smartest seamen in the ship. I could believe from his appearance that his temper was satanic, and that the crime for which he was hiding may have been a bloody one. Only once he gave us a glimpse of his hidden fires. The cook, a very burly, powerful man, the little mate was only assistant, had a private store of rum, and treated himself so liberally to it that for 3 successive days the dinner of the crew was ruined. On the 3rd day our silent outlaw approached the cook with a brass saucepan in his hand. He said nothing, but he struck the man such a frightful blow that his head flew through the bottom, and the sides of the pan were left dangling round his neck. The half-drunken, half-stunned cook talked of fighting, but he was soon made to feel that the sympathy of the ship was against him, so he reeled back, grumbling, to his duties while the Avenger relapsed into his usual moody indifference. We heard no further complaints of the cooking. I have spoken of the steward, and as I look back at that long voyage, during which for 7 months we never set foot on land, The kindly open face of Jack Lamb comes back to me. He had a beautiful and sympathetic tenor voice, and many an hour have I listened to it with its accompaniment of rattling plates and jingling knives as he cleaned up the dishes in his pantry. He had a great memory for pathetic and sentimental songs, and it is only when you have not seen a woman's face for 6 months that you realise what sentiment means. When Jack trilled out, "Her bright smile haunts me still," or "Wait for me at heaven's gate, sweet Belle Mahone," he filled us all with a vague sweet discontent which comes back to me now as I think of it. To appreciate a woman one has to be out of sight of one for 6 months. I can well remember that as we rounded the north of Scotland on our return, we dipped our flag to the lighthouse, being only some hundreds of yards from the shore. A figure emerged to answer our salute, and the excited whisper ran through the ship, "It's a woman!" The captain was on the bridge with his telescope. I had the binoculars in the bows. Everyone was staring. She was well over 50, short skirts and sea boots, but she was a woman. Anything in a much, the sailors used to say, and I was of the same way of thinking. However, all this has come before its time. It was, I find by my log, on February 28th at 2 p.m. that we sailed from Peterhead amid a great crowd and uproar. The decks were as clean as a yacht, and it was very unlike my idea of a whaler. We ran straight into bad weather, and the glass went down at one time to 28.375, which is the lowest reading I can remember in all my ocean wanderings. We just got into Lerwick Harbour before the full force of the hurricane broke, which was so great that, lying at anchor with bare poles and partly screened, we were blown over to an acute angle. If it had taken us a few hours earlier, we should certainly have lost our boats, and the boats are the life of a whaler. It was March 11th before the weather moderated enough to let us get on, and by that time there were 20 whalers in the bay, so that our setting forth was quite an occasion. That night, and for a day longer, the Hope had to take refuge in the lee of one of the outlying islands. I got ashore and wandered among peat bogs, meeting strange, barbarous, kindly people who knew nothing of the world. I was led back to the ship by a wild, long-haired girl holding a torch, for the peat holes make it dangerous at night. I can see her now, her tangled black hair, her bare legs, madder-stained petticoat, and wild features under the glare of the torch. I spoke to one old man there who asked me the news. I said, "The Tay Bridge is down," which was then a fairly stale item. He said, "Hey, have they built a brig over the Tay?" After that I felt inclined to tell him about the Indian Mutiny. What surprised me most in the Arctic regions was the rapidity with which you reached them. I had never realised that they lie at our very doors. I think that we were only 4 days out from Shetland when we were among the drift ice. I awoke one morning to hear the bump-bump of the floating pieces against the side of the ship, and I went on deck to see the whole sea covered with them to the horizon. Their dazzling whiteness made the sea seem bluer by contrast, and with the blue sky above, and that glorious Arctic air in one's nostrils, it was a morning to remember. Once on one of the swaying rocking pieces we saw a huge seal, sleek, sleepy and imperturbable, looking up with the utmost assurance at the ship, as if it knew that the close time had still 3 weeks to run. Further on we saw on the ice the long human-like prints of a bear. All this with the snowdrops of Scotland still fresh in our glasses in the cabin. I have spoken about the close time, and I may explain that by an agreement between the Norwegian and British governments, the subjects of both nations are forbidden to kill a seal before April 3rd. The reason for this is that the breeding season is in March, and if the mothers should be killed before the young are able to take care of themselves, the race would soon become extinct. For breeding purposes, the seals all come together at a variable spot, which is evidently pre-arranged among them, and as this place can be anywhere within many hundreds of square miles of floating ice, it is no easy matter for the fisher to find it. The means by which he sets about it are simple but ingenious. As the ship makes its way through the loose ice streams, a school of seals is observed travelling through the water. Their direction is carefully taken by compass and marked upon the chart. An hour afterwards, perhaps another school is seen. This is also marked. When these bearings have been taken several times, The various lines upon the chart are prolonged until they intersect. At this point or near it, it is likely that the main pack of the seals will be found. When you do come upon it, it is a wonderful sight. I suppose it is the largest assembly of creatures upon the face of the world, and this upon the open ice fields, hundreds of miles from the Greenland coast. Somewhere between 71 degrees and 75 degrees is the rendezvous, and the longitude is even vaguer, but the seals have no difficulty in finding the address. From the crow's nest at the top of the main mast, one can see no end of them. On the furthest visible ice, one can still see that sprinkling of pepper grains, and the young lie everywhere also, snow-white slugs with a little black nose and large dark eyes. Their half-human cries fill the air, and when you are sitting in the cabin of a ship which is in the heart of the seal pack, you would think you were next door to a monstrous nursery. The Hope was one of the first to find the seal pack that year, but before the day came when hunting was allowed, we had a succession of strong gales, followed by a severe roll, which tilted the floating ice and launched the young seals prematurely into the water. And so when the law at last allowed us to begin work, nature had left us with very little work to do. However, at dawn upon the 3rd, the ship's company took to the ice and began to gather in its murderous harvest. It is brutal work, though not more brutal than that which goes on to supply every dinner table in the country. And yet those glaring crimson pools upon the dazzling white of the ice fields, under the peaceful silence of a blue Arctic sky, did seem a horrible intrusion. But an inexorable demand creates an inexorable supply, and the seals, by their death, help to give a living to the long line of seamen, dockers, tanners, curers, tryers, chandlers, leather merchants and oil sellers, who stand between this annual butchery on the one hand and the exquisite with his soft leather boots, or the savant using a delicate oil for his philosophical instruments upon the other. I have cause to remember that first day of sealing on account of the adventures which befell me. I have said that a strong swell had arisen, and as this was dashing the floating ice together, the captain thought it dangerous for an inexperienced man to venture upon it. And so, just as I was clambering over the bulwarks with the rest, he ordered me back, and told me to remain on board. My remonstrances were useless, and at last, in the blackest of tempers, I seated myself upon the top of the bulwarks, with my feet dangling over the outer side, and there I nursed my wrath, swinging up and down with the roll of the ship. It chanced, however, that I was really seated upon a thin sheet of ice, which had formed upon the wood, and so when the swell threw her over to a particularly acute angle, I shot off and vanished into the sea between two ice blocks. As I rose, I clawed onto one of these, and soon scrambled on board again. The accident brought about what I wished, however, for the captain remarked that as I was bound to fall into the ocean in any case, I might just as well be on the ice as on the ship. I justified his original caution by falling in twice again during the day, and I finished it ignominiously by having to take to my bed while all my clothes were drying in the engine room. I was consoled for my misfortunes by finding that they amused the captain to such an extent that they drove the ill success of our sealing out of his head, and I had to answer to the name of the Great Northern Diver for a long time thereafter. I had a narrow escape once through stepping backwards over the edge of a piece of floating ice when I was engaged in skinning a seal. I had wandered away from the others, and no one saw my misfortune. The face of the ice was so even that I had no purchase by which to pull myself up, and my body was rapidly becoming numb in the freezing water. At last, however, I caught hold of the hind flipper of the dead seal, and there was a kind of nightmare tug-of-war, the question being whether I should pull the seal off or pull myself on. At last, however, I got my knee over the edge and rolled onto it. I remember that my clothes were as hard as a suit of armour by the time I reached the ship, and that I had to thaw my crackling garments before I could change them. This April sealing is directed against the mothers and young. Then in May the sealer goes further north, and about latitude 77 degrees or 78 degrees he comes upon the old male seals, who are by no means such easy victims. They are wary creatures, and it takes good long-range shooting to bag them. Then in June the sealing is over, and the ship bears away further north still, until in the 79th or 80th degree she is in the best Greenland whaling latitudes. There we stayed for 3 months or so with very wearing fortunes, for though we pursued many whales, only 4 were slain. There are 8 boats on board a whaler, but it is usual to send out only 7, for it takes 6 men to man each, so that when 7 are out, no one is left on board save the so-called idlers, who have not signed to do seaman's work at all. It happened, however, that aboard the Hope the idlers were rather a hefty crowd, so we volunteered to man the odd boat, and we made it, in our own estimation at least, one of the most efficient, both in sealing and in whaling. The steward, the second engineer, the donkey engine man and I were the oars, with a red-headed Highlander for harpooner, and the handsome outlaw to steer. Our tally of seals was high, and in whaling we were once the lancing and once the harpooning boat, so our record was good. So congenial was the work to me that Captain Grey was good enough to offer to make me harpooner as well as surgeon, with the double pay if I would come with him on a second voyage. It is well that I refused, for the life is dangerously fascinating. It is exciting work pulling onto a whale. Your own back is turned to him, and all you know about him is what you read upon the face of the boat steerer. He is staring out over your head, watching the creature as it swims slowly through the water, raising his hand now and again as a signal to stop rowing when he sees that the eye is coming round, and then resuming the stealthy approach when the whale is end on. There are so many floating pieces of ice that as long as the oars are quiet, the boat alone will not cause the creature to dive. So you creep slowly up, and at last you are so near that the boat steerer knows that you can get there before the creature has time to dive, for it takes some little time to get that huge body into motion. You see a sunken gleam in his eyes and a flush in his cheeks, and it's, "Give way, boys! Give way all! Hard!" Click goes the trigger of the big harpoon gun, and the foam flies from your oars. 6 strokes perhaps, and then with a dull greasy squelch the bows run upon something soft, and you and your oars are sent flying in every direction. But little you care for that, for as you touch the whale you have heard the crash of the gun, and know that the harpoon has been fired point blank into the huge lead-coloured curve of its side. The creature sinks like a stone. The bows of the boat splash down into the water again, but there is the little red jack, flying from the centre thwart to show that you are fast, and there is the line whizzing swiftly under the seats and over the bows between your outstretched feet. And this is the great element of danger, for it is rarely indeed that the whale has spirit enough to turn upon its enemies. The line is very carefully coiled by a special man named the line coiler, and it is warranted not to kink. If it should happen to do so, however, and if the loop catches the limbs of any one of the boat's crew, that man goes to his death so rapidly that his comrades hardly know that he is gone. It is a waste of fish to cut the line, for the victim is already hundreds of fathoms deep. "Hold your hand, mon," cried the harpooner, as the seaman raised his knife on such an occasion. "The fush will be a fine thing for the widdy." It sounds callous, but there was philosophy at the base of it. This is the harpooning, and that boat has no more to do. But the lancing, when the weary fish is killed with the cold steel, is more exciting, because it is a more prolonged experience. You may be for half an hour so near to the creature that you can lay your hand upon its slimy side. The whale appears to have but little sensibility to pain, for it never winces when the long lances are passed through its body, but its instinct urges it to get its tail to work on the boats, and yours urges you to keep poling and boat hooking along its side, so as to retain your safe position near its shoulder. Even there, however, we found on one occasion that we were not quite out of danger's way, for the creature in its flurry raised its huge side flapper and poised it over the boat. One flap would have sent us to the bottom of the sea, and I can never forget how, as we pushed our way from under, each of us held one hand up to stave off that great threatening fin, as if any strength of ours could have availed if the whale had meant it to descend. But it was spent with loss of blood, and instead of coming down, the fin rolled over the other way, and we knew that it was dead. Who would swap that moment for any other triumph that sport can give? The peculiar other-world feeling of the Arctic regions, a feeling so singular that if you have once been there the thought of it haunts you all your life, is due largely to the perpetual daylight. Night seems more orange-tinted and subdued than day, but there is no great difference. Some captains have been known to turn their hours right round out of caprice, with breakfast at night and supper at 10 in the morning. There are your 24 hours, and you may carve them as you like. After a month or two the eyes grow weary of the eternal light, and you appreciate what a soothing thing our darkness is. I can remember as we came abreast of Iceland on our return, catching our first glimpse of a star, and being unable to take my eyes from it. It seemed such a dainty little twinkling thing. Half the beauties of nature are lost through over-familiarity. Your sense of loneliness also heightens the effect of the Arctic seas. When we were in whaling latitudes, it is probable that with the exception of our consort, there was no vessel within 800 miles of us. For 7 long months, no letter and no news came to us from the southern world. We had left in exciting times. The Afghan campaign had been undertaken, and war seemed imminent with Russia. We returned opposite the mouth of the Baltic without any means of knowing whether some cruiser might not treat us as we had treated the whales. When we met a fishing boat at the north of Shetland, our first inquiry was as to peace or war. Great events had happened during those 7 months. The defeat of Maiwand and the famous march of Roberts from Kabul to Kandahar, but it was all haze to us, and to this day I have never been able to get that particular bit of military history straightened out in my own mind. The perpetual light, the glare of the white ice, the deep blue of the water, these are the things which one remembers most clearly, and the dry, crisp, exhilarating air, which makes mere life the keenest of pleasures. And then there are the innumerable seabirds whose call is forever ringing in your ears. The gulls, the fulmars, the snowbirds, the burgomasters, the loons, and the rotjes. These fill the air, and below the waters are forever giving you a peep of some strange new creature. The commercial whale may not often come your way, but his less valuable brethren abound on every side. The finner shows his 90 feet of worthless tallow, with the absolute conviction that no whaler would condescend to lower a boat for him. The misshapen hunchback whale, the ghost-like white whale, the narwhal with his unicorn horn, the queer-looking bottlenose, the huge, sluggish Greenland shark, and the terrible killing grampus, the most formidable of all the monsters of the deep. These are the creatures who own those unsailed seas. On the ice are the seals, the saddlebacks, the ground seals, and the huge bladder noses, 12 feet from nose to tail, with the power of blowing up a great blood-red football upon their noses when they are angry, which they usually are. Occasionally one sees a white Arctic fox upon the ice, and everywhere are the bears. The floes in the neighbourhood of the sealing ground are all criss-crossed with their tracks. Poor harmless creatures with the lurch and roll of a deep-sea mariner. It is for the sake of the seals that they come out over those hundreds of miles of ice, and they have a very ingenious method of catching them, for they will choose a big ice field with just one blowhole for seals in the middle of it. Here the bear will squat with its powerful forearms crooked around the hole. Then, when the seal's head pops up, the great paws snap together and Bruin has got his luncheon. We used occasionally to burn some of the cook's refuse in the engine-room fires, and the smell would in a few hours bring up every bear for many miles to leeward of us. Though 20 or 30 whales have been taken in a single year in the Greenland seas, it is probable that the great slaughter of last century has diminished their number until there are not more than a few hundreds in existence. I mean, of course, of the right whale, for the others, as I have said, abound. It is difficult to compute the numbers of a species which comes and goes over great tracts of water and among huge ice fields, but the fact that the same whale is often pursued by the same whaler upon successive trips shows how limited their number must be. There was one, I remember, which was conspicuous through having a huge wart, the size and shape of a beehive, upon one of the flukes of its tail. "I've been after that fellow 3 times," said the captain, as we dropped our boats. "He got away in 71. In 74 we had him fast, but the harpoon drew. In 76 a fog saved him. It's odds that we have him now. I fancied that the betting lay rather the other way myself, and so it proved, for that warty tail is still thrashing the Arctic seas for all that I know to the contrary. I shall never forget my own first sight of a right whale. It had been seen by the lookout on the other side of a small ice field, but had sunk as we all rushed on deck. For 10 minutes we awaited its reappearance, and I had taken my eyes from the place when a general gasp of astonishment made me glance up, and there was the whale in the air. Its tail was curved just as a trout's is in jumping, and every bit of its glistening lead-coloured body was clear of the water. It was little wonder that I should be astonished, for the captain, after 30 voyages, had never seen such a sight. On catching it, we discovered that it was very thickly covered with a red, crab-like parasite, about the size of a shilling, and we conjectured that it was the irritation of these creatures which had driven it wild. If a man had short, nailless flippers and a prosperous family of fleas upon his back, he would appreciate the situation. Apart from sport, there is a glamour about those circumpolar regions, which must affect everyone who has penetrated to them. My heart goes out to that old grey-headed whaling captain who, having been left for an instant when at death's door, staggered off in his night gear and was found by nurses far from his house and still, as he mumbled, pushing to the Norwood. So an Arctic fox, which a friend of mine endeavoured to tame, escaped, and was caught many months afterwards in a gamekeeper's trap in Caithness. It was also pushing northward, though who can say by what strange compass it took its bearings? It is a region of purity, of white ice and of blue water, with no human dwelling within 1,000 miles, to sully the freshness of the breeze which blows across the ice fields. And then it is a region of romance also. You stand on the very brink of the unknown, and every duck that you shoot bears pebbles in its gizzard, which come from a land which the maps know not. It was a strange and fascinating chapter of my life. I went on board the whaler a big straggling youth. I came off it a powerful, well-grown man. I have no doubt that my physical health during my whole life has been affected by that splendid air, and that the inexhaustible store of energy which I have enjoyed is to some extent drawn from the same source. It was mental and spiritual stagnation, or even worse, for there is a coarsening effect in so circumscribed a life, with comrades who were fine, brave fellows, but naturally rough and wild. However, I had my health to show for it, and also more money than I had ever possessed before. I was still boyish in many ways, and I remember that I concealed gold pieces in every pocket of every garment, that my mother might have the excitement of hunting for them. It added some £50 to her small exchequer. Now I had a straight run in to my final examination, which I passed with fair, but not notable, distinction at the end of the winter session of 1881. I was now a Bachelor of Medicine and a Master of Surgery, fairly launched upon my professional career. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by a fine voice. Chapter 5. The Voyage to West Africa. The Mayumba, Fearful Weather, An Escape, Hanno's Voyage, Atlantis, A Land of Death, Black Water Fever, Missionaries, Strange Fish, Danger of Luxury, A Foolish Swim, The Ship on Fire, England Once More. It had always been my intention to take a voyage as ship surgeon when I had taken my degree, as I could in this way see something of the world, and at the same time earn a little of the money which I so badly needed if I were ever to start in practice for myself. When a man is in the very early 20s, he will not be taken seriously as a practitioner, and though I looked old for my age, it was clear that I had to fill in my time in some other way. My plans were all exceedingly fluid, and I was ready to join the Army, Navy, Indian Service, or anything which offered an opening. I had no reason to think that I would find a billet upon a passenger ship, and had nearly forgotten that I had my name down when I suddenly received a telegram telling me to come to Liverpool and to take medical charge of the African Steam Navigation Company's Mayumba, bound for the west coast. In a week I was there, and on October 22nd, 1881, we started on our voyage. The Mayumba was a trim little steamer of about 4,000 tons, a giant after my experience in the 200-ton whaler. She was built for commerce, carrying mixed cargoes to the coast and coming back with palm oil in puncheons, palm nuts in bulk, ivory and other tropical products. What with whale oil and palm oil, there certainly seemed to be something greasy about my horoscope. There was room for 20 or 30 passengers, and it was for their behoof that I was paid some £12 a month. It was well that we were seaworthy, for we put out in a violent gale, which became so bad as we emerged from the Mersey that we were forced into Holyhead for the night. Next day, in violent thick weather with a strong sea running, we made our way down the Irish Sea. I shall always believe that I may have saved the ship from disaster, for as I was standing near the officer of the watch, I suddenly caught sight of a lighthouse standing out in a rift in the fog. It was on the port side, and I could not imagine how any lighthouse could be on the port side of a ship which was, as I knew, well down on the Irish coast. I hate to be an alarmist, so I simply touched the mate's sleeve, pointed to the dim outline of the lighthouse and said, "Is that all right?" He fairly jumped as his eye lit upon it, and he gave a yell to the men at the wheel and rang a violent signal to the engine room. The lighthouse, if I remember right, was the Tusker, and we were heading right into a rocky promontory which was concealed by the rain and fog. I have been lucky in my captains, for Captain Gordon Wallace was one of the best. We have kept in touch during the later years. Our passengers were mostly from Madeira, but there were some pleasant ladies bound for the coast, and some unpleasant Negro traders whose manners and bearing were objectionable, but who were patrons of the line and must therefore be tolerated. Some of these palm oil chiefs and traders have incomes of many thousands a year, but as they have no cultivated tastes, they can only spend their money on drink, debauchery, and senseless extravagance. One of them, I remember, had a choice selection of the demi-monde of Liverpool to see him off. The storms followed us all the way down the channel and across the bay, which is normal, I suppose, at such a time of year. Everyone was seasick, so as doctor I had some work to do. However, before we reached Madeira, we ran into fine weather, and all our troubles were soon forgotten. One never realises the comfort of a dry deck until one has been ankle deep for a week. I missed the sea boots and rough and ready dress of the whaler, for when one is in blue serge and gilt buttons, one does not care to take a ducking. Just as we thought, however, that we were all right, a worse gale than ever broke over us. The wind luckily behind us, so that it helped us on our way. With jib, trysail and main staysail, which was as much as we could stand, we lurched and staggered, swept every now and then by the big Atlantic combers, which were phosphorescent at night, so that flames of liquid fire came coursing down the decks. Very glad we were when, after a week of storm, we saw the rugged peaks of Porto Sancto, an outlier of Madeira, and finally came to anchor in Funchal Bay. It was dark when we reached our moorings, and it was good to see the lights of the town and the great dark loom of the hills behind it. A lunar rainbow spanned the whole scene, a rare phenomenon which I have never seen before or since. Tenerife was our next stopping place, Santa Cruz being the port of call. In those days it did a great trade in cochineal, which was derived from an insect cultivated on the cacti. When dried, they furnished the dye, and a packet of the creatures averaged £350 at that time. But now I suppose that the German aniline dyes have killed the trade as completely as whaling has been killed by the mineral. A day later we were at Las Palmas, capital of Gran Canaria, whence, looking back, we had a fine view of the famous Tenerife Peak, some 60 miles away. Leaving Las Palmas, we were in the delightful region of the northeast trade winds, the most glorious part of the ocean, seldom rough, yet always lively, with foam-capped seas and a clear sky. Day by day it grew hotter, however, and when we lost the trades and sighted the Ile de Los off the Sierra Leone coast, I began to realize what the tropics meant. when you feel your napkin at meals to be an intolerable thing, and when you find that it leaves a wet wheal across your white duck trousers, then you know that you really have arrived. On November 9th, we reached Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, our first port of call upon the African main. A lovely spot, but a place of death. Here our ladies left us, and indeed it was sad to see them go, for female lives are even shorter than male upon the coast. I speak of the days of malaria and black water fever, before Ronald Ross and others had done their great work of healing and prevention. It was a truly dreadful place in the early 80s, and the despair which reigned in the hearts of the white people made them take liberties with alcohol which they would not have dared to take in a healthier place. A year's residence seemed to be about the limit of human endurance. I remember meeting one healthy-looking resident who told me that he had been there 3 years. When I congratulated him, he shook his head. "I am a doomed man. I have advanced Bright's disease," said he. One wondered whether the colonies were really worth the price we had to pay. From Sierra Leone we steamed to Monrovia, which is the capital of the Negro Republic of Liberia, which, as the name implies, was founded mainly by escaped slaves. So far as I could see, it was orderly enough, though all small communities which take themselves seriously have a comic aspect. Thus, at the time of the Franco-German War, Liberia is said to have sent out its single customs boat, which represented its official navy, and stopped the British mail ship in order to send word to Europe that it did not intend to interfere in the matter. It is a very monotonous view, for whether it is the Ivory Coast or the Gold Coast or the Liberian shore, it always presents the same features: burning sunshine, a long swell breaking into a white line of surf, a margin of golden sand, and then the low green bush with an occasional palm tree rising above it. If you have seen a mile, you have seen 1,000. As I write now, these ports at which we stopped, Grand Bassam, Cape Palmas, Accra, Cape Coast Castle, all form the same picture in my mind. One incident only I can remember. At some small village, the name of which I have forgotten, there came off a tall young Welshman in a state of furious excitement. His niggers had mutinied, and he was in fear of his life. "There they are, waiting for me," he cried, and pointed to a dusky group upon the distant beach. We offered to take him on, but he could not leave his property, so all we could do was to promise to send a gunboat up from Cape Coast Castle. I have often wondered how such people got on after the German menace compelled us to draw in all our outlying fleets. This coast is dotted at night with native fires, some of them of great extent, arising no doubt from their habit of burning the grass. It is interesting that in Hanno's account of his journey down the coast, the only piece of Carthaginian literature which has reached us, he talks also of the fires which he saw at night. As he speaks of guerrillas, it is probable that he got as far as the Gaboon, or south of the line. He saw great volcanic activity, and the remains of it is still visible at Fernando Po, which is almost all volcanic. In Hanno's time, however, the hills were actually spouting fire, and the country was a sea of flame, so that he dare not set foot on shore. I have wondered sometimes whether the last cataclysm at Atlantis may not have been much later than we think. The account of Plato puts it at about 9000 BC, but it may well have been a gradual thing, and the last spasm have been that of which Hanno saw the traces. All this activity which he described is exactly opposite the spot where the old continent was supposed to have been. Our ships have rough and ready ways as they jog down the coast. Once we moved on while 100 native visitors were still on board. It was funny to see them dive off and make for their canoes. One of them had a tall hat, an umbrella, and a large coloured picture of the Saviour, all of which he had bought at the trading booths which the men rig up in the forecastle. These impedimenta did not prevent him from swimming to his boat. At another minor port, since we were pressed for time, we simply threw our consignment of barrel staves overboard, knowing that soon or late they would wash up on the beach, though how the real owner could make good his claim to them, I do not know. Occasionally the native scores in this game. Some years ago, before Dahomey was annexed by the French, the captain took the oil casks on board at Wydar by means of a long rope and a donkey engine, an ingenious way of avoiding the surf, which came to a sudden stop when a company of the famous Amazons appeared and threatened to fire upon the ship if they did not pay their dues to the surf boats in the ordinary fashion. I had myself to pay my dues to the climate, for on November 18th I find an eloquent gap in my diary. We had reached Lagos, and there, rolling in a greasy swell off that huge lagoon, the germ or the mosquito or whatever it was reached me, and I was down with a very sharp fever. I remember staggering to my bunk, and then all was blotted out. As I was myself doctor, there was no one to look after me, and I lay for several days fighting it out with death in a very small ring, without a second. It speaks well for my constitution that I came out a victor. I remember no psychic experience, no vision, no fears, nothing save a nightmare fog, from which I emerged as weak as a child. It must have been a close call, and I had scarcely sat up before I heard that another victim, who got it at the same time, was dead. A week later found me, convalescent and full of energy once more, up the Bonny River, which certainly never got its name from the Scottish adjective, for it is in all ways hateful, with its brown-smelling stream and its mango swamps. The natives were all absolute savages, offering up human sacrifices to sharks and crocodiles. The captain had heard the screams of the victims and seen them dragged down to the water's edge, while on another occasion he had seen the protruding skull of a man who had been buried in an ant-heap. It is all very well to make game of the missionaries, but how could such people ever be improved if it were not for the labours of devoted men? We called at Fernando Po and later at Victoria, a lovely little settlement upon the main, with the huge peak of the Cameroons rising behind it. A dear homely Scotch lassie was playing the part of missionary there, and if she did not evangelise, she at least civilised, which is more important. It lies in a beautiful bay studded with islands and well wooded all round. For some reason the whole style of the scenery changes completely here, and it is the more welcome after the 1,000 miles of monotony to the north. All this land went, for some reason, to Germany later, and has now reverted to the French, who are not as a rule good colonial neighbours. I went ashore at Victoria, and I cannot forget my thrill when what I thought was a good-sized bluebird passed me, and I found that it was a butterfly. To reach Old Calabar we had to steam for 60 miles up the Old Calabar River, the channel lying so near the shore that we brushed the trees on one side. I lay in wait with my rifle, but though I saw the swirl of several alligators, none emerged. Old Calabar seemed the largest and most prosperous place we had visited, but here also the hand of death was over all, and it was eat, drink and be merry, for the old and unsatisfactory reason. Here again we met one of these young lady pioneers of civilization. Civilization is the better, but it is a stern and dreadful call which summons a woman to such a work. Getting a canoe, I ascended the river for several miles to a place called Creektown. Dark and terrible mangrove swamps lay on either side, with gloomy shades where nothing that is not horrible could exist. It is indeed a foul place. Once in an isolated tree, standing in a flood, I saw an evil-looking snake, worm-coloured and about 3 feet long. I shot him and saw him drift downstream. I learned later in life to give up killing animals, but I confess that I have no particular compunctions about that one. Creektown is in native territory, and the king sent down a peremptory order that we should report ourselves to him, but as it sounded ominous and might mean a long delay, we got our paddles out and were soon back in British waters. I had a curious experience one morning. A large ribbon-shaped fish, about 3 or 4 feet long, came up and swam upon the surface near the ship. Having my gun handy, I shot it. I don't think 5 seconds could have elapsed before another larger and thicker fish, a big catfish I should say, darted up from the depths, seized the wounded fish by the middle and dragged it down. So murderous is the food search, and so keen the watch in nature. I saw something similar in the mixed tank of an aquarium once, where a fish stunned himself by swimming against the glass front, and was instantly seized and devoured by his neighbour. A strange fish to which I was introduced at Calabar was the electrical torpedo fish. It is handed to you in an earthenware saucer, a quiet little drab creature about 5 inches long, and you are asked to tickle its back. Then you learn exactly how high you can jump. The death-like impression of Africa grew upon me. One felt that the white man with his present diet and habits was an intruder who was never meant to be there, and that the great sullen brown continent killed him as one crushes nits. I find in my diary, "O Africa, where are the charms that sages have seen in thy face? Better dwell in old England on arms than be rich in that terrible place." The life aboard ship, however, was an easy and in some ways a luxurious one. Too luxurious for a young man who had his way to make in the world. Premature comfort is a deadly enervating thing. I remember considering my own future. I stood upon the poop with a raging thunderstorm around me, and seeing very clearly that 1 or 2 more such voyages would sap my simple habits, and make me unfit for the hard struggle which any sort of success would need. The idea of success in literature had never crossed my mind. It was still of medicine only that I thought, but I knew by my Birmingham experience how long and rough a path it was for those who had no influence and could not afford to buy. Then and there I vowed that I would wander no more, and that was surely one of the turning points of my life. A wander-yar is good, but 2 wander-yar may mean damnation, and it is hard to stop. I find that on the same day of fruitful meditation I swore off alcohol for the rest of the voyage. I drank quite freely at this period of my life, having a head and a constitution which made me fairly immune, but my reason told me that the unbounded cocktails of West Africa were a danger, and with an effort I cut them out. There is a certain subtle pleasure in abstinence, and it is only socially that it is difficult. If we were all abstainers as a matter of course, like the real Mahomedans, none of us would ever miss it. I did a mad thing at Cape Coast Castle, for, in a spirit either of bravado or pure folly, I swam round the ship, or at least for some length along her and back again. I suppose it was the consideration that black folk go freely into the water which induced me to do it. For some reason, white folk do not share the same immunity. As I was drying myself on deck, I saw the triangular back fin of a shark rise to the surface. Several times in my life I have done utterly reckless things with so little motive that I have found it difficult to explain them to myself afterwards. This was one of them. The most intelligent and well-read man whom I met on the coast was a Negro, the American consul at Monrovia. He came on with us as a passenger. My starved literary side was eager for good talk, and it was wonderful to sit on deck discussing Bancroft and Motley, and then suddenly realise that you were talking to one who had possibly been a slave himself, and was certainly the son of slaves. He had thought a good deal about African travel. The only way to explore Africa is to go without arms and with few servants. You would not like it in England if a body of men came armed to the teeth and marched through your land. The Africans are quite as sensitive. It was the method of Livingstone as against the method of Stanley. The former takes the braver and better man. This Negro gentleman did me good, for a man's brain is an organ for the formation of his own thoughts, and also for the digestion of other people's, and it needs fresh fodder. We had, of course, books aboard the ship, but neither many nor good. I cannot trace that I made any mental or spiritual advancement during the voyage, but I added one more experience to my chaplet, and I suppose it all goes to some ultimate result in character or personality. I was a strong, full-blooded young man, full of the joy of life, with nothing of what Oliver Wendell Holmes calls pathological piety and tuberculous virtues. I was a man among men. I walked ever among pitfalls, and I thank all ministering angels that I came through, while I have a softened heart for those who did not. Our voyage home, oil gathering from port to port on the same but reversed route, was uneventful until the very last stride, when just as we were past Madeira, the ship took fire. Whether it was the combustion of coal dust has never been determined, but certainly the fire broke out in the bunkers, and as there was only a wooden partition between these bunkers and a cargo of oil, we were in deadly danger. For the first day we took it lightly as a mere smoulder, and for a second and third day we were content to seal the gratings as far as possible, to play down on it with the hose, and to shift the coal away from the oil. On the fourth morning, however, things took a sudden turn for the worse. I copy from my logbook. January 9th. I was awakened early in the morning by the purser, Tom King, poking his head in at my door and informing me that the ship was in a blaze and that all hands had been called and were working down below. I got my clothes on, but when I came on deck, nothing was to be seen of it save thick volumes of smoke from the bunker ventilators and a lurid glow down below. I offered to go down, but there seemed to be as many working as could be fitted in. I was then asked to call the passengers. I waked each in turn, and they all faced the situation very bravely and coolly. One, a Swiss, sat up in his bunk, rubbed his eyes, and in answer to my remark, "The ship is on fire," said, "I have often been on ships that were on fire. Splendid mendax, but a good spirit." All day we fought the flames, and the iron side of the ship was red hot at one point. Boats were prepared and provisioned, and no doubt at the worst we could row or sail them to Lisbon, where my dear sisters would be considerably surprised if their big brother walked in. However, we are getting the better of it, and by evening those ominous pillars of smoke were down to mere wisps. So ends an ugly business. On January 14th we were in Liverpool once more, and West Africa was but one more of the cinema reels of memory. It is, I am told, very much improved now in all things. My old friend and cricket companion, Sir Fred Guggisberg, is governor at Accra, and has asked me to see the old ground under very different auspices. I wish I could, but the sands still run, and there is much to be done. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 6. My First Experiences in Practice. A Strange Character. His Honeymoon. His Bristol Practice. Telegram from Plymouth. 6 Amusing Weeks. A Deep Plot. My Southsea Venture. Furnishing on the Cheap. The Plot Explodes. I have now come to the temporary end of my voyages, which were to be renewed in years to come, and I have reached the time when, under very curious circumstances, I endeavoured to establish myself in medical practice. In a book written some years afterwards called The Stark Munro Letters, I drew in very close detail the events of the next few years, and there the curious reader will find them more clearly and fully set out than would be to scale in these pages. I would only remark, should any reader reconstruct me or my career from that book, that there are some few incidents there which are imaginary, and that especially the whole incident of the case of a lunatic and of Lord Saltire in Chapter 4 occurred to a friend. Otherwise the whole history of my association with the man whom I called Cullingworth, his extraordinary character, our parting, and the way in which I was left to what seemed certain ruin, were all as depicted. I will here simply give the essentials of the story, and retain the fictitious name. In my last year of study at Edinburgh I formed a friendship with this remarkable student. He came of a famous medical family, his father having been a great authority upon zymotic disease. He came also of a famous athletic stock, and was a great rugby forward himself, though rather handicapped by the berserk fury with which he would play. He was up to international form, and his younger brother was reckoned by good judges to be about the best forward who ever donned the rose-embroidered jersey of England. Cullingworth was as strong mentally as physically. In person he was about 5 foot 9 inches, in height, perfectly built, with a bulldog jaw, bloodshot deep-set eyes, overhanging brows, and yellowish hair as stiff as wire, which spurted up above his brows. He was a man born for trouble and adventure, unconventional in his designs and formidable in his powers of execution. A man of action with a big but incalculable brain guiding the action. He died in early middle age, and I understand that an autopsy reveals some cerebral abnormality, so that there was no doubt a pathological element in his strange explosive character. For some reason he took a fancy to me, and appeared to attach an undue importance to my advice. When I met him first, he had just indulged in one of his wild escapades, which ended usually in a fight or in a transitory appearance in a police court, but on this occasion was more serious and permanent. He had run off with a charming young lady and married her, she being a ward in Chancery and under age. However, the deed was done, and all the lawyers in the world could not undo it, though they might punish the culprit. He told me how he and the lady had gone over a Bradshaw with the intention that when they came on a station, of which neither of them had ever heard, they would make for that place and spend their honeymoon there. They came therefore upon some awful name, Clodpole in the Marsh, or something of the kind, and there they sojourned in the village inn. Cullingworth stained his yellow hair black, but the stain took in some places and not in others, so that he looked as if he had escaped from Barnum's show. What Clodpole in the Marsh could have thought of such an extraordinary couple I cannot imagine, and it is probably the one occasion on which it ever buzzed. I cannot think of any surer way of getting publicity than that which Cullingworth took to avoid detection. In London they would have been perfectly unobserved. I remember that for years Cullingworth's hair presented curious, iridescent tints, which were the remains of his disguise. He brought his bride safely to Edinburgh, where they hired a flat and lived in it without furnishing it, save for the absolutely needful. I have dined with them there on an apple dumpling, seated on a pile of thick volumes, as there was no chair. We introduced them to a few friends, did what we could for the lonely lady, and finally they drifted off, and for a time we heard no more. Just before I started for Africa, I got a long telegram from Cullingworth imploring me to go to Bristol, as he needed my advice. I was in Birmingham, and I set forth at once. When I reached Bristol, he conducted me to a fine mansion, and there poured out his tale of woe. He had started in great style, hoping to rally the remains of his father's patients, but his money had run out. He was dunned by his tradespeople. There were no patients, and what was he to do? We had a joyous, riotous time for 2 days, for there was an exuberant atmosphere about the man which rose above all trouble. The only advice I could give was that he should make a composition with his creditors. I heard afterwards that he assembled them, addressed them in a long and emotional speech, reduced them almost to tears with his picture of the struggles of a deserving young man, and finally got a unanimous vote of confidence from them with full consent that he should pay at his own leisure. It was the sort of thing that he would do, and tell the story afterwards with a bull's roar of laughter which could be heard down the street. When I had been back a couple of months from Africa, I received another telegram. He always telegraphed and never wrote, which ran in some such way as this: "Started here last June. Colossal success. Come down by next train if possible. Plenty of room for you. Splendid opening." The telegram was stamped Plymouth. The second, even more explosive telegram upbraided me for delay and guaranteed me £300 the first year. This looked like business, so off I went. The events of the next 6 weeks in the late spring and early summer of 1882 were more fitted for some rollicking novel than for the sober pages of a veracious chronicle. The conditions which I found at Plymouth were incredible. In a short time this man, half genius and half quack, had founded a practice worth several £1,000s of ready money in the year. "Free consultations, but pay for your medicine," was his slogan, and as he charged a good price for the latter, it worked out all the same in the end. The mere words "free consultations" attracted crowds. He used drugs in a heroic and indiscriminate manner which produced dramatic results, but at an unjustifiable risk. I remember one instance where dropsy had disappeared before a severe dose of croton oil in a way that set all the gossips talking. People flocked into the town from 20 and 30 miles round, and not only his waiting rooms, but his stairs and his passages were crammed. His behaviour to them was extraordinary. He roared and shouted, scolded them, joked them, pushed them about, and pursued them sometimes into the street, or addressed them collectively from the landing. A morning with him when the practice was in full blast was as funny as any pantomime, and I was exhausted with laughter. He had a well-worn volume on medical jurisprudence, which he pretended was the Bible, and he swore old women on it that they would drink no more tea. I have no doubt he did a great deal of good, for there was reason and knowledge behind all that he did, but his manner of doing it was unorthodox in the extreme. His wife made up the prescriptions at a pigeon-hole at the end of a passage, and received the price which was marked on the label, carried down by the patient. Every evening Cullingworth walked back to his great residential house upon the Hoe, bearing his bag of silver, his coat flying, his hat on the back of his head, and his great fangs grinning up at every doctor whose disgusted face showed at a window. Cullingworth had rigged me up a room, furnished with one table and 2 chairs, in which I could take surgical or other cases which he did not care to handle. I fear that my professional manners were very unexciting after his more flamboyant efforts, which I could not imitate even if I would. I had, however, a steady dribble of patience, and it looked as if I might build something up. I went up country once and operated upon an old fellow's nose, which had contracted cancer through his holding the bowl of a short clay pipe immediately beneath it. I left him with an aristocratic, not to say supercilious organ, which was the wonder of the village, and might have been the foundation of my fame. But there were other influences at work, and the threads of fate were shooting out at strange unexpected angles. My mother had greatly resented my association with Cullingworth. Her family pride had been aroused, and justly, as I can now see, though my wanderings had left me rather too bohemian and careless upon points of etiquette. But I liked Cullingworth, and even now I can't help liking him, and I admired his strong qualities and enjoyed his company and the extraordinary situations which arose from any association with him. This resistance upon my part and my defence of my friend annoyed my mother the more, and she wrote me several letters of remonstrance which certainly dealt rather faithfully with his character, as it appeared to her. I was careless of my papers, and these letters were read both by Cullingworth and his wife. I do them no injustice in saying this, for they finally admitted it. Apparently he imagined, he was a man of strange suspicions and secret plottings, that I was a party to such sentiments, whereas they were actually called forth by my defence of him. His manner changed, and more than once I caught his fierce grey eyes looking furtively at me with a strange sullen expression, so much so that I asked him what was the matter. He was actually scheming my ruin, which would be nothing financially, since I had nothing to lose, but would be much both to my mother and me if it touched my honour. One day he came to me and told me that he thought my presence complicated his practice, and that we had better part. I agreed in all good humour, assuring him that I had not come to hurt him, and that I was very grateful for what he had done, even if it came to nothing. He then strongly advised me to go into practice myself. I replied that I had no capital. He answered that he would see to that he would allow me £1 a week until I got my feet under me, and that I could repay it at leisure. I thanked him warmly, and after looking at Tavistock, I finally decided that Portsmouth would be a good place, the only reason being that I knew the conditions at Plymouth, and Portsmouth seemed analogous. I boarded an Irish steamer, therefore, and about July of 1882 I started off by sea, with one small trunk containing all my earthly possessions, to start practice in a town in which I knew no single soul. My cash balance was under £10, and I knew not only that I had to meet all present expenses upon this, but that I had to furnish a house upon it. On the other hand, the weekly pound should easily cover all personal needs, and I had the devil-may-care optimism of youth as to the future. When I arrived at Portsmouth, I went into lodgings for a week. On the very first night, with that curious faculty for running into dramatic situations which has always been with me, I became involved in a street fight with a rough who was beating, or rather kicking, a woman. It was a strange start, and after I began my practice, one of the first people to whom I opened my door was this very rascal. I don't suppose he recognised me, but I could have sworn to him. I emerged from the fray without much damage and was very glad to escape some serious scandal. It was the second time that I had got knocked about in defence of beauty in distress. I spent a week in marking down the unoccupied houses and finally settled at £40 a year into Bush Villa, which a kindly landlord has now called Doyle House. I was terrified lest the agent should ask for a deposit, but the name of my CB uncle as reference turned the scale in my favour. Having secured the empty house and its key, I went down to a sale in Portsea, and for about £4 secured quite a lot of second-hand, possibly tenth-hand, furniture. It met my needs and enabled me to make one room possible for patients, with 3 chairs, a table and a central patch of carpet. I had a bed of sorts and a mattress upstairs. I fixed up the plate which I had brought from Plymouth, bought a red lamp on tick, and fairly settled down in receipt of custom. When all was done, I had a couple of pounds in hand. Servants, of course, were out of the question, so I polished my own plate every morning, brushed down my front, and kept the house reasonably clean. I found that I could live quite easily and well on less than £1 a day, so I could hold out for a long period. I had at this time contributed several stories to London Society, a magazine now defunct, but then flourishing under the editorship of a Mr. Hogg. In the April 1882 number, I had a story, now happily forgotten, called Bones, while in the preceding Christmas number I had another, The Gully of Blueman's Dyke, both of them feeble echoes of Bret Harte. These, with the stories already mentioned, made up my whole output at this time. I explained to Mr. Hogg how I was situated, and wrote for him a new tale for his Christmas number entitled My Friend the Murderer. Hogg behaved very well and sent me £10, which I laid by for my first quarter's rent. I was not so pleased with him when, years later, he claimed the full copyright of all these immature stories, and published them in a volume with my name attached. Have a care, young authors, have a care, or your worst enemy will be your early self. It was as well that I had that £10, for Cullingworth, having learned that I was fairly committed, with my lease signed, now hurled his thunderbolt, which he thought would crush me. It was a curt letter, not a telegram for a wonder, in which he admitted that my letters had been read, expressed surprise that such a correspondence should have gone on while I was under his roof, and declared that he could have nothing more to do with me. He had, of course, no real grievance, but I am quite willing to admit that he honestly thought he had. But his method of revenge was a strange example of the schemings of a morbid mind. For a moment I was staggered, but my boats were burned and I must go forward. I sent back a derisive reply to Cullingworth, and put him out of my head forever. Indeed, I heard of him no more until some 5 years later I read the news of his premature death. He was a remarkable man, and narrowly escaped being a great one. I fear that he lived up to his great income, and left his wife but poorly off. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 7. My Start at Southsea. A Strange Life. Arrival of my brother. I buy up a shop. Cheap servants. Queer patients. Dangers of medical practice. Income tax joke. My marriage. Tragedy in my house. A new phase. What with cleaning up, answering the bell, doing my modest shopping, which was measured in pennies rather than shillings, and perfecting my simple household arrangements, the time did not hang heavily upon my hands. It is a wonderful thing to have a house of your own for the first time, however humble it may be. I lavished all my care upon the front room to make it possible for patients. The back room was furnished with my trunk and a stool. Inside the trunk was my larder, and the top of it was my dining room table. There was gas laid on, and I rigged a projection from the wall by which I could sling a pan over the gas jet. In this way I cooked bacon with great ease, and became expert in getting a wonderful lot of slices from a pound. Bread, bacon and tea with an occasional saveloy. What could man ask for more? It is, or was, perfectly easy to live well upon a shilling a day. I had obtained a fair consignment of drugs on tick from a wholesale house, and these also were ranged round the sides of the back room. From the very beginning, a few stray patients of the poorest class, some of them desirous of novelty, some disgruntled with their own doctors, the greater part owing bills and ashamed to face their creditor, came to consult me and consume a bottle of my medicine. I could pay for my food by the drugs I sold. It was as well, for I had no other way of paying for it, and I had sworn not to touch the 10 golden pieces which represented my rent. There have been times when I could not buy a postage stamp, and my letters have had to wait, but the 10 golden coins still remained intact. It was a busy thoroughfare with a church on one side of my house and an hotel on the other. The days passed pleasantly enough, for it was a lovely warm autumn, and I sat in the window of my consulting room, screened by the rather dingy curtain which I had put up, and watched the passing crowd or read my book, for I had spent parts of my scanty funds on making myself a member of a circulating library. In spite of my sparse food, or more probably on account of it, I was extraordinarily fit and well, so that at night, when all hope of patience was gone for that day, I would lock up my house and walk many miles to work off my energy. With its imperial associations, it is a glorious place, and even now, if I had to live in a town outside London, it is surely to Southsea, the residential quarter of Portsmouth, that I would turn. The history of the past carries on into the history of today. The new torpedo boat flies past the old Victory, with the same white ensign flying from each, and the old Elizabethan culverins and sakers can still be seen in the same walk, which brings you to the huge artillery of the forts. There is a great glamour there to anyone with a historic sense, a sense which I drank in with my mother's milk. It had never entered my head yet that literature might give me a career, or anything beyond a little casual pocket money, but already it was a deciding factor in my life, for I could not have held on and must have either starved or given in but for the few pounds which Mr. Hogg sent me, for they enabled all other smaller sums to be spent in nourishment. I have wondered sometimes as I look back that I did not contract scurvy, for most of my food was potted, and I had no means of cooking vegetables. However, I felt no grievances at the time, nor any particular perception that my mode of life was unusual, nor indeed any particular anxiety about the future. At that age everything seemed an adventure, and there was always the novel pleasure of the house. Once I had a moment of weakness during which I answered an advertisement which asked for a doctor to attend coolies in the tea gardens of the Terai. I spent a few unsettled days waiting for an answer, but none came, and I settled down once more to my waiting and hoping. I had one avenue of success open of which I could not avail myself. My Catholic relatives had sent me introductions to the bishop, and I was assured that there was no Catholic doctor in the town. My mind, however, was so perfectly clear, and I had so entirely broken away from the old faith, that I could not possibly use it for material ends. I therefore burned the letter of introduction. As the weeks passed and I had no one with whom to talk, I began to think wistfully of the home circle at Edinburgh, and to wonder why, with my 8-roomed house, one or more of them should not come to keep me company. The girls were already governessing or preparing to do so, but there was my little brother Innis. It would relieve my mother and yet help me if he could join me. So it was arranged, and one happy evening the little knickerbockered fellow, just 10 years old, joined me as my comrade. No man could have had a merrier and brighter one. In a few weeks we had settled down to a routine life, I having found a good day school for him. The soldiers of Portsmouth were already a great joy to him, and his future career was marked out by his natural tastes, for he was a born leader and administrator. Little did I foresee that he would win distinction in the greatest of all wars, and die in the prime of his manhood, but not before he knew that complete victory had been attained. Even then our thoughts were very military, and I remember how we waited together outside the office of the local paper that we might learn the result of the bombardment of Alexandria. Turning over some old papers after these pages were written, I came upon a letter written in straggling schoolboy script by my little brother to his mother at home, which may throw an independent light upon those curious days. It is dated August 16th, 1882. He says, "The patients are crowding in. We have made 3 bob this week. We have vaccinated a baby and got hold of a man with consumption, and today a gypsy's cart came up to the front door selling baskets and chairs, so we determined not to let the man ring as long as he liked. After he had rung 2 or 3 times, Arthur yelled out at the pitch of his voice, 'Go away!' But the man rang again, so I went down to the door and pulled open the letterbox and cried out, 'Go away!' The man began to swear at me and say that he wanted to see Arthur. All this time Arthur thought that the door was open and was yelling, 'Shut that door!' Then I came upstairs and told Arthur what the man had said, so Arthur went down and opened the door and found out that the gypsy's child had measles. After all, we got 6pence out of them, and that is always something." I remember the incident well, and certainly my sudden change of tone from the indignant householder who was worried by a tramp to my best bedside manner in the hopes of a fee must have been very amusing. My recollection is, however, that it was the gypsy who got 6pence out of us. For some time Inez and I lived entirely alone, doing the household tasks between us and going long walks in the evening to keep ourselves fit. Then I had a brainwave, and I put an advertisement in the evening paper that a ground floor was to let in exchange for services. I had numerous applicants in reply, and out of them I chose 2 elderly women who claimed to be sisters, a claim which they afterwards failed to make good. When once they were installed, we became quite a civilized household, and things began to look better. There were complex quarrels, however, and one of the women left. The other soon afterwards followed suit. As the first woman had seemed to me to be the most efficient, I followed her up and found that she had started a small shop. Her rent was weekly, so that was easily settled, but she talked gloomily about her stock. "I will buy everything in your shop," I said in a large way. It cost me exactly 17 and 6pence, and I was loaded up for many months with matches, cakes of blacking, and other merchandise. From then onwards our meals were cooked for us, and we became in all ways normal. Month followed month, and I picked up a patient here and a patient there, until the nucleus of a little practice had been formed. Sometimes it was an accident, sometimes an emergency case, sometimes a newcomer to the town or one who had quarrelled with his doctor. I mixed with people so far as I could, for I learned that a brass plate alone will never attract, and people must see the human being who lies in wait behind it. Some of my tradespeople gave me their custom in return for mine, and mine was so small that I was likely to have the best of the bargain. There was a grocer who developed epileptic fits, which meant butter and tea to us. Poor fellow, he could never have realized the mixed feelings with which I received the news of a fresh outbreak. Then there was a very tall, horse-faced old lady, with an extraordinary dignity of bearing. She would sit framed in the window of her little house, like the picture of a grande dame of the old regime, but every now and again she went on a wild burst, in the course of which she would skim plates out of the window at the passers-by. I was the only one who had influence over her at such times, for she was a haughty, autocratic old person. Once she showed an inclination to skim a plate at me also, but I quelled her by assuming a gloomy dignity as portentous as her own. She had some art treasures, which she heaped upon me when she was what we will politely call ill, but claimed back again the moment she was well. Once, when she had been particularly troublesome, I retained a fine lava jug, in spite of her protests, and I have got it yet. It is well that medical practice has its humorous side, for it has much to depress one. Most men never use their reasoning power at all on the religious side, but if they did, they would find it difficult sometimes to reconcile the sights which a physician sees with the idea of a merciful providence. If one loses the explanation that this life is a spiritual chastening for another, and thinks that death ends all, and that this is our one experience, then it is impossible to sustain the goodness or the omnipotence of God. So I felt at the time, and it made me a materialist. But now I know well that I was judging a story on the strength of one chapter. Let me give an example. I was called in by a poor woman to see her daughter. As I entered the humble sitting room, there was a small cot at one side, and by the gesture of the mother, I understood that the sufferer was there. I picked up a candle, and walking over, I stooped over the little bed, expecting to see a child. What I really saw was a pair of brown, sullen eyes full of loathing and pain, which looked up in resentment to mine. I could not tell how old the creature was. Long, thin limbs were twisted and coiled in the tiny couch. The face was sane, but malignant. "What is it?" I asked in dismay when we were out of hearing. "It's a girl," sobbed the mother. "She's 19. Oh, if God would only take her! What a life for both! And how hard to face such facts and accept any of the commonplace explanations of existence. Medical life is full of dangers and pitfalls, and luck must always play its part in a man's career. Many a good man has been ruined by pure bad luck. On one occasion, I was called in to a lady who was suffering from what appeared to be dyspepsia of a rather severe type. There was absolutely nothing to indicate anything more serious. I therefore reassured the family, spoke lightly of the illness, and walked home to make up a bismuth mixture for her, calling on 1 or 2 other cases on the way. When I got home, I found a messenger waiting to say that the lady was dead. This is the sort of thing which may happen to any man at any time. It did not hurt me, for I was too lowly to be hurt. You can't ruin a practice when there is no practice. The woman really had a gastric ulcer, for which there is no diagnosis. It was eating its way into the lining of her stomach. It pierced an artery after I saw her, and she bled to death. Nothing could have saved her, and I think her relatives came to understand this. I made £154 the first year, and £250 the second, rising slowly to £300, which in 8 years I never passed, so far as the medical practice went. In the first year the income tax paper arrived, and I filled it up to show that I was not liable. They returned the paper with "most unsatisfactory" scrawled across it. I wrote "I entirely agree" under the words and returned it once more. For this little bit of cheek, I was had up before the assessors, and duly appeared with my ledger under my arm. They could make nothing, however, out of me or my ledger, and we parted with mutual laughter and compliments. In the year 1885, my brother left me to go to a public school in Yorkshire. Shortly afterwards I was married. A lady named Mrs. Hawkins, a widow of a Gloucestershire family, had come to Southsea with her son and daughter, the latter a very gentle and amiable girl. I was brought into contact with them through the illness of the son, which was of a sudden and violent nature, arising from cerebral meningitis. As the mother was very awkwardly situated in lodgings, I volunteered to furnish an extra bedroom in my house, and give the poor lad, who was in the utmost danger, my personal attention. His case was a mortal one, and in spite of all I could do, he passed away a few days later. Such a death under my own roof naturally involved me in a good deal of anxiety and trouble. Indeed, if I had not had the foresight to ask a medical friend to see him with me on the day before he passed away, I should have been in a difficult position. The funeral was from my house. The family were naturally grieved at the worry to which they had quite innocently exposed me, and so our relations became intimate and sympathetic, which ended in the daughter consenting to share my fortunes. We were married on August the 6th, 1885, and no man could have had a more gentle and amiable life's companion. Our union was marred by the sad ailment which came after a very few years to cast its shadow over our lives, but it comforts me to think that during the time when we were together there was no single occasion when our affection was disturbed by any serious breach or division, the credit of which lies entirely with her own quiet philosophy, which enabled her to bear with smiling patience not only her own sad illness, which lasted so long, but all those other vicissitudes which life brings with it. I rejoice to think that though she married a penniless doctor, she was spared long enough to fully appreciate the pleasure and the material comforts which worldly success was able to bring us. She had some small income of her own, which enabled me to expand my simple housekeeping in a way which gave her, from the first, the decencies, if not the luxuries of life. In many ways my marriage marked a turning point in my life. A bachelor, especially one who had been a wanderer like myself, drifts easily into bohemian habits, and I was no exception. I cannot look back upon those years with any spiritual satisfaction, for I was still in the valley of darkness. I had ceased to butt my head incessantly against what seemed to be an impenetrable wall, and I had resigned myself to ignorance upon that which is the most momentous question in life. For a voyage is bleak indeed if one has no conception to what port one is bound. I had laid aside the old charts as useless, and had quite despaired of ever finding a new one which would enable me to steer an intelligible course, save towards that mist which was all that my pilots, Huxley, Mill, Spencer, and others could see ahead of us. My mental attitude is correctly portrayed in the Stark Munro letters. A dim light of dawn was to come to me soon, in an uncertain fitful way, which was destined in time to spread and grow brighter. Up to now the main interest of my life lay in my medical career, but with the more regular life and the greater sense of responsibility, coupled with the natural development of brain power, the literary side of me began slowly to spread until it was destined to push the other entirely aside. Thus a new phase had begun, part medical, part literary, and part philosophical, which I shall deal with in another chapter. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 8. My First Literary Success. New Outlook. James Payn. Genesis of Holmes. A Study in Scarlet. Micah Clarke. Disappointments. Andrew Lang. Cornhill Dinner. Oscar Wilde. His criticism of himself. The White Company. During the years before my marriage, I had from time to time written short stories which were good enough to be marketable at very small prices, £4 on an average, but not good enough to reproduce. They are scattered about amid the pages of London society all the year round, Temple Bar, the Boy's Own Paper, and other journals. There let them lie. They served their purpose in relieving me a little of that financial burden which always pressed upon me. I can hardly have earned more than £10 or £15 a year from this source, so that the idea of making a living by it never occurred to me. But though I was not putting out, I was taking in. I still have notebooks full of all sorts of knowledge which I acquired during that time. It is a great mistake to start putting out cargo when you have hardly stowed any on board. My own slow methods and natural limitations made me escape this danger. After my marriage, however, my brain seems to have quickened, and both my imagination and my range of expression were greatly improved. Most of the short stories which appeared eventually in my Captain of the Pole Star were written in those years from 1885 to 1890. Some of them are perhaps as good honest work as any that I have done. What gave me great pleasure and for the first time made me realise that I was ceasing to be a hack writer and was getting into good company was when James Payn accepted my short story Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement for Cornhill. I had a reverence for this splendid magazine with its traditions from Thackeray to Stevenson, and the thought that I had won my way into it pleased me even more than the cheque for £30, which came duly to hand. It was, of course, anonymous. Such was the law of the magazine, which protects the author from abuse as well as prevents his winning fame. One paper began its review by the phrase "Cornhill" opens its new number with a story which would have made Thackeray turn in his grave. A dear old gentleman who knew me hurried across the road to show me the paper with these cheering words. Another, more gracious, said, "Cornhill begins the new year with an exceedingly powerful story in which we seem to trace the hand of the author of the New Arabian Nights." It was great praise, but something less warm, which came straight to my own address, would have pleased me better. I soon had two other stories in the Cornhill, John Huxford's Hiatus and The Ring of Thoth. I also penetrated the stout Scottish barrier of Blackwood with a story, The Physiologist's Wife, which was written when I was under the influence of Henry James. But I was still in the days of very small things, so small that when a paper sent me a woodcut and offered me 4 guineas if I would write a story to correspond, I was not too proud to accept. It was a very bad woodcut, and I think that the story corresponded all right. I remember writing a New Zealand story, though why I should have written about a place of which I knew nothing, I cannot imagine. Some New Zealand critic pointed out that I had given the exact bearings of the farm mentioned as 90 miles to the east or west of the town of Nelson, and that in that case it was situated 20 miles out on the floor of the Pacific Ocean. These little things will happen. There are times when accuracy is unnecessary, and others where the idea is everything, and the place quite immaterial. It was about a year after my marriage that I realised that I could go on doing short stories forever and never make headway. What is necessary is that your name should be on the back of a volume. Only so do you assert your individuality and get the full credit or discredit of your achievement. I had for some time from 1884 onwards been engaged upon a sensational book of adventure, which I had called The Firm of Girdleston, which represented my first attempt at a connected narrative. Save for occasional patches, it is a worthless book. Unlike the first book of everyone else, unless he is a great original genius, it was too reminiscent of the work of others. I could see it then, and could see it even more clearly later. When I sent it to publishers and they scorned it, I quite acquiesced in their decision and finally let it settle, after its periodical flights to town, a dishevelled mass of manuscript at the back of a drawer. I felt now that I was capable of something fresher and crisper and more workmanlike. Gaboriau had rather attracted me by the neat dovetailing of his plots, and Poe's masterful detective Monsieur Dupin had from boyhood been one of my heroes. But could I bring an addition of my own? I thought of my old teacher Joe Bell, of his eagle face, of his curious ways, of his eerie trick of spotting details. If he were a detective, he would surely reduce this fascinating but unorganized business to something nearer to an exact science. I would try if I could get this effect. It was surely possible in real life, so why should I not make it more plausible in fiction? It is all very well to say that a man is clever, but the reader wants to see examples of it, such examples as Bell gave us every day in the wards. The idea amused me. What should I call the fellow? I still possessed the leaf of a notebook with various alternative names. One rebelled against the elementary art which gives some inkling of character in the name and creates Mr. Sharps or Mr. Ferrets. First it was Sherringford Holmes, then it was Sherlock Holmes. He could not tell his own exploits, so he must have a commonplace comrade as a foil, an educated man of action who could both join in the exploits and narrate them. A drab, quiet name for this unostentatious man. Watson would do, and so I had my puppets and wrote my study in scarlet. I knew that the book was as good as I could make it, and I had high hopes. When Girdleston used to come circling back with the precision of a homing pigeon, I was grieved but not surprised, for I acquiesced in the decision. But when my little Holmes book began also to do the circular tour, I was hurt, for I knew that it deserved a better fate. James Payn applauded, but found it both too short and too long, which was true enough. Arrowsmith received it in May 1886 and returned it unread in July. 2 or 3 others sniffed and turned away. Finally, as Ward, Locke and Co. made a speciality of cheap and often sensational literature, I sent it to them. "Dear sir," they said, "we have read your story and are pleased with it. We could not publish it this year as the market is flooded at present with cheap fiction, but if you do not object to its being held over till next year, we will give you £25 for the copyright. Yours faithfully, Ward, Locke and Co. October 30th, 1886. It was not a very tempting offer, and even I, poor as I was, hesitated to accept it. It was not merely the small sum offered, but it was the long delay, for this book might open a road for me. I was heartsick, however, at repeated disappointments, and I felt that perhaps it was true wisdom to make sure of publicity, however late. Therefore I accepted, and the book became Beeton's Xmas Annual of 1887. Ward Lock made a wonderful bargain, for they not only had their Christmas number, but they brought out numerous editions of the book, and finally they even had the valuable cinema rights for this paltry payment. I never at any time received another penny for it from this firm, so I do not feel that I need be grateful, even if it so chanced that they cleared my path in life. Having a long wait in front of me before this book could appear, and feeling large thoughts rise within me, I now determined to test my powers to the full, and I chose a historical novel for this end, because it seemed to me the one way of combining a certain amount of literary dignity with those scenes of action and adventure which were natural to my young and ardent mind. I had always felt great sympathy for the Puritans, who, after all, whatever their little peculiarities, did represent political liberty and earnestness in religion. They had usually been caricatured in fiction and art. Even Scott had not drawn them as they were. Macaulay, who was always one of my chief inspirations, had alone made them comprehensible. The sombre fighters with their Bibles and their broadswords. There is a great passage of his, I cannot quote it verbally, in which he says that after the Restoration, if ever you saw a carter more intelligent than his fellows, or a peasant who tilled his land better, you would be likely to find that it was an old pikeman of Cromwell's. This then was my inspiration in Micah Clarke, where I fairly let myself go upon the broad highway of adventure. I was well up in history, but I spent some months over details, and then wrote the book very rapidly. There are bits of it, the picture of the Puritan household, and the sketch of Judge Jeffreys, which I have never bettered. When it was finished early in 1888, my hopes ran high, and out it went on its travels. But alas! Although my Holmes booklet was out, and had attracted some little favourable comment, the door still seemed to be barred. James Payn had first peep, and he began his letter of rejection with the sentence, "How can you waste your time and your wits writing historical novels?" This was depressing after a year of work. Then came Bentley's verdict. It lacks, in our opinion, the one great necessary point for fiction, i.e. interest. This being the case, we do not think it could ever become popular with libraries and the general public. Then Blackwood had its say. There are imperfections which would militate against success. The chances of the book proving a popular success do not seem to be strong enough to warrant us in publishing it. There were others, even more depressing. I was on the point of putting the worn manuscript into hospital with its mangled brother, Girdleston, when as a last resource I sent it to Longmans, whose reader, Andrew Lang, liked it and advised its acceptance. It was to Andrew of the brindled hair, as Stevenson called him, that I owe my first real opening, and I have never forgotten it. The book duly appeared in February 1889, and though it was not a boom book, it had extraordinarily good reviews, including one special one all to itself by Mr. Prothero in the 19th century, and it has sold without intermission from that day to this. It was the first solid cornerstone laid for some sort of literary reputation. British literature had a considerable vogue in the United States at this time, for the simple reason that there was no copyright, and they had not to pay for it. It was hard on British authors, but far harder on American ones, since they were exposed to this devastating competition. Like all national sins, it brought its own punishment not only to American authors who were guiltless, but to the publishers themselves, for what belongs to everyone belongs practically to no one, and they could not bring out a decent edition without being at once undersold. I have seen some of my early American editions which might have been printed on the paper that shopmen used for parcels. One good result, however, from my point of view, was that a British author, if he had anything in him, soon won recognition in America, and afterwards, when the Copyright Act was passed, he had his audience all ready for him. My Holmes book had met with some American success, and presently I learned that an agent of Lippincott's was in London, and that he wished to see me, to arrange for a book. Needless to say that I gave my patients a rest for a day, and eagerly kept the appointment. Once only before had I touched the edge of literary society. That was when Cornhill was turned into a fully illustrated journal, an experiment which failed, for it was quickly abandoned. The change was celebrated by a dinner at the Ship at Greenwich, to which I was invited on the strength of my short contributions. All the authors and artists were there, and I remember the reverence with which I approached James Payn, who was to me the warden of the Sacred Gate. I was among the first arrivals, and was greeted by Mr. Smith, the head of the firm, who introduced me to Payn. I loved much of his work, and waited in awe for the first weighty remark which should fall from his lips. It was that there was a crack in the window, and he wondered how the devil it had got there. Let me add, however, that my future experience was to show that there was no wittier or more delightful companion in the world. I sat next to Anstey that night, who had just made a most deserved hit with his Vice Versa, and I was introduced to other celebrities, so that I came back walking on air. Now, for the second time, I was in London on literary business. Stoddart, the American, proved to be an excellent fellow, and had two others to dinner. They were Gill, a very entertaining Irish MP, and Oscar Wilde, who was already famous as the champion of aestheticism. It was indeed a golden evening for me. Wilde, to my surprise, had read Micah Clarke, and was enthusiastic about it, so that I did not feel a complete outsider. His conversation left an indelible impression upon my mind. He towered above us all, and yet had the art of seeming to be interested in all that we could say. He had delicacy of feeling and tact, for the monologue man, however clever, can never be a gentleman at heart. He took as well as gave, but what he gave was unique. He had a curious precision of statement, a delicate flavour of humour, and a trick of small gestures to illustrate his meaning, which were peculiar to himself. The effect cannot be reproduced, but I remember how, in discussing the wars of the future, he said, "A chemist on each side will approach the frontier with a bottle," his upraised hand and precise face conjuring up a vivid and grotesque picture. His anecdotes, too, were happy and curious. We were discussing the cynical maxim that the good fortune of our friends made us discontented. The devil, said Wilde, was once crossing the Libyan desert, and he came upon a spot where a number of small fiends were tormenting a holy hermit. The sainted man easily shook off their evil suggestions. The devil watched their failure, and then he stepped forward to give them a lesson. "What you do is too crude," said he. "Permit me for one moment." With that he whispered to the holy man, "Your brother has just been made Bishop of Alexandria." A scowl of malignant jealousy at once clouded the serene face of the hermit. "That," said the devil to his imps, "is the sort of thing which I should recommend." The result of the evening was that both Wilde and I promised to write books for Lippincott's magazine. Wilde's contribution was The Picture of Dorian Gray, a book which is surely upon a high moral plane, while I wrote The Sign of Four, in which Holmes made his second appearance. I should add that never in Wilde's conversation did I observe one trace of coarseness of thought, nor could one at that time associate him with such an idea. Only once again did I see him, many years afterwards, and then he gave me the impression of being mad. He asked me, I remember, if I had seen some play of his which was running. I answered that I had not. He said, "Ah, you must go. It is wonderful. It is genius." All this with the gravest face. Nothing could have been more different from his early gentlemanly instincts. I thought at the time, and still think, that the monstrous development which ruined him was pathological, and that a hospital, rather than a police court, was the place for its consideration. When his little book came out, I wrote to say what I thought of it. His letter is worth reproducing, as showing the true Wilde. I omit the early part in which he comments on my own work in too generous terms. Between me and life there is a mist of words always. I throw probability out of the window for the sake of a phrase, and the chance of an epigram makes me desert truth. Still, I do aim at making a work of art, and I'm really delighted that you think my treatment subtle and artistically good. The newspapers seem to me to be written by the prurient for the Philistine. I cannot understand how they can treat Dorian Gray as immoral. My difficulty was to keep the inherent moral subordinate to the artistic and dramatic effect, and it still seems to me that the moral is too obvious. Encouraged by the kind reception which Micah Clarke had received from the critics, I now determined upon an even bolder and more ambitious flight. It seemed to me that the days of Edward III constituted the greatest epoch in English history, an epoch when both the French and the Scottish kings were prisoners in London. This result had been brought about mainly by the powers of a body of men who were renowned through Europe, but who had never been drawn in British literature. For though Scott treated in his inimitable way the English archer, it was as an outlaw rather than as a soldier that he drew him. I had some views of my own too about the Middle Ages which I was anxious to set forth. I was familiar with Froissart and Chaucer, and I was aware that the famous knights of old were by no means the athletic heroes of Scott, but were often of a very different type. Hence came my two books, The White Company, written in 1889, and Sir Nigel, written 14 years later. Of the two I consider the latter the better book, but I have no hesitation in saying that the two of them taken together did thoroughly achieve my purpose, that they made an accurate picture of that great age, and that as a single piece of work they form the most complete, satisfying and ambitious thing that I have ever done. All things find their level, but I believe that if I had never touched Holmes, who has tended to obscure my higher work, my position in literature would at the present moment be a more commanding one. The work needed much research, and I've still got my notebooks full of all sorts of lore. I cultivate a simple style and avoid long words so far as possible, and it may be that this surface of ease has sometimes caused the reader to underrate the amount of real research which lies in all my historical novels. It is not a matter which troubles me, however, for I have always felt that justice is done in the end, and that the real merit of any work is never permanently lost. I remember that as I wrote the last words of The White Company, I felt a wave of exultation, and with a cry of "That's done it!" I hurled my inky pen across the room, where it left a black smudge upon the duck's egg wallpaper. I knew in my heart that the book would live, and that it would illuminate our national traditions. Now that it has passed through 50 editions, I suppose I may say with all modesty that my forecast has proved to be correct. This was the last book which I wrote in my days of doctoring at Southsea, and marks an epoch in my life, so I can now hark back to some other phases of my last years at Bush Villa before I broke away into a new existence. I will only add that The White Company was accepted by Cornhill in spite of James Payn's opinion of historical novels, and that I fulfilled another ambition by having a serial in that famous magazine. A new phase of medical experience came to me about this time, for I suddenly found myself a unit in the British Army. The operations in the East had drained the medical service, and it had therefore been determined that local civilian doctors should be enrolled for temporary duty of some hours a day. The terms were £1 a day, and a number of us were tempted to volunteer where there were only a few vacancies. When I was called before the Board of Selection, a savage-looking old army doctor who presided barked out, "And you, sir, what are you prepared to do?" To which I answered, "Anything." It seems that the others had all been making bargains and reservations, so my wholehearted reply won the job. It brought me into closer contact with a savage-looking medico who proved to be Sir Anthony Home, V.C., an honour which he had won in the Indian Mutiny. He was in supreme charge, and as he was as fierce in speech and in act as in appearance, everyone was terrified of him. On one occasion I told the orderly to draw a man's tooth, knowing that he was a very much more skilful dentist than I. I was on my way home when I was overtaken by an excited soldier who told me that Sergeant Jones was being court-martialled and would certainly lose his stripes because he had done a minor operation. I hurried back and on entering the room found Sir Anthony glaring at the unhappy man, while several other orderlies stood round, awaiting their own turn. Sir Anthony's glare was transferred to me when I said that whatever the sergeant had done was my express order. He grunted, banged the book he was holding, and broke up the meeting. He seemed a most disagreeable old man, and yet when I was married shortly afterwards, he sent me a most charming message, wishing me good fortune. Up to then I had never had anything from him save a scowl from his thick eyebrows, so I was most agreeably surprised. Soon afterwards the pressure ceased, and we civilians were all dismissed. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 8 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 8. My First Literary Success. New Outlook. James Payn. Genesis of Holmes. A Study in Scarlet. Micah Clarke. Disappointments. Andrew Lang. Cornhill Dinner. Oscar Wilde. His criticism of himself. The White Company. During the years before my marriage, I had from time to time written short stories which were good enough to be marketable at very small prices, £4 on an average, but not good enough to reproduce. They are scattered about amid the pages of London society all the year round, Temple Bar, the Boy's Own Paper, and other journals. There let them lie. They served their purpose in relieving me a little of that financial burden which always pressed upon me. I can hardly have earned more than £10 or £15 a year from this source, so that the idea of making a living by it never occurred to me. But though I was not putting out, I was taking in. I still have notebooks full of all sorts of knowledge which I acquired during that time. It is a great mistake to start putting out cargo when you have hardly stowed any on board. My own slow methods and natural limitations made me escape this danger. After my marriage, however, my brain seems to have quickened, and both my imagination and my range of expression were greatly improved. Most of the short stories which appeared eventually in my Captain of the Pole Star were written in those years from 1885 to 1890. Some of them are perhaps as good honest work as any that I have done. What gave me great pleasure and for the first time made me realise that I was ceasing to be a hack writer and was getting into good company was when James Payn accepted my short story Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement for Cornhill. I had a reverence for this splendid magazine with its traditions from Thackeray to Stevenson, and the thought that I had won my way into it pleased me even more than the cheque for £30, which came duly to hand. It was, of course, anonymous. Such was the law of the magazine, which protects the author from abuse as well as prevents his winning fame. One paper began its review by the phrase Cornhill opens its new number with a story which would have made Thackeray turn in his grave. A dear old gentleman who knew me hurried across the road to show me the paper with these cheering words. Another, more gracious, said, Cornhill begins the new year with an exceedingly powerful story in which we seem to trace the hand of the author of the New Arabian Nights. It was great praise, but something less warm, which came straight to my own address, would have pleased me better. I soon had two other stories in the Cornhill, John Huxford's Hiatus and The Ring of Thoth. I also penetrated the stout Scottish barrier of Blackwood with a story, The Physiologist's Wife, which was written when I was under the influence of Henry James. But I was still in the days of very small things, so small that when a paper sent me a woodcut and offered me 4 guineas if I would write a story to correspond, I was not too proud to accept. It was a very bad woodcut, and I think that the story corresponded all right. I remember writing a New Zealand story, though why I should have written about a place of which I knew nothing, I cannot imagine. Some New Zealand critic pointed out that I had given the exact bearings of the farm mentioned as 90 miles to the east or west of the town of Nelson, and that in that case it was situated 20 miles out on the floor of the Pacific Ocean. These little things will happen. There are times when accuracy is unnecessary, and others where the idea is everything, and the place quite immaterial. It was about a year after my marriage that I realised that I could go on doing short stories forever and never make headway. What is necessary is that your name should be on the back of a volume. Only so do you assert your individuality and get the full credit or discredit of your achievement. I had for some time from 1884 onwards been engaged upon a sensational book of adventure which I had called The Firm of Girdleston, which represented my first attempt at a connected narrative. Save for occasional patches, it is a worthless book. Unlike the first book of everyone else, unless he is a great original genius, it was too reminiscent of the work of others. I could see it then, and could see it even more clearly later. When I sent it to publishers and they scorned it, I quite acquiesced in their decision and finally let it settle, after its periodical flights to town, a dishevelled mass of manuscript at the back of a drawer. I felt now that I was capable of something fresher and crisper and more workmanlike. Gaboriau had rather attracted me by the neat dovetailing of his plots, and Poe's masterful detective Monsieur Dupin had from boyhood been one of my heroes, but could I bring an edition of my own? I thought of my old teacher Joe Bell, of his eagle face, of his curious ways, of his eerie trick of spotting details. If he were a detective, he would surely reduce this fascinating but unorganised business to something nearer to an exact science. I would try if I could get this effect. It was surely possible in real life, so why should I not make it more plausible in fiction? It is all very well to say that a man is clever, but the reader wants to see examples of it, such examples as Bell gave us every day in the wards. The idea amused me. What should I call the fellow? I still possessed the leaf of a notebook with various alternative names. One rebelled against the elementary art which gives some inkling of character in the name and creates Mr. Sharps or Mr. Ferrets. First it was Sherringford Holmes, then it was Sherlock Holmes. He could not tell his own exploits, so he must have a commonplace comrade as a foil, an educated man of action who could both join in the exploits and narrate them. A drab, quiet name for this unostentatious man. Watson would do, and so I had my puppets and wrote my study in scarlet. I knew that the book was as good as I could make it, and I had high hopes. When Girdleston used to come circling back with the precision of a homing pigeon, I was grieved, but not surprised, for I acquiesced in the decision. But when my little Holmes book began also to do the circular tour, I was hurt, for I knew that it deserved a better fate. James Payn applauded, but found it both too short and too long, which was true enough. Arrowsmith received it in May 1886 and returned it unread in July. 2 or 3 others sniffed and turned away. Finally, as Ward, Locke and Co. made a speciality of cheap and often sensational literature, I sent it to them. "Dear sir," they said, "we have read your story and are pleased with it. We could not publish it this year as the market is flooded at present with cheap fiction, but if you do not object to its being held over till next year, we will give you £25 for the copyright. Yours faithfully, Ward, Locke and Co. October 30th, 1886. It was not a very tempting offer, and even I, poor as I was, hesitated to accept it. It was not merely the small sum offered, but it was the long delay, for this book might open a road for me. I was heartsick, however, at repeated disappointments, and I felt that perhaps it was true wisdom to make sure of publicity, however late. Therefore I accepted, and the book became Beeton's Xmas Annual of 1887. Ward Locke made a wonderful bargain, for they not only had their Christmas number, but they brought out numerous editions of the book, and finally they even had the valuable cinema rights for this paltry payment. I never at any time received another penny for it from this firm, so I do not feel that I need be grateful, even if it so chanced that they cleared my path in life. Having a long wait in front of me before this book could appear, and feeling large thoughts rise within me, I now determined to test my powers to the full, and I chose a historical novel for this end, because it seemed to me the one way of combining a certain amount of literary dignity with those scenes of action and adventure which were natural to my young and ardent mind. I had always felt great sympathy for the Puritans, who, after all, whatever their little peculiarities, did represent political liberty and earnestness in religion. They had usually been caricatured in fiction and art. Even Scott had not drawn them as they were. Macaulay, who was always one of my chief inspirations, had alone made them comprehensible. The sombre fighters with their Bibles and their broadswords. There is a great passage of his, I cannot quote it verbally, in which he says that after the Restoration, if ever you saw a carter more intelligent than his fellows, or a peasant who tilled his land better, you would be likely to find that it was an old pikeman of Cromwell's. This then was my inspiration in Micah Clarke, where I fairly let myself go upon the broad highway of adventure. I was well up in history, but I spent some months over details, and then wrote the book very rapidly. There are bits of it, the picture of the Puritan household, and the sketch of Judge Jeffreys, which I have never bettered. When it was finished early in 1888, my hopes ran high, and out it went on its travels. But alas! Although my Holmes booklet was out, and had attracted some little favourable comment, the door still seemed to be barred. James Payn had first peep, and he began his letter of rejection with the sentence, "How can you waste your time and your wits writing historical novels?" This was depressing after a year of work. Then came Bentley's verdict. It lacks, in our opinion, the one great necessary point for fiction, i.e., interest. This being the case, we do not think it could ever become popular with libraries and the general public. Then Blackwood had its say. There are imperfections which would militate against success. The chances of the book proving a popular success do not seem to be strong enough to warrant us in publishing it. There were others, even more depressing. I was on the point of putting the worn manuscript into hospital with its mangled brother, Girdleston, when as a last resource I sent it to Longmans, whose reader, Andrew Lang, liked it and advised its acceptance. It was to Andrew of the brindled hair, as Stevenson called him, that I owe my first real opening, and I have never forgotten it. The book duly appeared in February 1889, and though it was not a boom book, it had extraordinarily good reviews, including one special one all to itself by Mr. Prothero in the 19th century, and it has sold without intermission from that day to this. It was the first solid cornerstone laid for some sort of literary reputation. British literature had a considerable vogue in the United States at this time, for the simple reason that there was no copyright, and they had not to pay for it. It was hard on British authors, but far harder on American ones, since they were exposed to this devastating competition. Like all national sins, it brought its own punishment not only to American authors who were guiltless, but to the publishers themselves, for what belongs to everyone belongs practically to no one, and they could not bring out a decent edition without being at once undersold. I have seen some of my early American editions, which might have been printed on the paper that shopmen used for parcels. One good result, however, from my point of view, was that a British author, if he had anything in him, soon won recognition in America, and afterwards, when the Copyright Act was passed, he had his audience all ready for him. My Holmes book had met with some American success, and presently I learned that an agent of Lippincott's was in London, and that he wished to see me, to arrange for a book. Needless to say that I gave my patients a rest for a day, and eagerly kept the appointment. Once only before had I touched the edge of literary society. That was when Cornhill was turned into a fully illustrated journal, an experiment which failed, for it was quickly abandoned. The change was celebrated by a dinner at the Ship at Greenwich, to which I was invited on the strength of my short contributions. All the authors and artists were there, and I remember the reverence with which I approached James Payn, who was to me the warden of the Sacred Gate. I was among the first arrivals, and was greeted by Mr. Smith, the head of the firm, who introduced me to Payn. I loved much of his work, and waited in awe for the first weighty remark which should fall from his lips. It was that there was a crack in the window, and he wondered how the devil it had got there. Let me add, however, that my future experience was to show that there was no wittier or more delightful companion in the world. I sat next to Anstey that night, who had just made a most deserved hit with his Vice Versa, and I was introduced to other celebrities, so that I came back walking on air. Now, for the second time, I was in London on literary business. Stoddart, the American, proved to be an excellent fellow, and had 2 others to dinner. They were Gill, a very entertaining Irish MP, and Oscar Wilde, who was already famous as the champion of aestheticism. It was indeed a golden evening for me. Wilde, to my surprise, had read Micah Clarke and was enthusiastic about it, so that I did not feel a complete outsider. His conversation left an indelible impression upon my mind. He towered above us all, and yet had the art of seeming to be interested in all that we could say. He had delicacy of feeling and tact, for the monologue man, however clever, can never be a gentleman at heart. He took as well as gave, but what he gave was unique. He had a curious precision of statement, a delicate flavour of humour, and a trick of small gestures to illustrate his meaning, which were peculiar to himself. The effect cannot be reproduced, but I remember how, in discussing the wars of the future, he said, "A chemist on each side will approach the frontier with a bottle," his upraised hand and precise face conjuring up a vivid and grotesque picture. His anecdotes, too, were happy and curious. We were discussing the cynical maxim that the good fortune of our friends made us discontented. "The devil," said Wilde, "was once crossing the Libyan desert, and he came upon a spot where a number of small fiends were tormenting a holy hermit. The sainted man easily shook off their evil suggestions. The devil watched their failure, and then he stepped forward to give them a lesson. 'What you do is too crude,' said he. 'Permit me for one moment.' With that he whispered to the holy man, 'Your brother has just been made Bishop of Alexandria.' A scowl of malignant jealousy at once clouded the serene face of the hermit. 'That,' said the devil to his imps, 'is the sort of thing which I should recommend.' The result of the evening was that both Wilde and I promised to write books for Lippincott's magazine. Wilde's contribution was The Picture of Dorian Gray, a book which is surely upon a high moral plane, while I wrote The Sign of 4, in which Holmes made his second appearance. I should add that never in Wilde's conversation did I observe one trace of coarseness of thought, nor could one at that time associate him with such an idea. Only once again did I see him, many years afterwards, and then he gave me the impression of being mad. He asked me, I remember, if I had seen some play of his which was running. I answered that I had not. He said, "Ah, you must go. It is wonderful. It is genius." All this with the gravest face. Nothing could have been more different from his early gentlemanly instincts. I thought at the time, and still think, that the monstrous development which ruined him was pathological, and that a hospital, rather than a police court, was the place for its consideration. When his little book came out, I wrote to say what I thought of it. His letter is worth reproducing, as showing the true Wilde. I omit the early part in which he comments on my own work in 2 generous terms. "Between me and life there is a mist of words always. I throw probability out of the window for the sake of a phrase, and the chance of an epigram makes me desert truth. Still, I do aim at making a work of art, and I am really delighted that you think my treatment subtle and artistically good. The newspapers seem to me to be written by the prurient for the Philistine. I cannot understand how they can treat Dorian Gray as immoral. My difficulty was to keep the inherent moral subordinate to the artistic and dramatic effect, and it still seems to me that the moral is too obvious." Encouraged by the kind reception which Micah Clarke had received from the critics, I now determined upon an even bolder and more ambitious flight. It seemed to me that the days of Edward III constituted the greatest epoch in English history, an epoch when both the French and the Scottish kings were prisoners in London. This result had been brought about mainly by the powers of a body of men who were renowned through Europe, but who had never been drawn in British literature. For though Scott treated in his inimitable way the English archer, it was as an outlaw rather than as a soldier that he drew him. I had some views of my own too about the Middle Ages which I was anxious to set forth. I was familiar with Froissart and Chaucer, and I was aware that the famous knights of old were by no means the athletic heroes of Scott, but were often of a very different type. Hence came my two books, The White Company, written in 1889, and Sir Nigel, written 14 years later. Of the two, I consider the latter the better book, but I have no hesitation in saying that the two of them taken together did thoroughly achieve my purpose, that they made an accurate picture of that great age, and that as a single piece of work they form the most complete, satisfying, and ambitious thing that I have ever done. All things find their level, but I believe that if I had never touched Holmes, who has tended to obscure my higher work, my position in literature would at the present moment be a more commanding one. The work needed much research, and I have still got my notebooks full of all sorts of lore. I cultivate a simple style and avoid long words so far as possible, and it may be that this surface of ease has sometimes caused the reader to underrate the amount of real research which lies in all my historical novels. It is not a matter which troubles me, however, for I have always felt that justice is done in the end, and that the real merit of any work is never permanently lost. I remember that as I wrote the last words of The White Company, I felt a wave of exultation, and with a cry of "That's done it!" I hurled my inky pen across the room, where it left a black smudge upon the duck's egg wallpaper. I knew in my heart that the book would live, and that it would illuminate our national traditions. Now that it has passed through 50 editions, I suppose I may say with all modesty that my forecast has proved to be correct. This was the last book which I wrote in my days of doctoring at Southsea, and marks an epoch in my life, so I can now hark back to some other phases of my last years at Bush Villa, before I broke away into a new existence. I will only add that The White Company was accepted by Cornhill in spite of James Payn's opinion of historical novels, and that I fulfilled another ambition by having a serial in that famous magazine. A new phase of medical experience came to me about this time, for I suddenly found myself a unit in the British Army. The operations in the East had drained the medical service, and it had therefore been determined that local civilian doctors should be enrolled for temporary duty of some hours a day. The terms were £1 a day, and a number of us were tempted to volunteer, where there were only a few vacancies. When I was called before the Board of Selection, a savage-looking old army doctor who presided barked out, "And you, sir, what are you prepared to do?" To which I answered, "Anything." It seems that the others had all been making bargains and reservations, so my wholehearted reply won the job. It brought me into closer contact with the savage-looking medico who proved to be Sir Anthony Home, V.C., an honour which he had won in the Indian Mutiny. He was in supreme charge, and as he was as fierce in speech and in act as in appearance, everyone was terrified of him. On one occasion I had told the orderly to draw a man's tooth, knowing that he was a very much more skilful dentist than I. I was on my way home when I was overtaken by an excited soldier who told me that Sergeant Jones was being court-martialled and would certainly lose his stripes because he had done a minor operation. I hurried back and on entering the room found Sir Anthony glaring at the unhappy man, while several other orderlies stood round, awaiting their own turn. Sir Anthony's glare was transferred to me when I said that whatever the sergeant had done was my express order. He grunted, banged the book he was holding, and broke up the meeting. He seemed a most disagreeable old man, and yet when I was married shortly afterwards, he sent me a most charming message, wishing me good fortune. Up to then I had never had anything from him save a scowl from his thick eyebrows, so I was most agreeably surprised. Soon afterwards the pressure ceased, and we civilians were all dismissed. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 9. Pulling Up the Anchor. Psychic Studies. Experiments in Telepathy. My First Séances. A Curious Test. General Drayson. Opinion on Theosophy. A.P. Sinnett. W.T. Stead. Journey to Berlin. Koch's Treatment. Brutality of Bergman. Malcolm Morris. Literary Society. Political Work. Arthur Balfour. Our Departure. It was in these years after my marriage and before leaving Southsea that I planted the first seeds of those psychic studies which were destined to revolutionize my views and to absorb finally all the energies of my life. I had at that time the usual contempt which the young educated man feels towards the whole subject which has been covered by the clumsy name of spiritualism. I had read of mediums being convicted of fraud. I had heard of phenomena which were opposed to every known scientific law, and I had deplored the simplicity and credulity which could deceive good, earnest people into believing that such bogus happenings were signs of intelligence outside our own existence. Educated as I had been during my most plastic years in the school of medical materialism, and soaked in the negative views of all my great teachers, I had no room in my brain for theories which cut right across every fixed conclusion that I had formed. I was wrong, and my great teachers were wrong, but still I hold that they wrought well, and that their Victorian agnosticism was in the interests of the human race, for it shook the old ironclad unreasoning evangelical position which was so universal before their days. For all rebuilding, a site must be cleared. There were two separate Victorian movements towards change, the one an attempt to improve the old building and make it good enough to carry on, as shown in the Oxford and High Church development, the other a knocking down of ruins which could only end in some fresh erection springing up. As I have shown, my own position was that of a respectful materialist who entirely admitted a great central intelligent cause without being able to distinguish what that cause was, or why it should work in so mysterious and terrible a way in bringing its designs to fulfilment. From my point of view, the mind, and so far as I could see the soul, which was the total effect of all the hereditary or personal functionings of the mind, was an emanation from the brain and entirely physical in its nature. I saw, as a medical man, how a spicule of bone or a tumour pressing on the brain would cause what seemed an alteration in the soul. I saw also how drugs or alcohol would turn on fleeting phases of virtue or vice. The physical argument seemed an overpowering one. It had never struck me that the current of events might really flow in the opposite direction, and that the higher faculties could only manifest themselves imperfectly through an imperfect instrument. The broken fiddle is silent, and yet the musician is the same as ever. The first thing which steadied me and made me reconsider my position was the question of telepathy, which was already being discussed by William Barrett and others, even before the appearance of Meyer's monumental work on Human Personality, the first book which devoted to these psychic subjects the deep study and sustained brain power which they demand. It may, in my opinion, take a permanent place in human literature, like the Novum Organum or the Descent of Man, or any other great root book which has marked a date in human thought. Having read some of the evidence, I began to experiment in thought transference, and I found a fellow researcher in Mr. Ball, a well-known architect in the town. Again and again, sitting behind him, I have drawn diagrams, and he in turn has made approximately the same figure. I showed beyond any doubt whatever that I could convey my thoughts without words. But if I could verify such conclusions up to 6 feet, I could not well doubt them when they gave me the evidence that the same results could be obtained at a distance. With an appropriate subject and some undefined sympathy between the two individuals, it was independent of space. So the evidence seemed to show. I had always sworn by science and by the need of fearless following whatever truth might lie. It was clear now that my position had been too rigid. I had compared the thought excretion of the brain to the bile excretion of the liver. Clearly this was untenable. If thought could go 1,000 miles and produce a perceptible effect, then it differed entirely, not only in degree, but in kind, from any purely physical material. That seemed certain, and it must involve some modification of my old views. About this time, 1886, the family of a general whom I attended professionally became interested in table turning and asked me to come and check their results. They sat round a dining room table which, after a time, their hands being upon it, began to sway and finally got sufficient motion to tap with one leg. They then asked questions and received answers, more or less wise and more or less to the point. They were got by the tedious process of reciting the alphabet and writing down the letter which the tap indicated. It seemed to me that we were collectively pushing the table and that our wills were concerned in bringing down the leg at the right moment. I was interested but very sceptical. Some of these messages were not vague platitudes but were definite and from dead friends of the family, which naturally impressed them greatly, though it had not the same effect upon me, since I did not know them. I have the old records before me as I write. Don't tell the girls when you see them, but they will talk about me. Kiss my baby for me. I watch her always, Francie. This was the style of message, mixed up with a good many platitudes. We held 20 or more of such meetings, but I never received anything evidential to my own address, and I was very critical as to the whole proceedings. Nonetheless, there was a problem to be solved, and I went on with its solution, reading the pros and the cons, and asking advice from those who had experience, especially from General Drayson, a very distinguished thinker and a pioneer of psychic knowledge, who lived at that time at Southsea. I had known Drayson first as an astronomer, for he had worked out a revolutionary idea by which there is a fatal mistake in our present idea as to the circle which is described in the heavens by the prolonged axis of the earth. It is really a wider circle round a different centre, and this correction enables us to explain several things now inexplicable, and to make astronomy a more exact science, with certain very important reactions upon geology and the recurrent glacial epochs, the exact date of which could be fixed. His views impressed me much at the time, and several books upholding them have appeared since his death, notably Draysonians by Admiral de Horsey. If he makes good, as I think he will, Drayson will make a great permanent name. His opinion, therefore, was not negligible upon any subject, and when he told me his views and experiences on spiritualism, I could not fail to be impressed, though my own philosophy was far too solid to be easily destroyed. I was too poor to employ professional mediums, and to work on such subjects without a medium is as if one worked at astronomy without a telescope. Once only an old man with some reputed psychic power came for a small fee, and gave us a demonstration. He went into a loud breathing trance to the alarm of his audience, and then gave each of us a test. Mine was certainly a very remarkable one, for it was, "Do not read Leigh Hunt's book." I was hesitating at the time whether I should read his Comic Dramatists of the Restoration or not, for on the one hand it is literature, and on the other the treatment repelled me. This then was a very final and excellent test so far as telepathy went, but I would not fully grant that it was more. I was so impressed, however, that I wrote an account of it to Light, the psychic weekly paper, and so in the year 1887 I actually put myself on public record as a student of these matters. That was 37 years ago as I write, so I am a very senior student now. From that time onwards I read and thought a great deal, though it was not until the later phase of my life that I realised whither all this was tending. This question I will treat in a final section by itself, so that those to whom it is of less interest can avoid it. I was deeply interested and attracted for a year or two by theosophy, because while spiritualism seemed at that time to be chaos so far as philosophy went, theosophy presented a very well thought out and reasonable scheme, parts of which, notably reincarnation and karma, seemed to offer an explanation for some of the anomalies of life. I read Sinnett's Occult World, and afterwards, with even greater admiration, I read his fine exposition of theosophy in Esoteric Buddhism, a most notable book. I also met him, for he was an old friend of General Drayson's, and I was impressed by his conversation. Shortly afterwards, however, there appeared Dr. Hodgson's report upon his investigation into Madame Blavatsky's proceedings at Adyar, which shook my confidence very much. It is true that Mrs. Besant has since then published a powerful defence, which tends to show that Hodgson may have been deceived, but the subsequent book, A Priestess of Isis, which contains many of her own letters, leaves an unpleasant impression, and Sinnett's posthumous work seems to show that he also had lost confidence. On the other hand, Colonel Olcott shows that the woman undoubtedly had real psychic powers, whatever their source. As to spiritualism, it seems to have only interested her in its lower, phenomenal aspect. Her books show extraordinary erudition and capacity for hard work, even if they represent the transfer of other people's conclusions, as they frequently do. It would be unjust, however, to condemn the old wisdom simply because it was introduced by this extraordinary and volcanic person. We have also had, in our branch of the occult, many dishonest mediums, but we have hastened to unveil them where we could do so, and theosophy will be in a stronger position when it shakes off Madame Blavatsky altogether. In any case, it could never have met my needs, for I ask for severe proof, and if I have to go back to unquestioning faith, I should find myself in the fold from which I wandered. My life had been a pleasant one, with my steadily increasing literary success, my practice, which was enough to keep me pleasantly occupied, and my sport, which I treat in a later chapter. Suddenly, however, there came a development which shook me out of my rut and caused an absolute change in my life and plans. One daughter, Mary, had been born to us. Our household was a happy one, and as I have never had personal ambitions, since the simple things of life have always been the most pleasant to me, it is possible that I should have remained in Southsea permanently, but for this new episode in my life. It arose when in 1890 Koch announced that he had discovered a sure cure for consumption and that he would demonstrate it upon a certain date in Berlin. A great urge came upon me suddenly that I should go to Berlin and see him do so. I could give no clear reason for this, but it was an irresistible impulse, and I at once determined to go. Had I been a well-known doctor or a specialist in consumption, it would have been more intelligible, but I had, as a matter of fact, no great interest in the more recent developments of my own profession, and a very strong belief that much of the so-called progress was illusory. However, at a few hours' notice, I packed up a bag and started off alone upon this curious adventure. I had had an interchange of letters with Mr. W. T. Stead over some matter, and I called upon him at the Review of Reviews office as I passed through London to ask if he could give me an introduction to Koch or to Dr. Bergman, who was to give the demonstration. Mr. Stead was very amiable to this big unknown provincial doctor, and he gave me a letter for the British ambassador, Sir Edward Mallet, if I remember right, and for Mr. Lowe, the Times correspondent. He also asked me to do a character sketch of Koch for him, adding that he would have Count Mattei as a feature of his magazine this month and Koch the next. I said, "Then you will have the greatest man of science and the greatest quack in Europe following each other." Stead glared at me angrily, for it seemed that the Mattei treatment, with its blue electricity, and the rest of it was at that moment his particular fad. However, we parted amiably, and all through his life we kept in distant touch, though we came into sharp collision at the time of the Boer War. He was a brave and honest man, and if he was impulsive at times, it was only the sudden outflame of that fire which made him the great force for good that he was. In psychic knowledge he was a generation before his time, though his mood of expressing it may sometimes have been injudicious. I went on to Berlin that night and found myself in the Continental Express with a very handsome and courteous London physician, bound upon the same errand as myself. We passed most of the night talking, and I learned that his name was Malcolm Morris, and that he had also been a provincial doctor, but that he had come to London and made a considerable hit as a skin specialist in Harley Street. It was the beginning of a friendship which endured. Having arrived at Berlin, the great thing was to be present at Bergman's demonstration, which was to be next day at 12. I went to our ambassador, was kept long waiting, had a chilly reception, and was dismissed without help or consolation. Then I tried the Times correspondent, but he could not help me either. He and his amiable wife showed me every courtesy and invited me to dinner that night. Tickets were simply not to be had, and neither money nor interest could procure them. I conceived the wild idea of getting one from Koch himself, and made my way to his house. While there I had the curious experience of seeing his mail arrive, a large sack full of letters, which was emptied out on the floor of the hall, and exhibited every sort of stamp in Europe. It was a sign of all the sad broken lives and wearied hearts which were turning in hope to Berlin. Koch remained a veiled prophet, however, and would see neither me nor anyone else. I was fairly at my wits' ends, and could not imagine how I could attain my end. Next day I went down to the great building where the address was to be given, and managed by bribing the porter to get into the outer hall. The huge audience was assembling in a room beyond. I tried further bribing that I might be slipped in, but the official became abusive. People streamed past me, but I was always the waiter at the gate. Finally, everyone had gone in, and then a group of men came bustling across. Bergman, bearded and formidable, in the van, with a tail of house surgeons and satellites behind him. I threw myself across his path. "I have come 1,000 miles," said I. "May I not come in?" He halted and glared at me through his spectacles. "Perhaps you would like to take my place," he roared, working himself up into that strange folly of excitement which seems so strange in the heavy German nature. "That is the only place left. Yes, yes, take my place by all means. My classes are filled with Englishmen already." He fairly spat out the word Englishman, and I learned afterwards that some recent quarrel with Morel Mackenzie over the illness of the Emperor Frederick had greatly incensed him. I am glad to say that I kept my temper and my polite manner, which is always the best shield when one is met by brutal rudeness. "Not at all," I said. "I would not intrude if there was really no room." He glared at me again, all beard and spectacles, and rushed on with his court, all grinning at the snub which the presumptuous Englishman had received. One of them lingered, however, a kindly American. "That was bad behaviour," said he. "See here, if you meet me at 4 this afternoon, I will show you my full notes of the lecture, and I know the cases he is about to show, so we can see them together tomorrow." Then he followed on. So it came about that I attained my end after all, but in a roundabout way. I studied the lecture and the cases, and I had the temerity to disagree with every one, and to come to the conclusion that the whole thing was experimental and premature. A wave of madness had seized the world, and from all parts, notably from England, poor afflicted people were rushing to Berlin for a cure, some of them in such advanced stages of disease that they died in the train. I felt so sure of my ground and so strongly about it that I wrote a letter of warning to the Daily Telegraph, and I rather think that this letter was the very first which appeared upon the side of doubt and caution. I need not say that the event proved the truth of my forecast. 2 days later I was back in Southsea, but I came back a changed man. I had spread my wings and had felt something of the powers within me. Especially I had been influenced by a long talk with Malcolm Morris, in which he assured me that I was wasting my life in the provinces and had too small a field for my activities. He insisted that I should leave general practice and go to London. I answered that I was by no means sure of my literary success as yet, and that I could not so easily abandon the medical career which had cost my mother such sacrifices and myself so many years of study. He asked me if there was any special branch of the profession on which I could concentrate so as to get away from general practice. I said that of late years I had been interested in eye work and had amused myself by correcting refractions and ordering glasses in the Portsmouth Eye Hospital under Mr. Vernon Ford. "Well," said Morris, "why not specialise upon the eye? Go to Vienna, put in 6 months' work, come back and start in London. Thus you will have a nice clean life with plenty of leisure for your literature." I came home with this great suggestion buzzing in my head, and as my wife was quite willing and Mary, my little girl, was old enough now to be left with her grandmother, there seemed to be no obstacle in the way. There were no difficulties about disposing of the practice, for it was so small and so purely personal that it could not be sold to another and simply had to dissolve. The Portsmouth Literary and Scientific Society gave me a Godspeed banquet. I have many pleasant and some comic reminiscences of this society, of which I had been secretary for several years. We kept the sacred flame burning in the old city with our weekly papers and discussions during the long winters. It was there I learned to face an audience, which proved to be of the first importance for my life's work. I was naturally of a very nervous, backward, self-distrustful disposition in such things, and I have been told that the signal that I was about to join in the discussion was that the whole long bench on which I sat, with everyone on it, used to shake with my emotion. But once up, I learned to speak out, to conceal my trepidations, and to choose my phrases. I gave 3 papers, one on the Arctic seas, one on Carlyle, and one on Gibbon. The former gave me a quite unmerited reputation as a sportsman, for I borrowed from a local taxidermist every bird and beast that he possessed which could conceivably find its way into the Arctic Circle. These I piled upon the lecture table, and the audience, concluding that I had shot them all, looked upon me with great respect. Next morning they were back with the taxidermist once more. We had some weird people and incidents at these debates. I remember one very learned discussion on fossils and the age of the strata, which was ended by a cadaverous Major General of the evangelical persuasion, who rose and said in a hollow voice that all this speculation was vain, and indeed incomprehensible, since we knew on an authority which could not possibly be questioned that the world was made exactly 5,890 years ago. This put the lid on the debate, and we all crept home to bed. My political work also caused me to learn to speak. I was what was called a liberal unionist, that is, a man whose general position was liberal, but who could not see his way to support Gladstone's Irish policy. Perhaps we were wrong. However, that was my view at the time. I had a dreadful first experience of platform speaking on a large scale, for at a huge meeting at the amphitheatre the candidate, Sir William Crossman, was delayed, and to prevent a fiasco I was pushed on at a moment's notice to face an audience of 3,000 people. It was one of the tight corners of my life. I hardly knew myself what I said, but the Irish part of me came to my aid and supplied me with a torrent of more or less incoherent words and similes, which roused the audience greatly, though it read to me afterwards more like a comic stump speech than a serious political effort. But it was what they wanted, and they were mostly on their feet before I finished. I was amazed when I read it next day, and especially the last crowning sentence, which was, "England and Ireland are wedded together with the sapphire wedding ring of the sea, and what God has placed together, let no man pluck asunder." It was not very good logic, but whether it was eloquence or rhodomontade, I could not even now determine. I was acting secretary when Mr. Balfour came down to address a great meeting, and, as such, When the hall was full, I waited on the curb outside to receive him. Presently his carriage drove up, and out he stepped, tall, thin, and aristocratic. There were 2 notorious artisans of the other side waiting for him, and I warned them not to make trouble. However, the moment Balfour appeared, one of them opened a huge mouth with the intention of emitting a howl of execration, but it never got out, for I clapped my hand pretty forcibly over the orifice, while I held him by the neck with the other hand. His companion hit me on the head with a stick, and was promptly knocked down by one of my companions. Meanwhile Balfour got safely in, and we 2 secretaries followed, rather dishevelled after our adventure. I met Lord Balfour several times in after life, but I never told him how I once had my hat smashed in his defence. What with the literary society and the politicians, I left a gap behind me in Portsmouth, and so did my wife, who was universally popular for her amiable and generous character. It was a wrench for us to leave so many good friends. However, toward the end of 1890 the die was cast, and we closed the door of Bush Villa behind us for the last time. I had days of privation there, and days of growing success during the 8 long years that I had spent in Portsmouth. Now it was with a sense of wonderful freedom and exhilarating adventure that we set forth upon the next phase of our lives. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 10. The Great Break. Vienna. A specialist in Wimpole Street. The Great Decision. Norwood. The Refugees. Reported death of Holmes. We set forth upon a bitter winter day at the close of 1890, with every chance of being snowed up on our long trek. We got through all right, however, and found ourselves in Vienna, arriving on a deadly cold night with deep snow underfoot and a cutting blizzard in the air. As we looked from the station, the electric lights threw out the shining silver drift of snowflakes against the absolute darkness of the sky. It was a gloomy, ominous reception, but half an hour afterwards, when we were in the warm, cosy, crowded, tobacco-laden restaurant attached to our hotel, we took a more cheerful view of our surroundings. We found a modest pension, which was within our means, and we put in a very pleasant 4 months, during which I attended eye lectures at the Cranken House, but could certainly have learned far more in London, for even if one has a fair knowledge of conversational German, it is very different from following accurately a rapid lecture filled with technical terms. No doubt, "has studied in Vienna" sounds well in a specialist's record, but it is usually taken for granted that he has exhausted his own country before going abroad, which was by no means the case with me. Therefore, so far as eye work goes, my winter was wasted, nor can I trace any particular spiritual or intellectual advance. On the other hand, I saw a little of gay Viennese society. I received kind and welcome hospitality from Brinsley Richards, the Times correspondent, and his wife, and I had some excellent skating. I also wrote one short book, The Doings of Raffles Haw, not a very notable achievement, by which I was able to pay my current expenses without encroaching on the very few £100, which were absolutely all that I had in the world. This money was invested on the advice of a friend, and as it was almost all lost, like so much more than I have earned, it is just as well that I was never driven back upon it. With the spring, my work at Vienna had finished, if it can be said to have ever begun, and we returned via Paris, putting in a few days there with Landolt, who was the most famous French oculist of his time. It was great to find ourselves back in London once more, with the feeling that we were now on the real field of battle, where we must conquer or perish, for our boats were burned behind us. It is easy now to look back and think that the issue was clear, but it was by no means so at the time, for I had earned little, though my reputation was growing. It was only my own inward conviction of the permanent merits of The White Company, still appearing month by month in Cornhill, which sustained my confidence. I had come through so much in the early days at Southsea that nothing could alarm me personally, but I had a wife and child now, and the stern simplicity of life which was possible and even pleasant in early days was now no longer to be thought of. We took rooms in Montague Place, and I went forth to search for some place where I could put up my plate as an oculist. I was aware that many of the big men do not find time to work out refractions, which in some cases of astigmatism take a long time to adjust when done by retinoscopy. I was capable in this work and liked it, so I hoped that some of it might drift my way. But to get it, it was clearly unnecessary that I should live among the big men, so that the patient could be easily referred to me. I searched the doctor's quarters and at last found suitable accommodation at 2 Devonshire Place, which is at the top of Wimpole Street and close to the classical Harley Street. There, for £120 a year, I got the use of a front room, with part use of a waiting room. I was soon to find that they were both waiting rooms, and now I know that it was better so. Every morning I walked from the lodgings at Montague Place, reached my consulting room at 10, and sat there until 3 or 4, with never a ring to disturb my serenity. Could better conditions for reflection and work be found? It was ideal, and so long as I was thoroughly unsuccessful in my professional venture, there was every chance of improvement in my literary prospects. Therefore, when I returned to the lodgings at tea-time, I bore my little sheaves with me, the first fruits of a considerable harvest. A number of monthly magazines were coming out at that time, notable among which was the Strand, then as now under the editorship of Greenhoff Smith. Considering these various journals with their disconnected stories, it had struck me that a single character running through a series, if it only engaged the attention of the reader, would bind that reader to that particular magazine. On the other hand, it had long seemed to me that the ordinary serial might be an impediment rather than a help to a magazine, since, sooner or later, one missed one number, and afterwards it had lost all interest. Clearly the ideal compromise was a character which carried through, and yet instalments which were each complete in themselves, so that the purchaser was always sure that he could relish the whole contents of the magazine. I believe that I was the first to realise this, and the Strand Magazine the first to put it into practice. Looking round for my central character, I felt that Sherlock Holmes, whom I had already handled in 2 little books, would easily lend himself to a succession of short stories. These I began in the long hours of waiting in my consulting room. Greenhoff Smith liked them from the first and encouraged me to go ahead with them. My literary affairs had been taken up by that king of agents, A.P. Watt, who relieved me of all the hateful bargaining and handled things so well that any immediate anxiety for money soon disappeared. It was as well, for not one single patient had ever crossed the threshold of my room. I was now once more at a crossroads of my life, and Providence, which I recognised at every step, made me realise it in a very energetic and unpleasant way. I was starting off from my usual trudge one morning from our lodgings, when icy shivers passed over me, and I only got back in time to avoid a total collapse. It was a virulent attack of influenza, at a time when influenza was in its deadly prime. Only 3 years before, my dear sister Annette, after spending her whole life on the family needs, had died of it at Lisbon, at the very moment when my success would have enabled me to recall her from her long servitude. Now it was my turn, and I very nearly followed her. I can remember no pain or extreme discomfort, and no psychic experiences, but for a week I was in great danger, and then found myself as weak as a child and as emotional, but with a mind as clear as crystal. It was then, as I surveyed my own life, that I saw how foolish I was to waste my literary earnings in keeping up an oculist's room in Wimpole Street, and I determined with a wild rush of joy to cut the painter and to trust for ever to my power of writing. I remember in my delight taking the handkerchief which lay upon the coverlet in my enfeebled hand, and tossing it up to the ceiling in my exultation. I should at last be my own master. No longer would I have to conform to professional dress, or try to please anyone else. I would be free to live how I liked and where I liked. It was one of the great moments of exultation of my life. The date was in August 1891. Presently I was about, hobbling on a stick, and reflecting that if I lived to be 80, I knew already exactly how it would feel. I haunted house agents, got lists of suburban villas, and spent some weeks, as my strength returned, in searching for a new home. Finally I found a suitable house, modest but comfortable, isolated and yet one of a row. It was 12 Tennyson Road, South Norwood. There we settled down, and there I made my first effort to live entirely by my pen. It soon became evident that I had been playing the game well within my powers, and that I should have no difficulty in providing a sufficient income. It seemed as if I had settled into a life which might be continuous, and I little foresaw that an unexpected blow was about to fall upon us, and that we were not at the end, but really at the beginning of our wanderings. I could not know this, however, and I settled down with a stout heart to do some literary work worthy of the name. The difficulty of the Holmes work was that every story really needed as clear-cut and original a plot as a longish book would do. One cannot without effort spin plots at such a rate. They are apt to become thin or to break. I was determined now that I had no longer the excuse of absolute pecuniary pressure. Never again to write anything which was not as good as I could possibly make it, and therefore I would not write a home story without a worthy plot, and without a problem which interested my own mind, for that is the first requisite before you can interest anyone else. If I have been able to sustain this chapter for a long time, and if the public find, as they will find, that the last story is as good as the first, it is entirely due to the fact that I never, or hardly ever, forced a story. Some have thought there was a falling off in the stories, and the criticism was neatly expressed by a Cornish boatman who said to me, "I think, sir, when Holmes fell over that cliff, he may not have killed himself, but all the same, he was never quite the same man afterwards." I think, however, that if the reader began the series backwards, so that he brought a fresh mind to the last stories, he would agree with me that, though the general average may not be as conspicuously high, still the last one is as good as the first. Weary, however, of inventing plots, and I set myself now to do some work which would certainly be less remunerative, but would be more ambitious from a literary point of view. I had long been attracted by the epoch of Louis XIV and by those Huguenots who were the French equivalents of our Puritans. I had a good knowledge of the memoirs of that date and many notes already prepared, so that it did not take me long to write the Refugees. It has stood the acid test of time very well, so I may say that it was a success. Soon after its appearance it was translated into French, and my mother, herself a great French scholar, had the joy when she visited Fontainebleau to hear the official guide tell the drove of tourists that if they really wanted to know about the court of the great monarch, they would find the clearest and most accurate account in an Englishman's book, The Refugees. I expect the guide would have been considerably astonished had he then and there been kissed by an elderly English lady, but it was an experience which he must have narrowly missed. I used in this book also a great deal which was drawn from Parkman, that great but neglected historian, who was, in my opinion, the greatest serious writer that America has produced. There was an amusing episode connected with the Refugees. When it was read aloud in some strict Irish convent, the innocent Reverend Mother, having mistaken my name and imagined that I was a canon, and therefore of course a holy man. I am told that the reading was a tremendous success, and that the good sisters rejoiced that the mistake was not found out until the story was completed. My first name has several times led to mistakes, as when at a big dinner at Chicago I was asked to say grace, as being the only ecclesiastic present. I remember that at the same dinner one of the speakers remarked that it was a most sinister fact that though I was a doctor, no living patient of mine had ever yet been seen. During this Norwood interval I was certainly working hard, for besides the Refugees I wrote The Great Shadow, a booklet which I should put near the front of my work for merit, and 2 other little books on a very inferior plane, The Parasite and Beyond the City. The latter was of a domestic type unusual for me. It was pirated in New York just before the new Copyright Act came into force, and the rascal publisher, thinking that a portrait, any sort of portrait of the author, would look well upon the cover, and being quite ignorant of my identity, put a very pretty and overdressed young woman as my presentment. I still preserve a copy of this most flattering representation. All these books had some decent success, though none of it was remarkable. It was still the Sherlock Holmes stories for which the public clamoured, and these from time to time I endeavoured to supply. At last, after I had done 2 series of them, I saw that I was in danger of having my hand forced, and of being entirely identified with what I regarded as the lower stratum of literary achievement. Therefore, as a sign of my resolution, I determined to end the life of my hero. The idea was in my mind when I went with my wife for a short holiday in Switzerland, in the course of which we saw there the wonderful falls of Reichenbach. A terrible place, and one that I thought would make a worthy tomb for poor Sherlock, even if I buried my banking account along with him. So there I laid him, fully determined that he should stay there, as indeed for some years he did. I was amazed at the concern expressed by the public. They say that a man is never properly appreciated until he is dead, and the general protest against my summary execution of Holmes taught me how many and how numerous were his friends. "You brute," was the beginning of the letter of remonstrance which one lady sent me, and I expect she spoke for others beside herself. I heard of many who wept. I fear I was utterly callous myself, and only glad to have a chance of opening out into new fields of imagination, for the temptation of high prices made it difficult to get one's thoughts away from Holmes. That Sherlock Holmes was anything but mythical to many is shown by the fact that I have had many letters addressed to him with requests that I forward them. Watson has also had a number of letters in which he has been asked for the address or for the autograph of his more brilliant confrère. A press-cutting agency wrote to Watson asking whether Holmes would not wish to subscribe. When Holmes retired, several elderly ladies were ready to keep house for him, and one sought to ingratiate herself by assuring me that she knew all about beekeeping and could segregate the queen. I had considerable offers also for Holmes, if he would examine and solve various family mysteries. Once the offer, from Poland, was that I should myself go, and my reward was practically left to my own judgment. I had judgment enough, however, to avoid it altogether. I have often been asked whether I had myself the qualities which I depicted, or whether I was merely the Watson that I look. Of course I am well aware that it is one thing to grapple with a practical problem, and quite another thing when you are allowed to solve it under your own conditions. I have no delusions about that. At the same time, a man cannot spin a character out of his own inner consciousness and make it really lifelike, unless he has some possibilities of that character within him, which is a dangerous admission for one who has drawn so many villains as I. In my poem The Inner Room, describing our multiplex personality, I say, "There are others who are sitting, grim as doom, in the dim, ill-boding shadow of my room. Darkling figures, stern or quaint, now a savage, now a saint, showing fitfully and faint in the gloom." Among those figures there may perhaps be an astute detective also, but I find that in real life, in order to find him, I have to inhibit all the others, and get into a mood when there is no one in the room but he. Then I get results, and have several times solved problems by Holmes's methods after the police have been baffled. Yet I must admit that in ordinary life I am by no means observant, and that I have to throw myself into an artificial frame of mind before I can weigh evidence and anticipate the sequence of events. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 11. Sidelights on Sherlock Holmes. The Speckled Band. Barry's parody on Holmes. Holmes on the films. Methods of construction. Problems. Curious letters. Some personal cases. Strange happenings. I may as well interrupt my narrative here in order to say what may interest my readers about my most notorious character. The impression that Holmes was a real person of flesh and blood may have been intensified by his frequent appearance upon the stage. After the withdrawal of my dramatisation of Rodney Stone from a theatre upon which I held a 6 months' lease, I determined to play a bold and energetic game, for an empty theatre spells ruin. When I saw the course that things were taking, I shut myself up and devoted my whole mind to making a sensational Sherlock Holmes drama. I wrote it in a week and called it The Speckled Band, after the short story of that name. I do not think that I exaggerate if I say that within a fortnight of the one play shutting down, I had a company working upon the rehearsals of a second one, which had been written in the interval. It was a considerable success. Lynn Harding as the half-epileptic and wholly formidable Dr. Grimesby Rylott was most masterful, while Saintsbury as Sherlock Holmes was also very good. Before the end of the run I had cleared off all that I had lost upon the other play, and I had created a permanent property of some value. It became a stock piece and is even now touring the country. We had a fine rock boa to play the title role, a snake which was the pride of my heart, so one can imagine my disgust when I saw that one critic ended his disparaging review by the words, "The crisis of the play was produced by the appearance of a palpably artificial serpent." I was inclined to offer him a goodly sum if he would undertake to go to bed with it. We had several snakes at different times, but they were none of them born actors, and they were all inclined either to hang down from the hole in the wall, like inanimate bell-pulls, or else to turn back through the hole and get even with the stage carpenter, who pinched their tails in order to make them more lively. Finally we used artificial snakes, and every one, including the stage carpenter, agreed that it was more satisfactory. This was the second Sherlock Holmes play. I should have spoken about the first, which was produced very much earlier, in fact at the time of the African War. It was written and most wonderfully acted by William Gillette, the famous American. Since he used my characters and to some extent my plots, he naturally gave me a share in the undertaking, which proved to be very successful. "May I marry Holmes?" was one cable which I received from him when in the throes of composition. "You may marry or murder or do what you like with him," was my heartless reply. I was charmed both with the play, the acting, and the pecuniary result. I think that every man with a drop of artistic blood in his veins would agree that the latter consideration, though very welcome when it does arrive, is still the last of which he thinks. Sir James Barrie paid his respects to Sherlock Holmes in a rollicking parody. It was really a gay gesture of resignation over the failure which we had encountered with a comic opera, for which he undertook to write the libretto. I collaborated with him on this, but in spite of our joint efforts, the piece fell flat. Whereupon Barrie sent me a parody on Holmes, written on the fly-leaves of one of his books. It ran thus: The Adventure of the Two Collaborators. In bringing to a close the adventures of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I am perforce reminded that he never, save on the occasion which, as you will now hear, brought his singular career to an end, consented to act in any mystery which was concerned with persons who made a livelihood by their pen. I am not particular about the people I mix among for business purposes, he would say, but at literary characters I draw the line. We were in our rooms in Baker Street one evening. I was, I remember, by the centre table writing out The Adventure of the Man Without a Cork Leg, which had so puzzled the Royal Society and all the other scientific bodies of Europe, and Holmes was amusing himself with a little revolver practice. It was his custom of a summer evening to fire round my head, just shaving my face, until he had made a photograph of me on the opposite wall, and it is a slight proof of his skill that many of these portraits in pistol shots are considered admirable likenesses. I happened to look out of the window, and perceiving two gentlemen advancing rapidly along Baker Street, asked him who they were. He immediately lit his pipe, and twisting himself on a chair into the figure 8, replied, "They are two collaborators in comic opera, and their play has not been a triumph." I sprang from my chair to the ceiling in amazement, and he then explained, "My dear Watson, they are obviously men who follow some low calling. That much even you should be able to read in their faces. Those little pieces of blue paper which they fling angrily from them are Durant's press notices. Of these they have obviously hundreds about their person. See how their pockets bulge? They would not dance on them if they were pleasant reading." I again sprang to the ceiling, which is much dented, and shouted, "Amazing! But they may be mere authors." "No," said Holmes, "for mere authors only get one press notice a week. Only criminals, dramatists and actors get them by the 100. "Then they may be actors." "No, actors would come in a carriage." "Can you tell me anything else about them?" "A great deal. From the mud on the boots of the tall one I perceive that he comes from South Norwood. The other is as obviously a Scotch author." "How can you tell that?" "He is carrying in his pocket a book called, I clearly see, Auld Licht something. Would anyone but the author be likely to carry a book with such a title?" I had to confess that this was improbable. It was now evident that the two men, if such they can be called, were seeking our lodgings. I have said often that my friend Holmes seldom gave way to emotion of any kind, but he now turned livid with passion. Presently this gave place to a strange look of triumph. "Watson," he said, "that big fellow has for years taken the credit for my most remarkable doings. But at last I have him, at last." Up I went to the ceiling, and when I returned, the strangers were in the room. "I perceive, gentlemen," said Mr. Sherlock Holmes, "that you are at present afflicted by an extraordinary novelty." The handsomer of our visitors asked in amazement how he knew this, but the big one only scowled. "You forget that you wear a ring on your fourth finger," replied Mr. Holmes calmly. I was about to jump to the ceiling when the big brute interposed. "That tommy rot is all very well for the public, Holmes," said he, "but you can drop it before me. And Watson, if you go up to the ceiling again, I shall make you stay there." Here I observed a curious phenomenon. My friend Sherlock Holmes shrank. He became small before my eyes. I looked longingly at the ceiling, but dared not. "Let us cut out the first 4 pages," said the big man, "and proceed to business. I want to know why—" "Allow me," said Mr. Holmes, with some of his old courage. "You want to know why the public does not go to your opera." "Exactly," said the other ironically, "as you perceive by my shirt-stud." He added more gravely, "And as you can only find out in one way, I must insist on your witnessing an entire performance of the piece." It was an anxious moment for me. I shuddered, for I knew that if Holmes went, I should have to go with him. But my friend had a heart of gold. "Never!" he cried fiercely. "I will do anything for you save that." "Your continued existence depends on it," said the big man menacingly. "I would rather melt into air," replied Holmes, proudly taking another chair. "But I can tell you why the public don't go to your piece without sitting the thing out myself." "Why?" "Because," replied Holmes calmly, "they prefer to stay away." A dead silence followed that extraordinary remark. For a moment the two intruders gazed with awe upon the man who had unravelled their mystery so wonderfully. Then, drawing their knives, Holmes grew less and less until nothing was left save a ring of smoke which slowly circled to the ceiling. The last words of great men are often noteworthy. These were the last words of Sherlock Holmes. "Fool! Fool! I have kept you in luxury for years. By my help you have ridden extensively in cabs where no author was ever seen before. Henceforth you will ride in buses." The brute sunk into a chair, aghast. The other author did not turn a hair. To A. Conan Doyle, from his friend J. M. Barrie. This parody, the best of all the numerous parodies, may be taken as an example not only of the author's wit, but of his debonair courage, for it was written immediately after our joint failure, which at the moment was a bitter thought for both of us. There is indeed nothing more miserable than a theatrical failure, for you feel how many others who have backed you have been affected by it. It was, I am glad to say, my only experience of it, and I have no doubt that Barrie could say the same. Before I leave the subject of the many impersonations of Holmes, I may say that all of them, and all the drawings, are very unlike my own original idea of the man. I saw him as very tall, over 6 feet, but so excessively lean that he seemed considerably taller, said a study in scarlet. He had, as I imagined him, a thin razor-like face with a great hawksbill of a nose, and 2 small eyes set close together on either side of it. Such was my conception. It chanced, however, that poor Sidney Paget, who before his premature death drew all the original pictures, had a younger brother whose name I think was Walter, who served him as a model. The handsome Walter took the place of the more powerful but uglier Sherlock, and perhaps from the point of view of my lady readers it was as well. The stage has followed the type set up by the pictures. Films, of course, were unknown when the stories appeared, and when these rights were finally discussed, and a small sum offered for them by a French company, it seemed treasure trove, and I was very glad to accept. Afterwards I had to buy them back again at exactly 10 times what I had received, so the deal was a disastrous one. But now they have been done by the Stoll Company with Isle Norwood as Holmes, and it was worth all the expense to get so fine a production. Norwood has since played the part on the stage and won the approbation of the London public. He has that rare quality which can only be described as glamour, which compels you to watch an actor eagerly even when he is doing nothing. He has the brooding eye which excites expectation, and he has also a quite unrivalled power of disguise. My only criticism of the films is that they introduce telephones, motor cars and other luxuries of which the Victorian Holmes never dreamed. People have often asked me whether I knew the end of a Holmes story before I started it. Of course I do. One could not possibly steer a course if one did not know one's destination. The first thing is to get your idea. Having got that key idea, one's next task is to conceal it and lay emphasis upon everything which can make for a different explanation. Holmes, however, can see all the fallacies of the alternatives and arrives more or less dramatically at the true solution by steps which he can describe and justify. He shows his powers by what the South Americans now call Sherlock Holmitos, which means clever little deductions which often have nothing to do with the matter in hand, but impress the reader with a general sense of power. The same effect is gained by his offhand allusion to other cases. Heaven knows how many titles I have thrown about in a casual way, and how many readers have begged me to satisfy their curiosity as to Rigoletto and his abominable wife, The Adventure of the Tired Captain, or The Curious Experience of the Patterson Family in the Island of Uffa. Once or twice, as in The Adventure of the Second Stain, which in my judgment is one of the neatest of the stories, I did actually use the title years before I wrote a story to correspond. There are some questions concerned with particular stories which turn up periodically from every quarter of the globe. In The Adventure of the Priory School, Holmes remarks in his offhand way that by looking at a bicycle track on a damp moor, one can say which way it was heading. I had so many remonstrances upon this point, varying from pity to anger, that I took out my bicycle and tried. I had imagined that the observations of the way in which the track of the bind wheel overlaid the track of the front one, when the machine was not running dead straight, would show the direction. I found that my correspondents were right and I was wrong, for this would be the same whichever way the cycle was moving. On the other hand, the real solution was much simpler, for on an undulating moor the wheels make a much deeper impression uphill, and a more shallow one downhill. So Holmes was justified of his wisdom after all. Sometimes I have got upon dangerous ground where I have taken risks through my own want of knowledge of the correct atmosphere. I have, for example, never been a racing man, and yet I ventured to write Silver Blaze, in which the mystery depends upon the laws of training and racing. The story is all right, and Holmes may have been at the top of his form, but my ignorance cries aloud to heaven. I read an excellent and very damaging criticism of the story in some sporting paper, written clearly by a man who did know, in which he explained the exact penalties which would have come upon everyone concerned if they had acted as I described. Half would have been in jail, and the other half warned off the turf forever. However, I have never been nervous about details, and one must be masterful sometimes. When an alarmed editor wrote to me once, "There is no second line of rails at that point," I answered, "I make one." On the other hand, there are cases where accuracy is essential. I do not wish to be ungrateful to Holmes, who has been a good friend to me in many ways. If I have sometimes been inclined to weary of him, it is because his character admits of no light or shade. He is a calculating machine, and anything you add to that simply weakens the effect. Thus the variety of the stories must depend upon the romance and compact handling of the plots. I would say a word for Watson also, who in the course of 7 volumes never shows one gleam of humour or makes one single joke. To make a real character one must sacrifice everything to consistency. And remember Goldsmith's criticism of Johnson, that he would make the little fishes talk like whales. I do not think that I ever realised what a living actual personality Holmes had become to the more guileless readers, until I heard of the very pleasing story of the charabancs of French schoolboys who, when asked what they wanted to see first in London, replied unanimously that they wanted to see Mr. Holmes's lodgings in Baker Street. Many have asked me which house it is, but that is a point which for excellent reasons I will not decide. There are certain Sherlock Holmes stories, apocryphal I need not say, which go round and round the press and turn up at fixed intervals with the regularity of a comet. One is the story of the cabman, who is supposed to have taken me to an hotel in Paris. "Dr. Doyle," he cried, gazing at me fixedly, "I perceive from your appearance that you have been recently at Constantinople. I have reason to think also that you have been at Buda, and I perceive some indication that you were not far from Milan. Wonderful. 5 francs for the secret of how you did it." "I looked at the labels pasted on your trunk," said the astute cabby. Another perennial is of the woman who is said to have consulted Sherlock. "I am greatly puzzled, sir. In 1 week I have lost a motor horn, a brush, a box of golf balls, a dictionary, and a boot jack. Can you explain it?" "Nothing simpler, madam," said Sherlock. "It is clear that your neighbour keeps a goat." There was a third about how Sherlock entered heaven, and by virtue of his power of observation at once greeted Adam, but the point is perhaps too anatomical for further discussion. I suppose that every author receives a good many curious letters. Certainly I have done so. Quite a number of these have been from Russia. When they have been in the vernacular, I have been compelled to take them as read, but when they have been in English, they have been among the most curious in my collection. There was one young lady who began all her epistles with the words, "Good Lord." Another had a large amount of guile underlying her simplicity. Writing from Warsaw, she stated that she had been bedridden for 2 years, and that my novels had been her only, etc., etc. So touched was I by this flattering statement that I had once prepared an autographed parcel of them to complete the fair invalid's collection. By good luck, however, I met a brother author on the same day, to whom I recounted the touching incident. With a cynical smile he drew an identical letter from his pocket. His novels had also been for 2 years her only, etc., etc. I do not know how many more the lady had written to, but if, as I imagine, her correspondence had extended to several countries, she must have amassed a rather interesting library. The young Russian's habit of addressing me as "Good Lord" had an even stranger parallel at home, which links it up with the subject of this article. Shortly after I received a knighthood, I had a bill from a tradesman, which was quite correct and businesslike in every detail, save that it was made out to Sir Sherlock Holmes. I hope that I can stand a joke as well as my neighbours, but this particular piece of humour seemed rather misapplied, and I wrote sharply upon the subject. In response to my letter, there arrived at my hotel a very repentant clerk, who expressed his sorrow at the incident, but kept on repeating the phrase, "I assure you, sir, that it was bona fide." "What do you mean by bona fide?" I asked. "Well, sir," he replied, "my mates in the shop told me that you had been knighted, and that when a man was knighted he changed his name, and that you had taken that one." I need not say that my annoyance vanished, and that I laughed as heartily as his pals were probably doing round the corner. A few of the problems which have come my way have been very similar to some which I had invented for the exhibition of the reasoning of Mr. Holmes. I might perhaps quote one in which that gentleman's method of thought was copied with complete success. The case was as follows. A gentleman had disappeared. He had drawn a bank balance of £40, which was known to be on him. It was feared that he had been murdered for the sake of the money. He had last been heard of stopping at a large hotel in London, having come from the country that day. In the evening he went to a music hall performance, came out of it about 10 o'clock, returned to his hotel, changed his evening clothes, which were found in his room next day, and disappeared utterly. No one saw him leave the hotel, but a man occupying a neighbouring room declared that he had heard him moving during the night. A week had elapsed at the time that I was consulted, but the police had discovered nothing. Where was the man? These were the whole of the facts as communicated to me by his relatives in the country. Endeavouring to see the matter through the eyes of Mr. Holmes, I answered by return mail that he was evidently either in Glasgow or in Edinburgh. It proved later that he had, as a fact, gone to Edinburgh, though in the week that had passed he had moved to another part of Scotland. There I should leave the matter, for as Dr. Watson has often shown, a solution explained is a mystery spoiled. At this stage the reader can lay down the book and show how simple it all is by working out the problem for himself. He has all the data which were ever given to me. For the sake of those, however, who have no turn for such conundrums, I will try to indicate the links which make the chain. The one advantage which I possessed was that I was familiar with the routine of London hotels, though I fancy it differs little from that of hotels elsewhere. The first thing was to look at the facts and separate what was certain from what was conjecture. It was all certain except the statement of the person who heard the missing man in the night. How could he tell such a sound from any other sound in a large hotel? That point could be disregarded if it traversed the general conclusions. The first clear deduction was that the man had meant to disappear. Why else would he draw all his money? He had got out of the hotel during the night, but there is a night porter in all hotels, and it is impossible to get out without his knowledge when the door is once shut. The door is shut after the theatre-goers return, say at 12 o'clock. Therefore the man left the hotel before 12 o'clock. He had come from the music hall at 10, had changed his clothes, and had departed with his bag. No one had seen him do so. The inference is that he had done it at the moment when the hall was full of the returning guests, which is from 11 to 11:30. After that hour, even if the door was still open, there are few people coming and going, so that he, with his bag, would certainly have been seen. Having got so far upon firm ground, we now ask ourselves why a man who desires to hide himself should go out at such an hour. If he intended to conceal himself in London, he need never have gone to the hotel at all. Clearly then he was going to catch a train which would carry him away. But a man who is deposited by a train in any provincial station during the night is likely to be noticed, and he might be sure that when the alarm was raised and his description given, some guard or porter would remember him. Therefore his destination would be some large town which he would reach as a terminus, where all his fellow passengers would disembark, and where he would lose himself in the crowd. When one turns up the timetable and sees that the great Scotch expresses bound for Edinburgh and Glasgow start about midnight, the goal is reached. As for his dress suit, the fact that he abandoned it proved that he intended to adopt a line of life where there were no social amenities. This deduction also proved to be correct. I quote such a case in order to show that the general lines of reasoning advocated by Holmes have a real practical application to life. In another case where a girl had become engaged to a young foreigner who suddenly disappeared, I was able by a similar process of deduction to show her very clearly both whither he had gone and how unworthy he was of her affections. On the other hand, these semi-scientific methods are occasionally laboured and slow as compared with the results of the rough-and-ready practical man. Lest I should seem to have been throwing bouquets either to myself or to Mr. Holmes, let me state that on the occasion of a burglary of the village inn, within a stone throw of my house, the village constable, with no theories at all, had seized the culprit, while I had got no further than that he was a left-handed man with nails in his boots. The unusual or dramatic effects which lead to the invocation of Mr. Holmes in fiction are, of course, great aids to him in reaching a conclusion. It is the case where there is nothing to get hold of which is the deadly one. I heard of such a one in America, which would certainly have presented a formidable problem. A gentleman of blameless life, starting off for a Sunday evening walk with his family, suddenly observed that he had forgotten something. He went back into the house, the door of which was still open, and he left his people waiting for him outside. He never reappeared, and from that day to this there has been no clue as to what befell him. This was certainly one of the strangest cases of which I have ever heard in real life. Another very singular case came within my own observation. It was sent to me by an eminent London publisher. This gentleman had in his employment a head of department whose name we shall take as Musgrave. He was a hard-working person with no special feature in his character. Mr. Musgrave died, and several years after his death a letter was received addressed to him in the care of his employers. It bore the postmark of a tourist resort in the west of Canada and had the note "Confilms" upon the outside of the envelope with the words "Report Sigh" in one corner. The publishers naturally opened the envelope as they had no note of the dead man's relatives. Inside were 2 blank sheets of paper. The letter, I may add, was registered. The publisher, being unable to make anything of this, sent it on to me, and I submitted the blank sheets to every possible chemical and heat test, with no result whatever. Beyond the fact that the writing appeared to be that of a woman, there is nothing to add to this account. The matter was, and remains, an insoluble mystery. How the correspondent could have something so secret to say to Mr. Musgrave, and yet not be aware that this person had been dead for several years, is very hard to understand, or why blank sheets should be so carefully registered through the mail. I may add that I did not trust the sheets to my own chemical tests, but had the best expert advice without getting any result. Considered as a case, it was a failure, and a very tantalizing one. Mr. Sherlock Holmes has always been a fair mark for practical jokers, and I have had numerous bogus cases of various degrees of ingenuity, marked cards, mysterious warnings, cipher messages, and other curious communications. It is astonishing the amount of trouble which some people will take with no object save a mystification. Upon one occasion, as I was entering the hall to take part in an amateur billiard competition, I was handed by the attendant a small packet which had been left for me. Upon opening it, I found a piece of ordinary green chalk, such as is used in billiards. I was amused by the incident, and I put the chalk into my waistcoat pocket and used it during the game. Afterward I continued to use it until one day, some months later, as I rubbed the tip of my cue, the face of the chalk crumbled in, and I found it was hollow. From the recess thus exposed, I drew out a small slip of paper with the words, "From Arsène Lupin to Sherlock Holmes." Imagine the state of mind of the joker who took such trouble to accomplish such a result. One of the mysteries submitted to Mr. Holmes was rather upon the psychic plane, and therefore beyond his powers. The facts as alleged are most remarkable, though I have no proof of their truth, save that the lady wrote earnestly and gave both her name and address. The person, whom we will call Mrs. Seagrave, had been given a curious second-hand ring, snake-shaped and dull gold. This she took from her finger at night. One night she slept with it on, and had a fearsome dream in which she seemed to be pushing off some furious creature which fastened its teeth into her arm. On awakening, the pain in the arm continued, and next day the imprint of a double set of teeth appeared upon the arm, with one tooth of the lower jaw missing. The marks were in the shape of blue-black bruises which had not broken the skin. I do not know, says my correspondent, what made me think the ring had anything to do with the matter, but I took a dislike to the thing and did not wear it for some months, when, being on a visit, I took to wearing it again. To make a long story short, the same thing happened, and the lady settled the matter forever by dropping her ring into the hottest corner of the kitchen range. This curious story, which I believe to be genuine, may not be as supernatural as it seems. It is well known that in some subjects a strong mental impression does produce a physical effect. Thus, a very vivid nightmare dream with the impression of a bite might conceivably produce the mark of a bite. Such cases are well attested in medical annals. The second incident would of course arise by unconscious suggestion from the first. Nonetheless, it is a very interesting little problem, whether psychic or material. Buried treasures are naturally among the problems which have come to Mr. Holmes. One genuine case was accompanied by a diagram here reproduced. It refers to an Indiaman, which was wrecked upon the South African coast in the year 1782. If I were a younger man, I should be seriously inclined to go personally and look into the matter. The ship contained a remarkable treasure, including, I believe, the old crown regalia of Delhi. It is surmised that they buried these near the coast, and that this chart is a note of the spot. Each Indiaman in those days had its own semaphore code, and it is conjectured that the 3 marks upon the left are signals from a 3-armed semaphore. Some record of their meaning might perhaps even now be found in the old papers of the India Office. The circle upon the right gives the compass bearings. The larger semicircle may be the curved edge of a reef or of a rock. The figures above are the indications how to reach the X, which marks the treasure. Possibly they may give the bearings as 186 feet from the 4 upon the semicircle. The scene of the wreck is a lonely part of the country, but I shall be surprised if sooner or later someone does not seriously set to work to solve the mystery. Indeed, at the present moment, there is a small company working to that end. I must now apologise for this digressive chapter and return to the orderly sequence of my career. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 12. Norwood and Switzerland. Psychic Research Society. Psychic Leanings. Literary Circles in London. Young Writers. Henry Irving. A Great Blow. Davos. Brigadier Gerard. Major Pond. American Lecturing in 1894. First Lecture. Anti-British Wave. Answer to Prayer. The chief event of our Norwood life was the birth of my son Kingsley, who lived to play a man's part in the Great War and who died shortly after its conclusion. My own life was so busy that I had little time for religious development, but my thoughts still ran much upon psychic matters. And it was at this time that I joined the Psychical Research Society, of which I am now one of the senior members. I had few psychic experiences myself, and my material philosophy, as expressed in the Stark Munro letters, which were written just at the end of the Norwood period, was so strong that it did not easily crumble. Yet, as year by year I read the wonderful literature of psychic science and experience, I became more and more impressed by the strength of the spiritualist position, and by the levity and want of all dignity and accurate knowledge, which characterized the attitude of their opponents. The religious side of the matter had not yet struck me, but I felt more and more that the case for the phenomena vouched for by such men as Sir William Crookes, Barrett, Russell Wallace, Victor Hugo and Zollner was so strong that I could see no answer to their exact record of observations. "It is incredible, but it is true," said Crookes. The aphorism seemed to exactly express my dawning convictions. I had a weekly impulse from the psychic paper Light, which has, I maintain, during its long career and up to the present day, presented as much brain to the square inch as any journal published in Great Britain. My pleasant recollection of those days from 1880 to 1893 lay in my first introduction as a more or less rising author to the literary life of London. It is extraordinary to remember that at that time there was a general jeremiad in the London press about the extinction of English literature, and the assumed fact that there were no rising authors to take the place of those who were gone. The real fact is that there was a most amazing crop, all coming up simultaneously, presenting perhaps no Dickens or Thackeray, but nonetheless so numerous and many-sided and with so high an average of achievement that I think they would match for varied excellence any similar harvest in our literary history. It was during the years roughly from 1888 to 1893 that Rudyard Kipling, James Stephen Phillips, Watson, Grant Allen, Wells, Barrie, Bernard Shaw, H. A. Jones, Pinero, Marie Corelli, Stanley Weyman, Anthony Hope, Hall Caine, and a whole list of others were winning their spurs. Many of these I met in the full flush of their youth and their powers. Of some of them I will speak more fully later. As to the old school, there was certainly somewhat of a declension, and the newcomers found no very serious opposition in gaining a hearing. Wilkie Collins, Trollope, George Eliot, and Charles Reade had passed. I have always been a very great admirer of the last, who was really a great innovator as well as a most dramatic writer, for it was he who first introduced realism and founded his stories upon carefully arranged documents. He was the literary father of Zola. George Eliot has never appealed to me much, for I like my effects in a less leisurely fashion, but Trollope also I consider to be a very original writer, though I fancy he traces his ancestry through Jane Austen. No writer is ever absolutely original. He always joins at some point onto that old tree of which he is a branch. Literary men whom I met at that time, my most vivid recollections are of the group who centred round the new magazine, The Idler, which had been started by Jerome K. Jerome, who had deservedly shot into fame with his splendidly humorous 3 Men in a Boat. It has all the exuberance and joy of life which youth brings with it, and even now, if I ever have time to be at all sad, which is seldom enough, I can laugh away the shadows when I open that book. Jerome is a man who, like most humorists, has a very serious side to his character, as all who have seen The Third Floor Back will acknowledge. But he was inclined to be hot-headed and intolerant in political matters, from pure earnestness of purpose, which alienated some of his friends. He was associated in the editorship of The Idler with Robert Barr, a volcanic Anglo, or rather Scot-American, with a violent manner, a wealth of strong adjectives, and one of the kindest of natures underneath it all. He was one of the best raconteurs I have ever known, and as a writer I have always felt that he did not quite come into his own. George Bergin, like some quaint, gentle character from Dickens, was the sub-editor, and Barrie, Zangwill, and many other rising men were among the contributors who met periodically at dinner. I was not unfaithful to the Strand, but there were some contributions which they did not need, and with these I established my connection with The Idler. It was at this time and in this way that I met James Barrie, of whom I shall have more to say when I come to that chapter which treats of some eminent and interesting men whom I have known. 2 isolated facts stand out in my memory during that time at Norwood. One was that there seemed to be an imminent danger of war with France, and that I applied for the Mediterranean War Correspondentship of the Central News, guessing that the chief centre activity and interest would be in that quarter. I got the appointment and was all ready to start, but fortunately the crisis passed. The second was my first venture in the drama. I had written a short story called A Straggler of 15, which had seemed to me to be a moving picture of an old soldier and his ways. My own eyes were moist as I wrote it, and that is the surest way to moisten those of others. I now turned this into a one-act play, and greatly daring I sent it to Henry Irving, of whose genius I had been a fervent admirer ever since those Edinburgh days, when I had paid my sixpence for the gallery night after night to see him in Hamlet and The Lion's Mail. To my great delight I had a pleasing note from Bram Stoker, the great man's secretary, offering me £100 for the copyright. It was a good bargain for him, for it is not too much to say that Corporal Gregory Brewster became one of his stock parts, and it had the enormous advantage that the older he got, the more naturally he played it. The house laughed and sobbed, exactly as I had done when I wrote it. Several critics went out of their way to explain that the merit lay entirely with the great actor, and had nothing to do with the indifferent play, but as a matter of fact, the last time I saw it acted, it was by a real corporal from a military camp in the humble setting of a village hall, and it had exactly the same effect upon the audience which Irving produced at the Lyceum. So perhaps there was something in writing after all, and certainly every stage effect was indicated in the manuscript. I would add that with his characteristic largeness in money matters, Irving always sent me a guinea for each performance, in spite of his purchase of the copyright. Henry Irving, the son, carried on the part, and played it, in my opinion, better than the father. I can well remember the flush of pleasure on his face when I uttered the word better, and how he seized my hand. I have no doubt it was trying for his great powers to be continually belittled by their measurement with those of his giant father, to whom he bore so remarkable a physical resemblance. His premature death was a great loss to the stage, as was that of his brother Lawrence, drowned with his wife in the great Canadian river of the same name as himself. I now come to the great misfortune which darkened and deflected our lives. I have said that my wife and I had taken a tour in Switzerland. I do not know whether she had overtaxed herself in this excursion, or whether we encountered microbes in some inn bedroom. But the fact remains that within a few weeks of our return, she complained of pain in her side and cough. I had no suspicion of anything serious, but sent for the nearest good physician. To my surprise and alarm, he told me when he descended from the bedroom that the lungs were very gravely affected, that there was every sign of rapid consumption, and that he thought the case a most serious one with little hope, considering her record and family history, of a permanent cure. With 2 children aged 4 and 1, and a wife who was in such deadly danger, the situation was a difficult one. I confirmed the diagnosis by having Sir Douglas Powell down to see her, and I then set all my energy to work to save the situation. The home was abandoned, the newly bought furniture was sold, and we made for Davos in the High Alps, where there seemed the best chance of killing this accursed microbe, which was rapidly eating out her vitals. And we succeeded. When I think that the attack was one of what is called galloping consumption, and that the doctors did not give more than a few months, and yet that we postponed the fatal issue from 1893 to 1906, I think it is proof that these successive measures were wise. The invalid's life was happy too, for it was necessarily spent in glorious scenery. It was seldom marred by pain, and it was sustained by that optimism which is peculiar to the disease, and which came naturally to her quietly contented nature. As there were no particular social distractions at Davos, and as our life was bounded by the snow and fur which girt us in, I was able to devote myself to doing a good deal of work, and also to taking up with some energy the winter sports for which the place is famous. Whilst there I began the Brigadier Gerard series of stories, founded largely upon that great book, The Memoirs of General Marbot. This entailed a great deal of research into Napoleonic days, and my military detail was, I think, very accurate. So much so that I had a warm letter of appreciation from Archibald Forbes, the famous war correspondent, who was himself a great Napoleonic and military student. Before the end of the winter, we were assured that the ravages of the disease had been checked. I dared not return to England, however, for fear of a relapse, so with the summer we moved on to Maloja, another health resort at the end of the Engadine Valley, and there we endeavoured to hold all we had won, which, with occasional relapses, we succeeded in doing. My sister Lottie, free at last from the work which she had so bravely done, had now joined us. Connie, the younger sister, had come back from Portugal earlier, and had joined us at Norwood, where she had met and eventually married E.W. Hornung, the novelist. Of Hornung I will speak later. In the meantime, Lottie's presence and the improvement of the invalid, which was so marked that no sudden crisis was thought at all possible, gave me renewed liberty of action. Before the catastrophe occurred, I had given some lectures on literature at home, and the work with its movement and bustle was not distasteful to me. Now I was strongly pressed to go to America on the same errand, and in the late autumn of 1894 I set out on this new adventure. My brother Innes, he who had shared my first days in Southsea, had since passed through Richmond Public School and afterwards the Woolwich Academy, so that he was now just emerging as a subaltern. As I needed some companion, and as I thought that the change would do him good, I asked him to come with me to the States. We crossed on the ill-fated German liner Elbe, which a very short time afterwards was sunk in collision with a collier in the North Sea. Already I observed evidence of that irrational hatred of the British, which in the course of 20 years was to lead to so terrific a result, involving the destruction of the German Empire. I remember that on some fete day on board, the saloon was thickly decorated with German and American flags, without one single British one, though a fair proportion of the passengers were British. Innes and I then and there drew a Union Jack and stuck it up aloft, where its isolation drew attention to our grievance. Major Pond was my impresario in America, and a quaint character he was. He seemed the very personification of his country, huge, loose-limbed, straggling with a goat's beard and a nasal voice. He had fought in the Civil War and been mixed up with every historical American event of his lifetime. He was a good, kind fellow, and we formed a friendship which was never broken. He met us in the docks and carried us off to a little hotel beside the Aldine Club, a small literary club in which we had our meals. I have treated America and my impression of that amazing and perplexing country in later pages of these memoirs, when I visited it under more detached conditions. At present it was all hard work with little time for general observations. Pond had fixed me up a pretty hard schedule, but on the other hand I had bargained to get back to Davos in time to spend Christmas with my wife, so that there was a limit to my servitude. My first reading was given in a fashionable Baptist church, which was the usual launching slip for Pond's new lecturers. We had walked from the retiring room and were just coming in sight of the audience when I felt something tickle my ear. I put up my hand and found that my collar was undone. My tie had fallen off, and my stud, the first cause of all the trouble, had disappeared. Standing there on the edge of the platform, Pond dragged out his own stud. I replaced everything and sailed on, quite as I should be, while Pond retired to refit. It is strange, and possibly more than coincidence, how often one is prevented at the last moment from making some foolish appearance in public. The readings went very well, and the audience was generous in applause. I have my own theory of reading, which is that it should be entirely disassociated from acting and should be made as natural and also as audible as possible. Such a presentment is, I am sure, the less tiring for an audience. Indeed, I read to them exactly as in my boyhood I used to read to my mother. I gave extracts from recent British authors, including some work of my own, and as I mixed up the grave and the gay, I was able to keep them mildly entertained for an hour. Some papers maintained that I could not read at all, but I think that what they really meant was that I did not act at all. Others seemed to endorse my method. Anyhow, I had an excellent first reception, and Pond told me that he lay smiling all night after it. He had no difficulty afterwards in booking as many engagements as he could fit into the time. I visited every town of any size between Boston in the north and Washington in the south, while Chicago and Milwaukee marked my western limit. Sometimes I found that it took me all my time to fit in the engagements, however fast I might travel. Once, for example, I lectured at Daly's Theatre in New York at a matinee, at Princeton College the same evening some 50 miles away, and at Philadelphia next afternoon. It was no wonder that I got very tired, the more so as the exuberant hospitality in those pre-prohibition days was enough in itself to take the energies out of the visitor. It was all done in kindness, but it was dangerous for a man who had his work to do. I had one little break when I paid a pleasant visit to Rudyard Kipling, of which I shall speak later. Bar those few days, I was going hard all the time, and it is no wonder that I was so tired out that I kept to my bunk most of the way from New York to Liverpool. My memories are the confused ones of a weary man. I recall one amusing instant when, as I bustled onto the stage at Daly's Theatre, I tripped over the wooden sill of the stage door, with the result that I came cantering down the sloping stage towards the audience, shedding books and papers on my way. There was much laughter and a general desire for an encore. Our visit was marred by one of those waves of anti-British feeling which sweep occasionally over the States, and which emanate from their own early history, every grievance being exaggerated and inflamed by the constant hostility of Irish pressmen and politicians. It all seems very absurd and contemptible to the travelling Briton, because he is aware how entirely one-sided it is, and how welcome, for example, is the American flag in every British public display. This was not known by the home-staying American, and probably he imagined that his own country was treated as rudely by us as ours by his. The Dunraven yacht race had given additional acerbity to this chronic ill-feeling, and it was very active at the time of our visit. I remember that a banquet was given to us at a club at Detroit, at which the wine flowed freely, and which ended by a speech by one of our hosts in which he bitterly attacked the British Empire. My brother and I, with one or two Canadians who were present, were naturally much affronted, but we made every allowance for the lateness of the evening. I asked leave, however, to reply to the speech, and some of those who were present have assured me that they have never forgotten what I said. In the course of my remarks I said, "You Americans have lived up to now within your own palings, and know nothing of the real world outside. But now your land is filled up, and you will be compelled to mix more with the other nations. When you do so, you will find that there is only one which can at all understand your ways and your aspirations, or will have the least sympathy. That is the mother country, which you are now so fond of insulting. She is an empire, and you will soon be an empire also, and only then will you understand each other, and you will realize that you have only one real friend in the world." It was only 2 or 3 years later that there came the Cuban War, the episode of Manila Bay, where the British commander joined up with the Americans against the Germans, and several other incidents which proved the truth of my remarks. A writer of average income is bound to lose pecuniarily upon a lecture tour, even in America, unless he prolongs it very much and works very hard indeed. By losing, I do not mean that he is actually out of pocket, but that he could have earned far more if he had never gone outside his own study. In my own case, I found, after our joint expenses were paid, that there was about £1,000 over. The disposal of this money furnished a curious example of the power of prayer, which, as Mr. S. McClure has already narrated it, I have no delicacy in telling. He tells how he was endeavouring to run his magazine, how he was down to his last farthing, how he dropped on his knees on the office floor to pray for help, and how on the same day an Englishman who was a mere acquaintance walked into the office and said, "McClure, I believe in you and in the future of your magazine," and put down £1,000 on the table. A critic might perhaps observe that under such circumstances, to sell 1,000 shares at face value was rather hard upon the ignorant and trusting buyer. For a long time I could clearly see the workings of Providence as directed towards Sam McClure, but could not quite get their perspective as regards myself. But I am bound to admit that in the long run, after many vicissitudes, the deal was justified both ways, and I was finally able to sell my holding 20 years later at a reasonable advance. The immediate result, however, was that I returned to Davos with all my American earnings locked up, and with no actual visible result of my venture. The Davos season was in full blast when I returned, and my wife was holding her own well. It was at this time, in the early months of 1895, that I developed ski running in Switzerland, as described in my chapter on sport. We lingered late at Davos, so late that I was able to lay out a golf course, which was hampered in its start by the curious trick the cows had of chewing up the red flags. From Davos we finally moved to Co, over the Lake of Geneva, where for some months I worked steadily at my writing. With the autumn I visited England, leaving the ladies at Co, and it was then that events occurred which turned our road of life to a new angle. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 13. Egypt in 1896. Life in Egypt. Accident. The men who made Egypt. Up the Nile. The Salt Lakes. Adventure in the desert. The Coptic Monastery. Colonel Lewis. A surprise. The wretched microbe which had so completely disorganized our lives, and which had produced all the sufferings so patiently borne, now seemed to be latent, and it was hoped that if we spent a winter in Egypt, the cure might be complete. During this short visit to England, whither I had to rush every now and again in order to adjust my affairs, I met Grant Allen at luncheon, and he told me that he had also suffered from consumption, and that he had found his salvation in the soil and air of Hindhead in Surrey. It was quite a new idea to me that we might actually live with impunity in England once more, and it was a pleasant thought, after resigning oneself to a life which was unnatural to both of us at foreign health resorts. I acted very promptly, for I rushed down to Hindhead, bought an admirable plot of ground, put the architectural work into the hands of my old friend and fellow psychic researcher, Mr. Ball of Southsea, and saw the builder chosen and everything in train before leaving England in the autumn of 1895. If Egypt was a success, we should have a roof of our own to which to return. The thought of it brought renewed hope to the sufferer. I then set forth, picked up my wife and my sister Lottie at Co, and took them on by easy stages through Italy, stopping a few days at Rome, and so to Brindisi, where we picked up a boat for Egypt. Once at Cairo, we took up our quarters at the Mina Hotel in the very shadow of the pyramids, and there we settled down for the winter. I was still doing the Brigadier Gerard stories at the time, which required a good deal of historical research, but I had brought my materials with me, and all I lacked was the energy, which I found it most difficult to find in that enervating land. On the whole, it was a pleasant winter, and led up to a most unforeseen climax. I ascended the Great Pyramid once, and was certainly never tempted to do so again, and was content to watch the struggles of the endless drove of tourists who attempted that uncomfortable and useless feat. There was golf of sorts, and there was riding. I was still an immature horseman, but I felt that only practice would help me, so I set forth upon weird steeds provided by the livery stables opposite. As a rule they erred on the side of dullness, but I have a very vivid recollection of one which restored the average. If my right eyelid droops somewhat over my eye, it is not the result of philosophic brooding, but it is the doing of a black devil of a horse, with a varminty head, slab-sided ribs, and restless ears. I disliked the look of the beast, and the moment I threw my leg over him he dashed off, as if it were a race. Away we went across the desert, I with one foot in the stirrup, holding on as best I might. It is possible I could have kept on until he was weary, but he came suddenly on cultivated land, and his forelegs sank in a moment over his fetlocks. The sudden stop threw me over his head, but I held on to the bridle, and he, pawing about with his front hoofs, struck me over the eye, and made a deep star-shaped wound which covered me with blood. I led him back, and a pretty sight I presented as I appeared before the crowded veranda. 5 stitches were needed, but I was thankful, for very easily I might have lost my sight. My wife was well enough now to join in society, while my sister was just at an age to enjoy it, so that we saw little of the very jovial life of Cairo, though the fact that Mina is some 7 miles out, on the most monotonous road in the world, saved us from any excess. It was always a task to get in and out, so that only a great temptation would draw us. I joined in male society, however, a good deal, and learned to know many of those great men who were shaping the new destinies of Egypt. I sketched some of them at the time in 2 paragraphs, which may be quoted. There is a broad and comfortable sofa in the hall of the Turf Club, and if you sit there about luncheon time, you will see a fair sprinkling of Anglo-Egyptians, men who have helped to make and are still helping to make the history of our times. You have a view of the street from where you are, and perhaps in the brilliant sunshine a carriage flies past with 2 running sightseers before it, and an English coachman upon the box. Within, one catches a glimpse of a strong florid face with a close-cropped, soldierly grey moustache, the expression good-humoured and inscrutable. This is Lord Cromer, whom Egypt has changed from a major of gunners to a peer of the realm, while he in turn has changed it from a province of the east to one of the west. One has but to look at him to read the secret of his success as a diplomatist. His clear head, his brave heart, his physical health, and his nerves of iron are all impressed upon you even in that momentary glance at his carriage. And that lounging ennuyé attitude is characteristic also. Most characteristic at this moment, when few men in the world can have more pressing responsibility upon their shoulders. It is what one could expect from the man who, at the most critical moment of recent Egyptian history, is commonly reported to have brought diplomatic interviews to an abrupt conclusion, with the explanation that the time had come for his daily lawn tennis engagement. It is no wonder that so strong a representative should win the confidence of his own countrymen, but he has made as deep an impression upon the native mind, which finds it difficult under this veiled protectorate of ours to estimate the comparative strength of individuals. Suppose Khedive tell Lord Cromer go. Lord Cromer go? Asked my donkey boy, and so put his chocolate finger upon the central point of the whole situation. But this is a digression from the Turf Club, where you are seated upon a settee in the hall and watching the Englishmen who have done so much to regenerate Egypt. Of all the singular experiences of this most venerable land, surely this rebuilding at the hands of a little group of bustling, clear-headed Anglo-Saxons is the most extraordinary. There are Garstin and Wilcox, the great water captains, who have coaxed the Nile to right and to left, until the time seems to be coming when none of its waters will ever reach the Mediterranean at all. There is Kitchener, tall and straight, a grim, silent soldier, with the wheel of a dervish bullet upon his face. There you may see Rogers, who stamped out the cholera, Scott, who reformed the law, Palmer, who relieved the overtaxed Fellaheen, Hooker, who exterminated the locusts, Wingate, who knows more than any European of the currents of feeling in the Sudan, the same Wingate who reached his arm out 1,000 miles and plucked Slatin out of Khartoum. And beside him the small man with the yellow-brown moustache and the cheery ruddy face is Slatin himself, whose one wish in the world now is to have the Khalifa at his sword point, that Khalifa at whose heels he had to run for so many weary years. Shortly after the opening of the new year of 1896, we went in one of Cook's boats up the river, getting as far as the outposts of civilization at Wadi Halfa. The banks in the upper reaches were not too safe, as raiders on camels came down at times, but on the water one was secure from all the chances of fate. At the same time I thought that the managers of these tours took undue risks, and when I found myself on one occasion on the rock of Abusir with a drove of helpless tourists, male and female, nothing whatever between us and the tribesmen, and a river between us and the nearest troops, I could not but think what an appalling situation would arise if a little troop of these far-riding camel-men were to appear. We had 4 Negro soldiers as an escort, who would be helpless before any normal raiding party. It was the strong impression which I there received which gave me the idea of taking a group of people of different types and working out what the effect of so horrible an experience would be upon each. This became The Tragedy of the Korosko, published in America as A Desert Drama, and afterwards dramatized with variations as The Fires of Fate. All went well as a matter of fact, but I thought then, and experienced British officers agreed with me, that it was unjustifiable. As the whole frontier force was longing for an excuse to advance, I am not sure that they would not have welcomed it if the dervishes had risen to the ground bait, which every week in the same place was laid in front of them. I do not know how many temples we explored during that tour, but they seemed to me endless, some dating back to the mists of antiquity, and some as recent as Cleopatra and the Roman period. The majestic continuity of Egyptian history seems to be its most remarkable feature. You examine the tombs of the first dynasty at Abydos, and there you see carved deep in the stone the sacred hawk, the goose, the plover, the signs of Horus and Osiris, of Upper and Lower Egypt. These were carved long before the pyramids were built, and can hardly be less ancient than 4000 BC. Then you inspect a temple built by the Ptolemies after the date of Alexander the Great, and there you see the same old symbols cut in the same old way. There is nothing like this in the world. The Roman and the British empires are mushrooms in comparison. Judged by Egyptian standards, the days of Alfred the Great will be next door to our own, and our customs, symbols, and way of thinking the same. The race seems to have petrified, and how they could do so without being destroyed by some more virile nation is hard to understand. Their arts seem to have been high, but their reasoning power in many ways contemptible. The recent discovery of the king's tomb near Thebes, I write in 1924, shows how wonderful were their decorations and the amenities of their lives. But consider the tomb itself. What a degraded intelligence does it not show? The idea that the body, the old outworn greatcoat, which was once wrapped round the soul, should at any cost be preserved, is the last word in materialism. And the 100 baskets of provisions to feed the soul upon its journey? I can never believe that a people with such ideas could be other than emasculated in their minds. The fate of every nation which comes under the rule of a priesthood. It had been suggested that I should go out to the salt lakes in the desert, some 50 miles from Cairo, and see the old Coptic monastery there. Those ancient monasteries, the abode alternately of saints and perverts, we saw specimens of each, have always aroused my keen interest, dating as they do to very early days of Christianity. Indeed, their date is often unknown, but everything betokens great age, and the spirit which founded them seems to have been that of the hermits, who in the 3rd and 4th centuries swarmed in these wildernesses. Leaving my wife at Mina, I went with Colonel Lewis of the Egyptian army, an excellent companion and guide. On arriving at a wayside station, we found a most amazing vehicle awaiting us, a sort of circus coach, all gilding and frippery. It proved to be the coach of state which had been prepared for Napoleon III, on the chance that he would come to open the Suez Canal. It was surely a good bit of work, for here it was still strong and fit, but absurdly out of place in the majestic simplicity of the Libyan desert. Into this we got and set forth, the only guide being wheel marks across the sand, which in some of the harder places were almost invisible. The great sand waste rolled in yellow billows all around us, and far behind us the line of green trees marked the course of the Nile. Once a black dot appeared which, as it grew nearer, proved to be some sort of Oriental on foot. As he came up to us he opened a blackened mouth, pointed to it and cried, "Boya! Boya!" which means water. We had none, and could only point encouragingly to the green belt behind us, on which with a curse he staggered upon his way. A surprising adventure befell us, for the heavens suddenly clouded over and rain began to fall, an almost unknown thing in those parts. We lumbered on, however, with our 2 horses, while Colonel Lewis, who was keen on getting fit, ran behind. I remember saying to him that in my wildest dreams I never thought that I should drive across the Libyan desert in an emperor's coach, with a full colonel as carriage dog. Presently, in the fading light, the horses slowed down, the Nubian driver descended, and began alternately scanning the ground and making gestures of despair. We realized then that he had lost the tracks, and therefore that we had no notion where we were, though we had strong reasons to believe that we were to the south of the route. The difficulty was to know which was north and which south. It was an awkward business, since we had no food or water and could see no end to our troubles. The further we moved, the deeper we should be involved. Night had closed in, and I was looking up at the drifting scud above us, when in the chink of two clouds I saw for an instant a cluster of stars, and made sure that they were the four wheels of Charles's wain. I am no astronomer, but I reasoned that this constellation would lie to the north of us, and so it proved, for when we headed that way, examining the ground every 100 yards or so with matches, we came across the track once more. Our adventures, however, were not over, and it was all like a queer dream. We had great difficulty in keeping the track in the darkness, and the absurd coach lumbered and creaked while we walked with lanterns ahead of it. Suddenly, to our joy, we saw a bright light in the gloom. We quickened our pace, and came presently to a tent with a florid, bearded man seated outside it, beside a little table, where he was drawing by the light of a lamp. The rain had cleared now, but the sky was still overcast. In answer to our hail, this man rather gruffly told us that he was a German surveyor at work in the desert. He motioned with his hand when we told him whither we were bound, and said it was close by. After leaving him we wandered on, and losing the tracks we were again very badly bushed. It seemed an hour or two before, to our joy, we saw a light ahead, and prepared for a night's rest at the halfway house, which was our immediate destination. But when we reached the light, what we saw was a florid, bearded man sitting outside a small tent with a lamp upon a table. We had moved in a circle. Fresh explanations, and this time we really did keep to the track, and reached a big deserted wooden hut, where we put up the horses, ate some cold food, and tumbled, very tired, into two of the bunks which lined it. The morrow made amends for all. It broke cold and clear, and I have seldom felt a greater sense of exhilaration than when I awoke and, walking out before dressing, saw the whole endless desert stretching away on every side of me, yellow sand and black rock to the blue shimmering horizon. We harnessed up, and within a few hours came on the Natron Lake, a great salt lake, with a few scattered houses at one end, where the workers dry out and prepare the salt. A couple of miles off was the lonely monastery which we had come to see, less lonely now, but before the salt works were established, one of the most inaccessible places one could imagine. It consisted of a huge outer wall which seemed to be made of hardened clay. It had no doors or windows, save one little opening which could be easily defended against the prowling Arabs. But I fear the garrison would not be very stout-hearted, for it was said to be the fear of military service which caused many of the monks to discover that they had a vocation. On being admitted, I was conscious that we were not too welcome, though the military title of my companion commanded respect. We were shown round the inner courtyard, where there were palm trees and a garden, and then round the scattered houses within the wall. Near the latter there was, I remember, a barrel full of some substance which seemed to me, both by look and feel, to be rounded pieces of some light stone, and I asked if it were to hurl down at the Arabs if they attacked the door. It proved to be the store of bread for the monastery. We were treated to wine which was sweet tent wine, which is still used, I believe, in the Holy Communion, showing how straight our customs come from the East. The abbot seemed to me to be a decent man, but he complained of illness and was gratified when I overhauled him thoroughly, percussed his chest, and promised to send him out some medicine from Cairo. I did so, but whether it ever reached my remote patient I never learned. Some of the brothers, however, looked debauched, and there was a general air of nothing to do, which may have been deceptive, but which certainly impressed me that day. As I looked from the walls and saw the desert on all sides, unbroken, save for one blue corner of the salt lake, it was strange to consider that this was all which these men would ever see of the world, and to contrast their fate with my own busy and varied existence. There was a library, but the books were scattered on the floor, all of them old and some no doubt rare. Since the discovery of the Codex Sinaiticus, I presume that all these old Coptic libraries have been examined by scholars, but it certainly seemed to me that there might be some valuable stuff in that untidy heap. Next evening, Colonel Lewis and I were back in Cairo. We heard no news upon the way, and we had reached the turf club and were in the cloakroom washing our hands before dinner, when some man came in and said, "Why, Lewis, how is it you are not with your brigade?" "My brigade? Have you been away?" "Yes, at the Natron Lakes." "Good heavens, have you heard nothing?" "No." "Why, man, war is declared. We're advancing on Dongola. The whole army is concentrating on the frontier, and you are in command of an advanced brigade. Good God!" Lewis's soap splashed into the water, and I wonder he did not fall plump on the floor. Thus it was that we learned of the next adventure which was opening up before both us and the British Empire. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 14, On the Edge of a Storm. The Storm Centre. To the frontier. Assuan. Excited officers. With the pressmen. A long camel ride. Night marches. Halfa. Gwyn of the Morning Post. Anley. A sudden voyage. Apricots and Rousseau. It is impossible to be near great historical events and not to desire to take part in them, or at the least to observe them. Egypt had suddenly become the storm centre of the world, and chance had placed me there at that moment. Clearly I could not remain in Cairo, but must get up by hook or by crook to the frontier. It was March, and the weather would soon be too warm for my wife, but she was good enough to say that she would wait with my sister until April, if I would promise to return by then. At that time the general idea was that some great event would at once occur, though looking back one can see that that was hardly possible. Anyhow, I had a great urge to go south. There was only one way to do it. The big morning papers had their men already upon the spot, but it was less likely that the evening papers were provided. I cabled to the Westminster Gazette, asking to be made their honorary correspondent pro tem. I had a cable back assenting. Armed with this I approached the proper authority, and so within a day or two I was duly appointed and everything was in order. I had to make my own way up, and I had to get together some sort of kit. The latter was done hurriedly, and was of fearsome quality. I bought a huge revolver of Italian make with 100 cartridges, an ugly, reliable weapon. I bought also a water bottle, which was made of new resinous wood, and gave a most horrible flavour of turpentine to everything put into it. It was like drinking varnish, but before I got back there were times when I was ready to drink varnish or anything else that was damp. With a light khaki coat, riding breeches, a small valise and the usual Christmas tree hung round me, I started off from Cairo by train to Asiut, where a small riverboat was waiting. It was filled with officers going to the front, and we had a pleasant few days journeying to Assuan together. There were, I remember, several junior officers who have since made names in the world. Maxwell, now General Sir John Maxwell, and Hickman, who also rose to the top. There was a young cavalry lieutenant also, one Smythe, who seemed to me to be too gentle and quiet for such rough work as lay ahead. The next time I heard of him was when he was gazetted for the Victoria Cross. In soldiering there is nothing more deceptive than appearances. Your fierce, truculent man may always have a yellow streak, where the gentle student has a core of steel. There lay one of the many mistakes which the Germans made later in judging those unwarlike islanders, the British. The great question at the opening of the campaign was whether the native Fella troops would stand. The 5 Negro battalions were as good as could be, but the record of the 8 or 9 Egyptian ones was not reassuring. The Arab of the Sudan is a desperate fanatic who rushes to death with the frenzy of a madman, and longs for close quarters where he can bury his spear in the body of his foeman, even though he carries several bullets in him before he reaches him. Would the Egyptians stand such onslaughts as these? It was thought improbable that they would, and so British battalions, the Connaughts, the Staffords and others, were brought up to stiffen their battle line. One great advantage the native soldiers had, and without it their case would have been hopeless, and that was that their officers were among the picked men of the British Army. Kitchener would have none but the unmarried, for it was to be a whole-hearted and if need be a desperate service, and as the pay and life were good, he could accept or reject as he chose, so that his leaders were splendid. It was curious to see their fair faces and flaxen moustaches under the red tarbooshes as they marched at the side of their men. The relations between these officers and their men were paternal. If an officer of black troops came to Cairo, he would go back with a pillowcase stuffed with candies for his men. The Egyptians were more inscrutable, less sporting and less lovable, but nonetheless their officers were very loyal to them, and bitterly resented the distrust shown by the rest of the army. One British officer at some early battle seized the enemy's flag and cried, "Well, the English shall not have this anyhow." It is this spirit, whether in Egypt or in India, which makes the British officer an ideal leader of native troops. Even at the Great Indian Mutiny they would not hear a word against their men until they were murdered by them. At Assouan we were held up for a week, and no one was allowed to go further. We were already well within the radius of the Arab raiders, for in the last year they had struck even further north. The desert is like the sea, for if you have the camels, which corresponds to the ships, your blow may fall anywhere, and your attack is not suspected until the moment that you appear. The crowd of British officers who were waiting seemed little worried by any such possibility, and were as unconcerned as if it was a Cook's tour and not a particularly dangerous expedition. So dangerous that of the last army which went south, that of Hicks Pasha, hardly one single man was ever seen again. Only once did I see them really excited. I had returned to the hotel, which was the general headquarters, and as I entered the hall I saw a crowd of them all clustering round the notice board to read a telegram which had just been suspended. They were on the toes of their spurred boots, with their necks outstretched, and every sign of quivering and eager interest. "Ah," thought I, "at last we have got through the hide of these impenetrable men. I suppose the Khalifa is coming down, horse, foot, and artillery, and that we are on the eve of battle." I pushed my way in and thrust my head among all the bobbing sun helmets. It was the account of the Oxford and Cambridge boat race. I was struck by the splendid zeal of everyone. It was an inspiration. Hickman had been full of competitive plans all the way on the boat. When we arrived there was a message for him to go down to Kenner and buy camels. Here was a drop down for a man all on fire for action. "It is quite right," said he when I condoled with him. "The force must have camels. I am the man to buy them. We all work for one end. Self-abnegation of this sort is general. The British officer at his best is really a splendid fellow, a large edition of the public schoolboy, with his cheery slang overlying a serious purpose which he would usually die rather than admit. I heard of 3 of them at Rail End, all doing essential work and all with a degree of fever on them which might well have excused them from work altogether. Every evening each of them dropped $1 into a hat. They then all took their temperatures, and the highest got the pool. Assouan is at the foot of the cataract, which extends for some 30 miles, and everything has to be transshipped and taken on a narrow toy railway to be reloaded on fresh steamers at Chalal. It was a huge task, and I remember sympathising with Captain Morgan, who with fatigue parties of Egyptians and chain gangs of convicts was pushing the stuff through. Morgan had sold me a horse once and was shy of me in consequence, but he soon saw that I bore no grudge. Caveat emptor. I already saw in him those qualities of organisation which made him a real factor both in the Boer and in the European War. He has just died a general and full of honours. I remember seeing the 7th Egyptians, after a long gruelling desert march, working at those stores until they were so played out that it took 4 of them to raise a 60-pound biscuit box. The big pressman had now arrived. "Where the carcass is, there shall the eagles," etc., and I had luckily made friends with them, so it was determined that we should all go on together. There were 5 of us who started out, led by Knight of the Falcon, representing the Times, and looking not unlike a falcon himself. He was a great man, tall and muscular, a famous yachtsman and treasure-seeker, traveller, fighter and scholar. He had just left the French in Madagascar. Next came Scudamore of the Daily News, small, Celtic, mercurial, full of wit and go. He was a great purchaser of camels, which were of course all paid for by the paper, so that when Robinson, the editor of the Daily News, heard of the Boer War, his first comment was, "Well, thank God there are no camels in South Africa." It was a study in Eastern ways to see Scudamore buying camels, and I learned from him how it is done. An Arab leads up the absurd-looking creature. You look deprecatingly at the beast, and you cannot take a better model than the creature's own expression as it looks at you. You ask how much is wanted for it. The owner says £16. You then give a shriek of derision, sweep your arm across as if to wave him and his camel out of your sight forever, and turning with a whisk you set off rapidly in the other direction. How far you go depends upon the price asked. If it is really very high, you may not get back for your dinner, but as a rule 100 yards or so meet the case, and you shape your course so as to reach the camel and its owner. You stop in front of them and look at them with a disinterested and surprised look, to intimate that you wonder that they should still be loitering there. The Arab asks how much you will give. You answer £8. Then it is his turn to scream, whisk round, and do his 100 yards, his absurd chattel with its hornpipey legs trotting along behind him. But he returns to say that he will take 14, and off you go again with a howl and a wave. So the bargaining goes on, the circles continually shortening until you have settled upon the middle price. But it is only when you have bought your camel that troubles begin. It is the strangest and most deceptive animal in the world. Its appearance is so staid and respectable that you cannot give it credit for the black villainy that lurks within. It approaches you with a mildly interested and superior expression, like a patrician lady in a Sunday school. You feel that a pair of glasses at the end of a fan is the one thing lacking. Then it puts its lips gently forward with a far-away look in its eyes, and you just have time to say, "The pretty dear is going to kiss me," when 2 rows of frightful green teeth clash in front of you, and you give such a backward jump as you could never have hoped at your age to accomplish. When once the veil is dropped, anything more demoniacal than the face of a camel cannot be conceived. No kindness and no length of ownership seems to make them friendly, and yet you must make allowances for a creature which can carry 600 pounds for 20 miles a day, and ask for no water and little food at the end of it. This, however, is digression. The other pressmen were Beeman of the Standard, fresh from Constantinople, and almost an Eastern in his ways, and Julian Corbett, representing the Pall Mall, a gentle and amiable man who was destined later to be the naval historian of the Great War. Like myself, he was an amateur among professionals and had to return within a given date to Cairo. As it was clear that nothing important could take place instantly, we determined to do part of the journey by road. A force of cavalry was going up, and we were ordered to join them and use them as an escort, but we thought we would be happier on our own, and so we managed to lose the Egyptians. There was some risk in our lonely journey along the right bank of the river with our left flank quite unprotected, but on the other hand the dust of a great body of horsemen would be insufferable. Therefore we set forth one evening, mounted upon our camels, with baggage camels in attendance, and quite a retinue of servants. In 4 or 5 days we reached Korosko, where we got boats which took us to the frontier at Wadi Halfa, while the camels and servants came on by land. I shall never forget those days, or rather those nights, for we rose at 2 in the morning and our longest march was before or during the dawn. I am still haunted by that purple velvet sky, by those enormous and innumerable stars, by the half-moon which moved slowly above us, while our camels with their noiseless tread seemed to bear us without effort through a wonderful dream world. Scudamore had a beautiful rolling baritone voice, and I can still hear it in my memory as it rose and fell in the still desert air. It was a wonderful vision, an intermezzo in real life, broken only once by my performing the unusual feat of falling off a camel. I have taken many tosses off horses, but this was a new experience. You have no proper saddle, but are seated upon a curved leather tray, so that when my brute suddenly threw himself down on his 4 knees, he had seen some green stuff on the path, I shot head foremost down his neck. It was like coming down a hosepipe in some acrobatic performance, and I reached the ground rather surprised, but otherwise none the worse. One or two pictures rise in mind. One was of some strange aquatic lizard, not a crocodile, lying on a sandbank. I cracked off my Italian revolver, which was more likely to hurt me than the lizard, and I saw the strange beast writhe into the stream. Once again, as I settled my couch at night, I saw a slug-like creature with horned projections, the length about 18 inches, which moved away and disappeared. It was a death adder, the sort perhaps which took Cleopatra to her father's. Then again we went into a ruined hut to see if we could sleep there. In the dim light of our candle we saw a creature which I thought was a mouse rush round and round the floor, close to the wall. Then suddenly, to my amazement, it ran right up the wall and down again onto the floor. It was a huge spider which now stood waving its forelegs at us. To my horror, Scudamore sprang into the air and came down upon it, squashing it into a square foot of filth. This was the real tarantula, a dangerous creature and common enough in such places. Yet another picture comes very clearly back to me. For some reason we had not started in the night, and the early dawn found us still resting in our small camp, in a grove of palm trees, near the path which led along the bank of the Nile. I awoke, and, lying in my blankets, I saw an amazing man riding along this path. He was a negroid Nubian, a huge, fierce, hollow-cheeked creature with many silver ornaments upon him. A long rifle projected over his back, and a sword hung from his side. A more sinister, barbaric figure one could not imagine, and he was exactly the type of those Mahdi raiders against whom we had been warned. I never liked to be an alarmist, especially among men who had seen much of war or danger, so I said nothing, but I managed to stir one of my companions. With a muttered, "My God!" the man rode past us, and on northwards, never glancing at our grove. I have no doubt that he was really one of our own native tribesmen, for we had some in our pay, but had he been the other thing, our fate would have been sealed. I wrote a short story, The Three Correspondents, which was suggested by the incident. A strange wooden-faced Turkish soldier, Yusuf Bey in the Egyptian service, commanding the troops at Korosko, had us up in audience, gave us long pink glasses of raspberry vinegar, and finally saw us on board the boat, which in a day or two deposited us on the busy riverbank of Wadi Halfa, where the same military bustle prevailed as we had left behind us at Assuan. Halfa lies also at the base of a cataract, and again all the stuff had to be transshipped and sent on 30 miles by a little track to Saras. I walked the first day to the small station where the track began, and I saw a tall officer in a white jacket and red tarbouche, who, with a single orderly, was superintending the work and watching the stores pass into the trucks. He turned a fierce red face upon me, and I saw that it was Kitchener himself, the commander of the whole army. It was characteristic of the man that he did not leave such vital things to chance, or to the assurance of some subordinate, but that he made sure, so far as he could, with his own eyes, that he really had the tools for the job that lay before him. Learning who I was, we had met once before on the racecourse at Cairo. He asked me to dinner in his tent that night, when he discussed the coming campaign with great frankness. I remember that his chief of staff, Drage, I think was the name, sat beside me and was so completely played out that he fell asleep between every course. I remember also the amused smile with which Kitchener regarded him. You had to go all out when you served such a master. One new acquaintance whom I made in those days was Herbert Gwynne, a newly fledged war correspondent, acting, if I remember right, for the Chronicle. I saw that he had much in him. When I heard of him next, he was Reuter's man in the Boer War, and not very long afterwards he had become editor of the Morning Post, where he now is. Those days in Halfa were the beginning of a friendship of 30 years, none the less real because we are both too busy to meet. One of the joys of the hereafter is, I think, that we have time to cultivate our friends. I was friendly also with a very small but gallant officer, one Anley, who had just joined the Egyptian army. His career was beginning, and I foresaw that he would rise, but should have been very surprised had I known how we should meet again. I was standing in the ranks by the roadside as a private of volunteers in the Great War when a red-tabbed, brass-hatted general passed. He looked along our ranks, his gaze fastened on me, and lo, it was Anley. Surprised out of all military etiquette, he smiled and nodded. What is a private in the ranks to do when a general smiles and nods? He can't formally stand to attention or salute. I fear that what I did was to close and then open my left eye. That was how I learned that my Egyptian captain was now war brigadier. We pushed on to Sarras and had a glimpse of the actual outpost of civilization, all sandbags and barbed wire, for there was a Mahdi post at no distance up the river. It was wonderful to look south and to see distant peaks said to be in Dongola, with nothing but savagery and murder lying between. There was a whiff of real war in the little fortress, but no sign of any actual advance. Indeed, I had the assurance of Kitchener himself that there was no use my waiting, and that nothing could possibly happen until the camels were collected, many thousands of them. I contributed my own beast to the army's need, since I had no further use for it, and Corbett and I prepared to take our leave. We were warned that our only course was to be on the lookout and take a flying jump onto any empty cargo boat which was going downstream. This we did one morning, carrying our scanty belongings. Once on board, we learned that there was no food and that the boat did not stop for several days. The rope had not been cast off, so I rushed to the only shop available, a Greek store of a type which springs up like mushrooms on the track of an army. They were sold out save for tinned apricots, of which I bought several tins. I rushed back and scrambled on board as the boat cast off. We managed to get some Arab bread from the boatman, and that with the apricots served us all the way. I never wish to see a tinned apricot so long as I live. I associate their cloying sweetness with Rousseau's Confessions, a French edition of which came somehow into my hands, and was my only reading till I saw Assouan once more. Rousseau also I never wish to read again. So that was the end of our frontier adventure. We had been on the edge of war, but not in it. It was disappointing, but it was late in April before I reached Cairo, and the heat was already becoming too much for an invalid. A week later we were in London, and I remember that as I sat as a guest at the Royal Academy banquet on May the 1st of that year, I saw upon my wrists the ragged little ulcers where the poisonous jiggers, which had burrowed into my skin while I lay upon the banks of the Nile, were hatching out their eggs under the august roof of Burlington House. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 15. An Interlude of Peace. Hindhead. A duet. A haunted house. A curious society. Preternatural powers. The little doctor. The shadow of Africa. When we returned to England, I found that the house in which we hoped that the cure would be completed was not yet ready. It was a considerable mansion, planned upon a large scale, so that it was not surprising that it had taken some time to build. We were compelled to take a furnished house at Hazelmere until the early months of 1897, when we moved up to Moorlands, a boarding house on Hindhead, close to the site of my building. There we spent some happy and busy months until the house was ready in the summer. I had taken up riding, and though I was never a great horseman, I was able from that time onwards to get a good deal of health and pleasure out of it, for in that woody, healthy country there are beautiful rides in every direction, and the hunting in which I joined was at least picturesque. About June we moved into the new house, which I called Undershaw, a new word, I think, and yet one which described it exactly in good Anglo-Saxon, since it stood under a hanging grove of trees. I have said little, during these years spent in the quest of health, concerning my literary production. The chief book which I had written since the refugees was a study of the Regency with its books and prize fighters. I had always a weakness for the old fighting men and for the lore of the prize ring, and I indulged it in this novel. At the time, boxing had not gained the popular vogue which I have been told that this very book first initiated. And I can never forget the surprise of Sir George Nunez when he found out what the new serial was about. "Why that subject of all subjects upon earth?" he cried. However, I think that the readers of The Strand found that I had not chosen badly. And the book is one which has held a permanent place as a picture of those wild old days. I wrote a considerable number of short tales during those years, and finally in 1898 a domestic study, a duet, which was an attempt at quite a different form of literature, a picture in still life as it were. It was partly imaginative and partly founded upon early experiences of my own and of friends. It led, I remember, to a public bickering with a man who has done good work as a critic, Dr. Robertson Nicoll. He took exception to some passage in the book, which he had every right to do, but he wrote at that time for 6 or 7 papers under different names, so that it appeared as if a number of critics were all condemning me when it was really only one. I thought I had a grievance and said so with such vehemence that he stated that he did not know whether to answer me in print or in the law courts. However, it all blew over and we became very good friends. Another book of those days was Uncle Bernac, which I never felt to be satisfactory, though I venture to claim that the 2 chapters which portray Napoleon give a clearer picture of him than many a long book has done, which is natural enough since they are themselves the quintessence of a score of books. So much for my work. I had everything in those few years to make a man contented, save only the constant illness of my partner, and yet my soul was often troubled within me. I felt that I was born for something else, and yet I was not clear what that something might be. My mind felt out continually into the various religions of the world. I could no more get into the old ones, as commonly received, than a man could get into his boy's suit. I still argued on materialist lines. I subscribed to the Rationalist Association and read all their literature carefully, but it was entirely destructive, and one cannot permanently live on that alone. Besides, I was sure enough of psychic phenomena to be aware that there was a range of experience there which was entirely beyond any rational explanation, and that therefore a system which ignored a great body of facts and was incompatible with them was necessarily an imperfect system. On the other hand, convinced as I was of these abnormal happenings, and that intelligence high or low lay behind them, I by no means understood their bearing. I still confused the knocking at the door with the friend outside, or the ringing of the bell with the telephone message. Sometimes I had the peace of despair when one felt that one could never possibly arrive at any conclusions, save negative ones, and then again some fresh impulse of the soul would start one upon a new quest. In every direction I reached out, but never yet with any absolute satisfaction. I should have been relieved from all my troubles could I have given heartfelt adhesion to any form of orthodoxy, but my reason always barred the way. During all the Egyptian and other periods of our exile, I had never ceased to take the psychic subject very seriously, to read eagerly all that I could get, and from time to time to organise séances which gave indifferent, but not entirely, negative results, though we had no particular medium to help us. The philosophy of the subject began slowly to unfold, and it was gradually made more feasible, not only that life carried on, enclosed in some more tenuous envelope, but that the conditions which it encountered in the beyond were not unlike those which it had known here. So far I had got along the road, but the overwhelming and vital importance of it all had not yet been borne in upon me. Now and then I had a psychic experience, somewhat outside the general run of such events. One of these occurred when I was at Norwood in 1892 or 1893. I was asked by the Society of Psychic Research whether I would join a small committee to sit in and report upon a haunted house at Charmouth in Dorchester. I went down accordingly together with a Dr. Scott and Mr. Podmore, a man whose name was associated with such investigations. I remember that it took us the whole railway journey from Paddington to read up the evidence as to the senseless noises which had made life unendurable for the occupants, who were tied by a lease and could not get away. We sat up there 2 nights. On the first, nothing occurred. On the second, Dr. Scott left us, and I sat up with Mr. Podmore. We had, of course, taken every precaution to checkmate fraud, putting worsted threads across the stairs, and so on. In the middle of the night, a fearsome uproar broke out. It was like someone belabouring a resounding table with a heavy cudgel. It was not an accidental creaking of wood or anything of that sort, but a deafening row. We had all doors open, so we rushed at once into the kitchen, from which the sound had surely come. There was nothing there. Doors were all locked, windows barred, and threads unbroken. Podmore took away the light and pretended that we had both returned to our sitting room, going off with the young master of the house, while I waited in the dark in the hope of a return of the disturbance. None came, or ever did come. What occasioned it we never knew. It was of the same character as all the other disturbances we had read about, but shorter in time. But there was a sequel to the story. Some years later, the house was burned down, which may or may not have a bearing upon the sprite which seemed to haunt it. But a more suggestive thing is that the skeleton of a child, about 10 years old, was dug up in the garden. This I give on the authority of a relation of the family who was so plagued. The suggestion was that the child had been done to death there long ago, and that the subsequent phenomena of which we had one small sample were in some way a sequence to this tragedy. There is a theory that a young life cut short in sudden and unnatural fashion may leave, as it were, a store of unused vitality which may be put to strange uses. The unknown and the marvellous press upon us from all sides. They loom above us and around us in undefined and fluctuating shapes, some dark, some shimmering, but all warning us of the limitations of what we call matter, and of the need for spirituality if we are to keep in touch with the true inner facts of life. I was never asked for a report of this case, but Podmore sent one in, attributing the noises to the young man. There was a fact, he was actually sitting with us in the parlour when the tumult broke out. A confederate was possible, though we had taken every step to bar it, but the explanation given was absolutely impossible. I learned from this, what I have often confirmed since, that while we should be most critical of all psychic assertions, if we are to get at the truth, we should be equally critical of all negatives, and especially of so-called exposures in this subject. Again and again I have probed them, and found them to depend upon prejudice, or upon an imperfect acquaintance with psychic law. This brings me to another curious experience, which occurred about this time, probably in 1898. There was a small doctor dwelling near me, small in stature, and also, I fear, in practice, whom I will call Brown. He was a student of the occult, and my curiosity was aroused by learning that he had one room in his house which no one entered except himself, as it was reserved for mystic and philosophic purposes. Finding that I was interested in such subjects, Dr. Brown suggested one day that I should join a secret society of esoteric students. The invitation had been led up to by a good deal of preparatory inquiry. The dialogue between us ran somewhat thus. "What shall I get from it? In time you will get powers." "What sort of powers?" "They are powers which people would call supernatural. They are perfectly natural, but they are got by knowledge of deeper forces of nature. If they are good, why should not everyone know them? They would be capable of great abuse in the wrong hands." "How can you prevent their getting into wrong hands?" "By carefully examining our initiates." "Should I be examined?" "Certainly." "By whom?" "The people would be in London." "Should I have to present myself?" No, they would do it without your knowledge." "And after that?" "You would then have to study." "Study what?" "You would have to learn by heart a considerable mass of material. That would be the first thing." "If this material is in print, why does it not become public property?" "It is not in print. It is in manuscript. Each manuscript is carefully numbered and trusted to the honour of a past initiate. We have never had a case of one going wrong." "Well," said I, "it is very interesting, and you can go ahead with the next step, whatever it may be." Some little time later, it may have been a week, I awoke in the very early morning with a most extraordinary sensation. It was not a nightmare or any prank of a dream. It was quite different from that, for it persisted after I was wide awake. I can only describe it by saying that I was tingling all over. It was not painful, but it was queer and disagreeable, as a mild electric shock would be. I thought at once of the little doctor. In a few days I had a visit from him. "You have been examined, and you have passed," said he with a smile. "Now you must say definitely whether you will go on with it. You can't take it up and drop it. It is serious, and you must leave it alone, or go forward with a whole heart." It began to dawn upon me that it really was serious, so serious that there seemed no possible space for it in my very crowded and preoccupied life. I said as much, and he took it in very good part. "Very well," said he, "we won't talk of it any more, unless you change your mind." There was a sequel to the story. A month or two later, on a pouring wet day, the little doctor called, bringing with him another medical man whose name was familiar to me in connection with exploration and tropical service. They sat together beside my study fire and talked. One could not but observe that the famous and much-travelled man was very deferential to the little country surgeon, who was the younger of the two. "He is one of my initiates," said the latter to me. "You know," he continued, turning to his companion, "Doyle nearly joined us once." The other looked at me with great interest, and then at once plunged into a conversation with his mentor as to the wonders he had seen and, as I understood, actually done. I listened amazed. It sounded like the talk of two lunatics. One phrase stuck in my memory. "When first you took me up with you," said he, "and we were hovering over the town I used to live in Central Africa, I was able for the first time to see the islands out in the lake. I always knew they were there, but they were too far off to be seen from the shore. Was it not extraordinary that I should first see them when I was living in England?" "Yes," said Brown, smoking his pipe and staring into the fire. "We had some fun in those days. Do you remember how you laughed when we made the little steamboat and it ran along the upper edge of the clouds?" There were other remarks as wild. "A conspiracy to impress a simpleton," says the sceptic. Well, we can leave it at that if the sceptic so wills, but I remain under the impression that I brushed against something strange, and something which I am not sorry that I avoided. It was not spiritualism, and it was not theosophy, but rather the acquisition of powers latent in the human organisation, after the alleged fashion of the old Gnostics, or of some modern fakirs in India, though some doubtless would spell fakirs with an E. One thing I am very sure of, and that is that morals and ethics have to keep pace with knowledge, or all is lost. The Maori cannibals had psychic knowledge and power, but were man-eaters nonetheless. Christian ethics can never lose its place, whatever expansion our psychic faculties may enjoy. But Christian theology can, and will. To return to the little doctor, I came across him again, as psychic as ever, in Portland, Oregon in 1923. From what I learned, I should judge that the powers of the society to which he belonged included that of loosening their own etheric bodies, in summoning the etheric bodies of others, mine for example, and in making thought images, the steamboat, in the way that we are assured is possible by willpower. But their line of philosophy or development is beyond me. I believe they represent a branch of the Rosicrucians. All seemed placid at this time. My wife was holding her own in winter as well as in summer. The two children, Mary and Kingsley, were passing through the various sweet phases of human development and brought great happiness into our lives. The country was lovely. My life was filled with alternate work and sport. As with me, so with the nation. They were years of prosperity and success, but the shadow of South Africa was falling upon England, and before it passed my personal fortunes, as well as so many more, were destined to be involved in it. I had a deep respect for the Boers, and some fear of their skill at arms, their inaccessible situation, and their sturdy Teutonic tenacity. I foresaw that they would be a most dangerous enemy, and I watched with horror the drift of events which from the time of the ill-judged Jameson raid never ceased to lead to open war. It was almost a relief when at last it came and we could clearly see the magnitude of our task. And yet few people understood it at the time. On the very eve of war, I took the chair at a dinner to Lord Wolseley at the Authors' Club, and he declared that we could send 2 divisions to Africa. The papers next day were all much exercised as to whether such a force was either possible to collect or necessary to send. What would they have thought had they been told that 250,000 men, a large proportion of them cavalry, would be needed before victory could be won? The early Boer victories surprised no one who knew something of South African history, and they made it clear to every man in England that it was not a wine-glass but a rifle which one must grasp if the health of the empire was to be honoured. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 16. The Start for South Africa. The Black Week. Volunteering. The Langman Hospital. The Voyage. Bloemfontein. Sir Claude de Crespigny. The Epidemic. Advance to the Waterworks. From December 10th to 17th, 1899 was the Black Week for England. In that week, General Gaytaker lost a battle at Stormberg, Lord Methuen lost one at Margersfontein, and General Buller lost one at Colenso. The 3 together would not have made more than a minor action in the Great War to come, but at the time it seemed portentous. There were ominous stirrings on the continent also, and rumours of a coalition. It was lucky for us that the German fleet was not yet in being, and that our own was able to keep the ring, or we should soon have had some Lafayette in South Africa, with perhaps a Yorktown to follow. However, it was bad enough as it was, but the nation, as usual, rose splendidly to the occasion, and everyone hastened to do what they could. Hence it was that I found myself early one morning at Hounslow, if I remember right, standing in a long queue of men who were waiting to enlist in the Middlesex Yeomanry. I had 1 or 2 friends in the regiment, and hence my choice. The colonel, a grizzled soldier, sat behind a deal table in an orderly room and dealt swiftly with the applicants. He had no idea who I was, but seeing a man of 40 before him, he intimated that I surely did not intend to go into the ranks. I said that I was prepared to take a commission. He asked if I could ride and shoot. I said that I could do both in moderation. He asked if I had had military experience. I said that I had led an adventurous life and seen a little of military operations in the Sudan, which was stretching it about as far as it would go. 2 white lies are permitted to a gentleman to screen a woman or to get into a fight when the fight is a rightful one, so I trust I may be forgiven. However, the colonel would only put me on his waiting list, took my name, still without recognising me, and passed on to the next case. I departed somewhat crestfallen and unsettled, not knowing whether I had heard the last of the matter or not. Almost immediately afterwards, however, I received an offer which took me out in a capacity which was less sporting, but probably in my case and at my age a good deal more useful. This came from my friend John Langman, whose son Archie I had known well in Davos days. Langman was sending out a hospital of 50 beds at his own expense to Africa, and had already chosen his staff of surgeons, but not his personnel. Archie Langman was to go with the hospital as general manager. Langman's idea was that I should help him to choose the personnel, that I should be a supplementary medico, that I should exercise general supervision over the whole in an unofficial capacity. To all this I agreed, and spent a week at his house at Stanhope Terrace, choosing from many candidates those who seemed the most likely. On the whole, they proved to be a worthy choice. There were many things to be done, and in the middle of them I received a note reopening the question of the yeomanry, but by this time I was entirely committed to the Langman Hospital. When we were complete, we were quite a good little unit, but our weakness was unfortunately at the head. Dr. O'Callaghan had been a personal friend of Langman's and had thus got the senior billet, but he was in truth an excellent gynaecologist, which is a branch of the profession for which there seemed to be no immediate demand. He was a man too who had led a sedentary life and was not adapted, with all the will in the world, for the trying experience which lay before us. He realised this himself and returned to England after a short experience of South African conditions. We were compelled to have one military chief, as a bond with the War Office, and this proved to be one Major Drury, a most amusing Irishman who might have come right out of Lever. To leave the service and to marry a rich widow with a cough was, he said, the height of his ambition. He was a very pleasant companion in civil life, but when it came to duties which needed tact and routine, he was rather too Celtic in his methods, and this led to friction and occasional rows in which I had to sustain the point of view of Mr. Langman. I have no doubt he thought me an insubordinate dog, and I thought him, well, he has passed away now, and I remember him best as a very amusing companion. Under O'Callaghan and Drury were two really splendid younger surgeons, Charles Gibbs and Charlieb, the latter the son of the well-known lady doctor. They were as good as they could be. Then we had our ward-masters, cooks, stewards, storekeepers, and finally some 15 to 20 orderlies. Altogether we numbered just 50 men, and were splendidly fitted out by the generosity of Mr. Langman. A month or two passed before we could get away, and I remember one amusing incident which occurred during that time. I had spent a good deal of thought over the problem how best to attack men who lay concealed behind cover. My conclusions were that it was useless to fire at them direct, since if they knew their business, very little of them would be vulnerable. On the other hand, if one could turn a rifle into a portable howitzer and drop a bullet with any sort of rough general accuracy within a given area, then it seemed to me that life would hardly be possible within that area. If, for example, the position was 20,000 square yards in size, and 20,000 rifles were dropping bullets upon it, each square yard would sooner or later be searched, and your mark would be a whole prostrate or crouching body. What it was really evolving, though I could not know it, was the machine gun barrage of dropping or vertical fire as practised in the Great War. My principles were absolutely right and have not even yet received their full application. I wrote an article to the Times explaining my views, but so far as I know it had no results. Meanwhile I was practising how to turn a rifle into a howitzer. I fastened a large needle at the end of a thread to the back side. When the gun pointed straight up in the air, the needle swung down across the stock, and I marked the spot. Then the idea was to tilt the gun slowly forward, marking advances of 200, 400, and so on in the range, so that you had a dial marked on the stock and could always, by letting the needle fall across the correct mark on the dial, drop the bullet within a certain distance. But the crux was to discover the exact ranges. To do this I went down to Frensham Pond, and, standing among the reeds, and tilting the gun very slightly forward, I pulled the trigger. The bullet very nearly fell upon my own head. I could not locate it, but I heard quite a loud thud. But what amazed me, and still amazes me, was the time it took. I counted 50 seconds on my watch between the discharge and the fall. I don't wonder if the reader is incredulous. I feel incredulous also, but such is the fact as I recorded it. My idea was to mark the bullet splashes on the calm water of the lake, but though I fired and fired at various angles, not a splash could I see. Finally, a little man who may have been an artist broke in upon my solitude. "Do you want to know where those bullets are going?" "Yes, sir, I do." "Then I can tell you, sir, for they have been dropping all around me." I felt that unless my howitzer was to claim its first victim on the spot, I had better stop. It was clear that the light bullet with so heavy a charge went so high into the atmosphere that one lost all command over it. Twice the weight and half the charge would have served my purpose better. Then came other calls, and I could never work it out, but I am very sure that with a little care in detail I could have got a converging fire which would have cleared any copier in South Africa. As I was convinced that the idea was both practical and much needed, I communicated full particulars to the War Office. Here is the letter I had in reply. War Office, February 16, 1900. Sir, with reference to your letter concerning an appliance for adapting rifles to high-angle fire, I am directed by the Secretary of State for War to inform you that he will not trouble you in the matter. I am, sir, your obedient servant, signature illegible, Director General of Ordnance. Thus, whether my invention was nonsense or whether it was, as I believe, radical and epoch-making, I was given no chance to explain or to illustrate it. As I remarked in the Times, no wonder that we find the latest inventions in the hands of our enemies rather than ourselves if those who try to improve our weapons meet with such encouragement as I have done. Our traditions were carried on in the Great War, for Pomeroy, the inventor of the inflammable bullet, which brought down the Zeppelins, was about to return to New Zealand in despair. And it was, as I am assured, private and not official bullets which first showed how valuable was his discovery and forced a belated acceptance by the War Office. At last our time drew near. My wife had gone to Naples, where it was hoped that the warmer climate would complete her cure. My affairs were all settled up. I was to go as an unpaid man, and I contributed my butler, Cleve, a good intelligent man for the general use, paying him myself. In this way I retained my independence and could return when I felt that the time had come, which, as events turned out, proved to be very valuable to me. We were reviewed by the old Duke of Cambridge in some drill hall in London. There befell me on this occasion one of those quaint happenings which seem to me to have been more common in my life than in that of most other men. We were drawn up in our new khaki uniforms and wearing our tropical helmets for the Royal Duke's inspection. If we had been asked to form fours, we should have broken down completely, but luckily we were placed in double line, and so we remained. I was standing in front, on the right flank. With my eyes fixed rigidly before me, I was still able, out of the corner of them, to be aware that the old Duke, with his suite, was coming across to begin at my end. Presently he halted in front of me and stood motionless. I remained quite rigid, looking past him. He continued to stand, so near me that I could hear and almost feel his puffy breath. What on earth, I wondered, but I gave no sign. At last he spoke. "What is this?" he asked. Then louder, "What is this?" And finally, in a sort of ecstasy, "What is it?" I never moved an eyelash, but one of a group of journalists upon my right went into hysterical but subdued laughter. There was whispering among the suite, something was explained, and the funny old man passed on. But did ever lever in his maddest moment represent that his hero, on the first day of wearing uniform, should have such an experience with the ex-commander-in-chief of the British Army and the uncle of the Queen? It seems that what was worrying the dear old gentleman, he was about 80 at the time, was that my tunic buttons had no mark upon them, a thing which he had never seen in Her Majesty's army. Even a crown or a star would do, but no mark at all completely upset him, for he was a great stickler for correct military clothing. So, of course, was King Edward. A friend of mine at a ball in India, royalty being present, was swooped down upon by a very agitated aide-de-camp who began, "His Royal Highness desires me to say," and went on to point out some defect in his dress kit. My friend answered, "I will mention the matter to my tailor," which was, I think, an admirable way of quietly putting the matter into its true perspective. On this occasion we officers all filed up to be presented, and the old Duke made amends by blurting out some very kindly things, for it seems that he greatly approved of my wooden soldier attitude, in spite of my reprehensible buttons. He had a day of agitations, for on the top of the buttons one of the curtains of the hotel took fire during our luncheon at Claridge's, and there was a great excitement for a few moments. He made, I remember, an extremely indiscreet speech in which he said, "They turned me off because they said I was too old, but old as I am, I wouldn't have been such a fool as to—" and then he strung off a number of things which Lord Wolseley, his successor, was supposed to have done. The press was merciful and did not report. We sailed on February 28, 1900, from Tilbury in the chartered transport Oriental, carrying with us a mixed lot of drafts, and picking up the Royal Scots Militia at Queenstown, where a noisy Irish woman threw a white towel on board, crying, "You may be after finding it useful." The Scots were a rather rough crowd, with a number of territorial magnates: Lord Henry Scott, Lord Tewkesbury, Lord Newport, Lord Brackley, and others among their officers. Colonel Garstin of the Middlesex was in general command of the whole of us. The monotony of the 3 weeks' voyage was broken only by a cricket match at the Cape de Verdes, by a lecture on the war, which I delivered on deck under a tropical moon to all hands, and to an enteric inoculation, which was voluntary but should have been compulsory, for even as it was, it saved many lives, and I am not sure that my own was not among them. The Great War has shown forever how effective this treatment is. We lost more from enteric than from the bullet in South Africa, and it is sad to think that nearly all could have been saved had Armroth Wright's discovery been properly appreciated. His brother was on board, I remember, an officer of sappers, and took the virus particularly badly, though all of us were quite bad enough, for the right dose had not yet been accurately determined. On the evening of March 21st we reached Cape Town and found the bay full of shipping. There were 50 large steamers at anchor, mostly empty. Some of us had a run ashore, but we had some trouble getting on board again, for there was a big swell and the little tug dare not come quite alongside. We had to jump therefore from the paddle box as the roll favoured us, landing on a hanging ladder where a quartermaster seized us. To some people such a feat is easy, while others evidently regarded it with horror, and I wondered that we escaped from having some tragedy. The only real mishap was a strange one. A row of soldier faces was looking down on us over the bulwarks, when I saw the grin upon one of them change to a look of horrible agony, and he gave a wild scream. He still remained standing, but several men ran towards him, and then he disappeared. Only afterwards did I learn that a huge iron bar had in some way fallen upon his foot, pinning him to the place. He fainted as they disengaged him, and was carried below with his bones crushed. I spent next day ashore with the Mount Nelson Hotel as my headquarters. It was full of a strange medley of wounded officers, adventuresses, and cosmopolitans. Kitchener came down and cleared it out shortly afterwards, for the sirens were interfering with his fighting men. The general war news was very good. Paardeberg had been fought, Lord Roberts had made his way to Bloemfontein, and Kimberley had been relieved by French, whose immediate return to head off Cronje was one of the inspired incidents of the war. It was a consolation to find that Boers really could be captured in large numbers, for their long run of successes, while the conditions were in their favour, was getting badly upon the public nerves, and a legendary sort of atmosphere was beginning to build up around them. Some money had been given me for charitable purposes when I was in London, so I went down to the camp of the Boer prisoners to see if I could spend some of it. It was a racecourse pent in with barbed wire, and they were certainly a shaggy, dirty, unkempt crowd, but with the bearing of free men. There were a few cruel or brutal faces, some of them half-caste, but most were good honest fellows, and the general effect was formidable. There were some who were maimed like lions. I afterwards went into the tents of the sick Boers. Several were sitting sullenly around, and one was raving in delirium, saying something in his frenzy which set all the others laughing in a mirthless way. One man sat in a corner with a proud dark face and brooding eagle eyes. He bowed with grave courtesy when I put down some money for cigarettes. A Huguenot, or I am mistaken. We had been waiting for orders, and now we suddenly left Cape Town on March the 26th, reaching East London on the 28th. There we disembarked, and I was surprised to find Leo Trevor, of amateur theatrical fame, acting as transport officer. In spite of his efforts, I hope it was not through them, our hospital stuff was divided between 2 trains, and when we reached Bloemfontein after days of travel, we found that the other half had wandered off and was engulfed in the general chaos. There were nights of that journey which I shall never forget. the great train roaring through the darkness, the fires beside the line, the dark groups silhouetted against the flames, the shouts of "Who are you?" and the crash of voices as our mates cried back, "The Camerons!" For this famous regiment was our companion. Wonderful is the atmosphere of war. When the millennium comes, the world will gain much, but it will lose its greatest thrill. It is a strange wild place, the veldt, with its vast green plains and peculiar flat-topped hills, relics of some extraordinary geological episode. It is poor pasture, a sheep to 2 acres, so it must always be sparsely inhabited. Little white farms, each with its eucalyptus grove and its dam, were scattered over it. When we crossed the Free State border by a makeshift bridge beside the ruins of the old one, we noticed that many of these little houses were flying the white flag. Every one seemed very good-humoured, burghers and soldiers alike, but the guerrilla war afterwards altered all that. It was April 2nd and 5 a.m. when we at last reached the capital of the Free State and were dumped down outside the town in a great green expanse, covered with all sorts of encampments and animals. There was said to be a large force of Boers close to the town, and they had cut up one of our columns a few days before at Sanna's post. Some troops were moving out, so I, with Gwyn, whom I had known in Egypt, and that great sportsman, Claude de Crespigny, set forth to see what we could, an artilleryman lending me his led horse. There was nothing doing, however, for it was Brother Boer's way never to come when you wanted him, and always when you didn't. Save for good company, I got nothing out of a long hot day. Good company is always one of the solaces of a campaign. I ran across many old friends, some soldiers, some medicos, some journalists. Knight of the Falcon had alas been hit in an early battle and was in hospital. Julian Ralph, a veteran American correspondent. Bennett Burley, the rugged old warhorse. Queer little Melton Pryor, who looked like the prim headmaster of a conventional school. Dark-eyed Donahue of the Chronicle. Patterson, the Australian. Of Snowy River fame, they were a wonderful set of men. I had little time to enjoy their society, however, for among the miles of loaded trucks which lay at the endless sidings, I had to my great joy discovered the missing half of our equipment, and guided a fatigue party down to it. All day we laboured, and before evening our beds were up and our hospital ready for duty. 2 days later, wagons of sick and wounded began to disgorge at our doors, and the real work had begun. We had been given the cricket field as our camp, and the fine pavilion as our chief ward. Others were soon erected, for we had plenty of tents, one each for our own use and a marquee for the mess. We were ready for any moderate strain, but that which was put upon us was altogether beyond our strength, and for a month we had a rather awful time. The first intimation of trouble came to me in a simple and dramatic way. We had a bath in the pavilion, and I had gone up to it and turned the tap, but not a drop of water appeared, though it had been running freely the night before. This small incident was the first intimation that the Boers had cut the water supply of the town, which caused us to fall back upon the old wells, which in turn gave rise to an outbreak of enteric, which cost us 5,000 lives. The one great blot in Lord Robert's otherwise splendid handling of the campaign was, in my opinion, that he did not buzz out at once with every man he could raise and relieve the waterworks, which were only 20 miles away. Instead of this, he waited for his army to recuperate and so exposed them to the epidemic. However, it is always easy to be wise after the event. The outbreak was a terrible one. It was softened down for public consumption, and the press messages were heavily censored, but we lived in the midst of death, and death in its vilest, filthiest form. Our accommodation was for 50 patients, but 120 were precipitated upon us, and the floor was littered between the beds with sick and often dying men. Our linen and utensils were never calculated for such a number, and as the nature of the disease causes constant pollution, and this pollution of the most dangerous character and with the vilest effluvia, one can imagine how dreadful was the situation. The worst surgical ward after a battle would be a clean place compared to that pavilion. At one end was a stage with the scene set for HMS Pinafore. This was turned into latrines for those who could stagger so far. The rest did the best they could, and we did the best we could in turn. But a Verest Shaggin would have found a subject in that awful ward, with the rows of emaciated men and the silly childish stage looking down upon it all. In the very worst of it, 2 nursing sisters appeared among us, and never shall I forget what angels of light they appeared, or how they nursed those poor boys, swaddling them like babies and meeting every want with gentle courage. Thank God they both came through safe. 4 weeks may seem a short time in comfort, but it is a very long one under conditions such as those, amid horrible sights and sounds and smells, while a haze of flies spread over everything, covering your food and trying to force themselves into your mouth, every one of them a focus of disease. It was bad enough when we had a full staff, but soon the men began to wilt under the strain. They were nearly all from the Lancashire cotton mills, little ill-nourished fellows, but with a great spirit. Of the 15, 12 contracted the disease and added to the labours of the survivors. 3 died. Fortunately, we of the staff were able to keep going, and we were reinforced by a Dr. Schwartz of Cape Town. The pressure was great, but we were helped by the thought that the greater the work, the more we proved the necessity of our presence in Africa. Above all, our labours were lightened by the splendid stuff that we had for patients. It was really glorious to see the steady patience with which they bore their sufferings. The British soldier may grouse in days of peace, but I never heard a murmur when he was faced with this loathsome death. Our hospital was no worse off than the others, and as there were many of them, the general condition of the town was very bad. Coffins were out of the question, and the men were lowered in their brown blankets into shallow graves at the average rate of 60 a day. A sickening smell came from the stricken town. Once when I had ridden out to get an hour or 2 of change, and was at least 6 miles from the town, the wind changed and the smell was all around me. You could smell Bloemfontein long before you could see it. Even now, if I felt that low deathly smell, compounded of disease and disinfectants, my heart would sink within me. At last there came the turn. The army had moved on. Hospitals up the line absorbed some of the cases. Above all, the waterworks had been retaken, and with hardly any resistance. I went out with the force which was to retake it, and slept for the night in a thin coat under a wagon, an experience which left me colder than I can ever remember being in my life, a cold which was not only on the surface, but like some solid thing within you. Next morning there was every prospect of a battle, for we had been shelled the night before and it looked as if the position would be held. So Ian Hamilton, who commanded, made a careful advance. However, there was no resistance, and save for some figures watching us from distant hills, there was no sign of the enemy. He had slipped away in the night. In the advance, we passed over the drift at Sanna's Post, where the disaster had occurred some weeks before. The poor artillery horses were still lying in heaps where they had been shot down, and the place was covered with every kind of litter, puttees, cholera belts, haversacks and broken helmets. There were great numbers of Boer cartridge papers which were all marked split bullets manufactured for the use of the British government, London. What the meaning of this was, or where they came from, I cannot imagine, for certainly our fellows had always the solid Lee Metford bullet, as I can swear after inspecting many a belt. It sounded like some ingenious trick to excuse atrocities, and yet on the whole the Boer was a fair and good-humoured fighter until near the close of the war. The move of Hamilton's was really the beginning of the great advance, and having cleared the waterworks, he turned north and became the right wing of the army. On his left was Tucker's 7th Division, then Kelly Kenny's 6th Division, Paul Carew's 1st Division, including the Guards, and finally a great horde of mounted infantry, including the Yeomanry, the Colonial, and the Irregular Corps. This was the great line which set forth early in May to sweep up from Bloemfontein to Pretoria. Things had become more quiet at the hospital, and presently Archie Langman and I found a chance to get away and to join the army at the first stage of its advance. I wrote our experience out while it was still fresh in my mind, and the reader will forgive me if I reproduce some of this, as it is likely to be more vivid and more detailed than the blurred impression now left in my memory after more than 20 years. End of chapter 16.